what the fuck is stopping us from just throwing ourselves off a bridge and giving up and saying, yeah, the planet is dying, the government hates us, the animals are leaving, the aliens aren't contacting us, we might be alone, it just might be you and me, but that's okay, because do you really need anyone else?
Wow. Bro, what is this shit? Key force alert. Oh, hold on. Wow. Oh, wow. Mr. Mutin's scream. 2-year-old clips, mate.
We have one over here, but we are 90 35. Slider. I feel like we dig up. So we have one over here, but we are 90 35. Slider. I feel like we dig up. We have one over here, but we are 90 35. Slider. I feel like we.
I don't even know why I'm doing this. I'm thinking like we're trying.
I won't play Yumi because the day that I play Yumi is I want everyone to know on stream is the day that I fucked a child. Okay? So if I play Yumi from now on, that's the day that I went and I fucked a kid.
Oh no. Oh my god.
Ouais, c'est ça. Continue, continue, frère. Encore, encore. Lâche pas, Arnaud, tu fais plus. Magnifique. Bon, les gars, vas-y, finale.
I think if you want some baseless speculation, I think as long as you can move a weight completely around a joint, you should be able to lock out safely. You should be able to lock out safely without your joints snapping. But if you, I think most of the time you see people break their legs on like the leg press. Notice that it's never a person doing like full range of motion reps in the leg press. It's usually somebody that's loaded way too fucking much. They're doing like 25% range of motion and their joints can't support that weight and their shit fucking snaps. Most of the time when people say like don't lock out, you'll snap your shit, the people that are snapping their shit aren't people doing full range of motion or locking out. It's dumb fucks that have I can't call this guy dumb fuck, obviously this guy's really strong. I'm sure this is like a meme video or whatever, but it's usually people that are putting way more weight than they should be, and then like doing like a 10% range of motion and then fucking snap, going to Snap City.
Ah! Ow, that hurt. Ow. Okay, that's broken.
Okay. I think they make backpacks for that, where you can like put like weights in a backpack and then do that if you want to do whatever. I don't know why you would just. How did he even get those on his back? Is he like laying on the ground and like, Jesus? Really, give me this protest right at the start of my fucking show. We're gonna have a bad day today. That's what we're saying, right? I was on Jim yet. He wasn't arranging promo. I didn't realize how people did the promos. You have to literally just leave right at like 1 minute, like as soon as it opens. Is what everybody does, I guess. What's the most dangerous lift in your opinion? Like the one that's prone to most injuries and errors? I don't fucking know, dude. It could be anything. I think earlier I would have said like anything involving your back, like deadlifts or squats, but now I feel like I would say anything involving your shoulder. But I don't know. It probably just depends on who you are and what you do and how dumb you are. Oh. And then you have people like Ruff who leave League and promo into gym every day. Wait, why would you do that? Does he actually do that? What's the point? Power cleans are the most dangerous? We're talking real lifts here, not cringe ollie shit, alright? Nobody cares about that. Do you think Stormgate will be good? Hopefully it's as good as Stormfront. If you know what I mean. Woo, yeah. Oh my god! Flawlessly microed. Tell me I'm pretty. Sean Mitchell, I bet you're the prettiest. The prettiest of them all. I think shoulders are generally the most injured part of your body in fitness, so it's likely not a squat. I think it's just because shoulders are just like, it's like such a delicate, it's like a ton of like itty bitty tiny muscles that move like in a billion different ways that are so easy to hurt. I feel like at this point, I feel like if you're hurting yourself squatting or deadlifting, I feel like you've got to know that you're doing something fucked. That's what it feels like. But I say that, but hey, maybe the next time I hurt my back, maybe I'll be like, you know what, actually, I feel like it's actually the exercise that is most likely to injure you is the one that you last got injured on. It's probably how most people would feel. How much do I have to pay for a debate? I'll pay up to 1K? Why? Just say something stupid on Twitter and debate me for free. No shot. He really went for it. Okay. Oh. Okay. And I'm overlay blocked. I think I auto lose for my macro.
Then what the fuck is stopping us from just throwing ourselves off a bridge and giving up? The planet is dying. The government hates us. Invader Via's banned. We might be alone, but that's okay, cause do you really need anyone else?
This is the cheesiest build I've ever done in my entire life. True. 10 links for one probe. Actually, it was like 2 probes at least. And I kept those flying things home for a little bit. Okay, I'm doing ultra cheat. I'm just massing fucking Muta. We're done with Mr. Gun Live until the article comes out? Yeah, I guess. Or until they do another 3-hour fucking stream on me, I guess. I don't know. Feels cool to have my own set of stalkers. Re-add Weow? I have no idea why Weow was removed. You have to ask RTV. I have no fucking idea how a couple people spamming an emo get it removed from the site. It seems wild to me, but I don't know. That's... I think I should be upgrading my, I should upgrade attack and ZVP. I just reset my hotkeys again. Don't you have the last say? No, because I don't pay attention to some of the chat drama enough. So I'll say like, oh, I don't think this emote should be banned, and the RTP will have some like 72-page manifesto for like, oh no, it has to be banned because like these three chatters are running like a child porn ring using this emote, and I have proof because of these discards. There'll be some like weird shit like that, and I'll be like, okay, well. I should be harassing more, because he's just going to come with a bunch of Archons and kill me. If it's not too late already, actually. Or he'll just have that. Oh my god. Okay, interesting. Also having podcasts on during StarCraft 2, I can't concentrate on both at the same time. Just come back later. I literally have a panel scheduled for later. Just come back then.
Swarm forces under attack. Queen birth successful. Evolution complete.
Oh my god. Good luck.
Creep tumor under attack. Hive cluster under direct assault.
Yeah, fuck. My macro's too fucked at the beginning. You don't need to play a game to be promoted to GM. I'm almost positive you have to do. You join a game and then you leave right when the thing opens. This is 2 years old.
Piece of paper that licenses any action whatsoever. We are talking about the composition. We are talking about the difference of community. We are talking about the composition of the community in a real sense. And if the executive authority is opening fire on the people and trying to keep himself in power,
we are talking about the fact that when there are fundamental differences between the various
against him, according to the
when there are fundamental differences,
liberal theory, is perfectly justified.
When there
Piece of paper.
Nice.
Thank you, Destiny. You extracted me from the Vespine gas repository in the last game. I am now free. L plus free plus Obamna.
Oh, ew. What am I doing? I needed to wait for a critical mass. More units. Why is this drone not even doing anything?
I wonder if Destiny has listened to Red Skies by Moonhooch. Musically experimental. Be good stuff. Oh, why? I don't understand the point of cuffing your pants legs for a fashion reason. I don't think it looks good. I don't know, it's supposed to provide contrast. Plus your mom likes it. Got him! What's the hardest race to play against at the moment? Well, for me, ZVP is my worst matchup. Fuck! Not paying attention.
What size are your Red Wing boots? I think it's a whole size beneath what I normally wear. Like, I think I normally wear 9.5s, and those boots are 8.5s, I think. Apparently they run really big. Wait, is my hatchery off placement? Wait, I think that hatchery's off. Oh, turn it all in. Did you get them custom fitted or just pick them up at the store? No, I just got them at the store. Wait, is this off? I can't tell if this is off or not. No, it is. It's up 1. Then it should be, I think, right? Yeah, it is. Fuck me. I don't care. Why do I don't even know what I'm doing. My brain is just fucking fried. Should I get the Evo chamber? No, fuck, I don't even need it. Fuck me, dude. Whoa, way too grouped together. No, there's a... I can't win my base like this. Why am I trying to macro? I try to transition out. This is so stupid. Oh, good luck, I guess. Are you that far behind? No, my my natural hatchery is misplaced. I built it too far up. Otherwise, I wouldn't be that far behind. It was an okay transition, but my hatchery is misplaced. Well, good luck me. He's really going away.
Yesterday we were getting high. You were invited. You wouldn't like it. I know you all too well. I said that we could kiss the past goodbye, but you weren't excited. There's no way to fight it. You can stay, but shout it, here I go. Should I spend a weekend in Vegas? I'm living inside a moment, not taking pictures to save it. I mean, how could I forget? My memories never faded. I can't relate to these haters. My enemies never made it. I am still here with who I started with. The game needed life. I put my heart in it. I blew myself up. I'm on some harder shit. Carry the weight for my city like a cargo ship. I'm 23 with a money tree. Growing more too. I just planted 100 seeds. It's ironic cause my mother was a florist and that's how she met my pops, and now my garden is enormous. It's happening in Penny Lane. Just like you said, I avoided the coke game and went with Sprite instead. That's word to the millions that they putting up. I'm trying to do better than good enough. What am I afraid of? This is supposed to be what dreams are made of. But people I don't have the time to hang with always look at me and say the same shit. You promise me you'll never change. You promise me you will never change. Am I wrong for making light of my situation? Clap on when 40 got some shit for me to snap on. Now that I'm on, I don't really want to worry about getting back on. I'm just trying to stay
Good
on,
luck.
get my fucking buffet on. I heard they just moved my grandmother to a nursing home, and I be acting like I don't know how to work a phone. But hit redial, you see that I just called some chick I met at the mall that I barely know at all. And plus this woman that I mess with unprotected, texted saying she wish she would've kept it. The one that I'm laying next to just looked over and read it. Man, I couldn't tell you where the fuck my head is. I'm holding on by a thread, it's like I'm high right now. The guy right now, and you could tell by looking in my eyes right now that nothing really comes as a surprise right now. Cause we just having the time of our lives right now. What am I afraid of? This is supposed to be what dreams are made of. But people I don't have the time to hang with always look at me and say the same shit. You promise me you'll never change. told me. The other day, Lissa told me that she missed the old me. Which made me question when I went missing. And when I start treating my friends different. Maybe it was the fast-paced switch up or the two guns in my face.
Is this Kendrick? This is like DMX. What are you talking about?
I haven't seen them since they locked Big Rich up, I know. But same time, I'm quick to forget. I'm about to roll me up a blunt with my list of regrets. Burn it all, I'm starting it fresh. Cause half the time I got it right, I probably guess. Did I just trade free time for camera time? Will I blow all of this money, baby, hammer time? Yeah, I just need some closure. Ain't no turning back for me, I'm in it till it's over.
Is it? Can you still hold position trick lurkers? Does that work? F is stop. G is to cancel. I can't believe I'm doing this disgusting gameplay style. Increases lurker attack range and lurker burrow. Okay. Dude, lurkers have so much life. It's actually insane. Fuck me. Oh my god. What a horrible game. I gotta rebel real quick. Ah. Do you think about a concave when you burger lurkers? I just kind of put them wherever I think. Your build makes no sense. He probably watched the replay and he saw my misplaced hatch and he's like, who is this fucking retard? True. Oh shit.
Hey there, sexy.
Wait, isn't that Wade?
Wow. You're so handsome.
Can't you only drop like 28 blocks or something with the boat? You can't do infinite distances, can you? Who even plays StarCraft anymore? Cyril? Is that a Zerg player? You can as long as you don't get off early. What if you always get off early? Ooh. What did you say to him? I said I copied the build from Cyril. Okay. ZVZ. $16, $15, $14. The best ages for what? I mean the order I'm doing. You gonna start playing when you hit GM? Yeah, I just want it. I'm so close. And I didn't get it last time I tried, but this time I'm there. It'd be nice to get like 5k MMR, just so I feel like I really deserve it. Technically, 4850 is enough to get in, so fuck it. Ah, okay. Okay. I should have my build should be the perfect blind counter, I think, to what he's doing. I gassed appropriately. My timings are pretty tight on all my buildings. I didn't delay my pool at all. I should take 0 damage and be able to hold this off pretty easily. Yeah.
Successful.
Good, our consistent ways of dealing with Protoss. I just cheese them. Fuck it. Four banelings. What's up, buddy?
Dude, Loud Loon has lost her goddamn mind.
Why? What's going on?
I don't know. I wasn't following your guys' drama, but I talked to her a few weeks ago. I was like, "Are you and Steven not good?" And I was like trying to like piece you guys, but I just watched the video and dude, she's gonna destroy your life, bro. Her and Max have the ultimate nuke on you, dude.
Yeah. Like the nuke she had on Hassan.
Fuck, bro. Why is she dressed like an elf doing the cancellation on you?
Why? I don't know. It's like a woman scorned or whatever. I don't know. What are you supposed to say?
Hell hath no fury. What's funny about this is every single time something like this happens, have you noticed the burden is always on the male as if she's like not even a part of the sexual relationship. It's just Steven puppeteering. So stupid.
Yeah, I mean, her and Max are pretty crazy, but what are you gonna do? Yeah.
Didn't she like decelerate? Why is she going hard again?
Probably feels a little bit anxious because she's like losing popularity, so she kind of likes the attention a little bit.
Well, wait till she quits sex work.
I don't think she's never quitting. That's never gonna happen.
So, be honest, how did this all start? She framed it in a way where you said something about her sex with you, and or she's like, I didn't want to be just another girl Steven fuck. Well, you kind of are.
She's just, I think she has, I don't actually think it has anything to do with sex at all, actually. I think she has issues where she gets obsessed with guys. She got obsessed with me for a while, and then we hooked up, and I think she probably got over it. Now she's, like, obsessed with Max, and he's, like, kind of, and Max is, like, the main driver behind, like, some really weird shit going on, basically.
Dude, she is so underhanded. She's like, I would never she's just like Donald Trump. It's so cute. She's like, I would never say anything about Steven's body.
Yeah, but she already did. I don't know if you missed it or not, but she already did like talk shit about me, which is one of the reasons why I got kind of irritated. Because if I would have ever, first of all, she didn't have any complaints when we were hooking up, and secondly, like if I would ever say anything like that, my career would be over, right? Or it would be like really, really, really bad.
Dude, I'm starting to feel the highest level of narcissism coming from this girl, because I can deal with a narcissist, but only when it's linear. When narcissists come in waves where they go away and come back harder every time, those people scare the fuck out of me.
Yeah.
Like, she's gonna keep doing this for the rest of her life until she crashes.
Maybe, yeah, who knows? Good question.
She said wait, someone said that you called that pussy mid? You're not that cruel.
I think I did after she made fun of me, so I was upset.
No! No! Steven, I'm so disappointed, bro. I could never say that. Even if a girl put me in jail, I wouldn't say that, because like that's where their self-worth comes from. How could you do that, bro?
She shouldn't have shit-talked me then. Fuck it, I don't care.
That's way too cruel, dude. You guys only hooked up once?
Yep.
Lav is a beautiful girl, but she is a Satanist, I think.
I don't know what that means. I'm not in the Masonic mood right now.
No, not Masonic. Like, she does blood photoshops, like covered in blood, right?
It's probably not real blood, my dude.
I know, but it doesn't matter if it's real. The intention to draw in demons is there. Like, think about it. She's your demon, bro.
I feel like I got quite a few of those, you know?
Aren't you worried about the logs leaking? Because, like, obviously not about cancellation, since you're, like, a lawyer even behind the scenes. But aren't you worried that it's, like, very cringe?
What? Why would I be worried that it's very cringe?
Okay, I don't know. When logs leak, it gets very cringe, bro.
Who cares? What? Walk me through your human thought process of that. I talk to people, I flirt with people, I fuck people. Like, there are some things that look cringy because, like, logs leak. What do I care? It's not like they don't exist. It's not like people don't look cringe when they flirt. Like, walk me through the thought process. Why the fuck would I care?
All right. What did you say? What's the cringiest thing you said to her? Leak it first.
I don't know. I'm sure we'd probably talk about hooking up or something sexual. I'm sure she leaked some logs or whatever where she made references to me making her squirt a couple times. I don't like. It's always gonna be cringe for like sexual shit. Like, why the fuck would I care?
Whoa, you made her squirt.
Those are logs that she leaked on her stream. But I mean, it's not like what am I gonna do? Like, oh no, like somebody, that's. I feel like it's the. I guess I understand because I guess you guys still do this, but it's like when a streamer leaks it, like he has like a porn tab up, and it's like, oh my god, oh, his porn. It's like, okay, I don't know why I'm supposed to care.
Well, who leaked to the public that you guys hooked up?
She did. She was talking shit to a Nazi guy that fucking hates me, and then he leaked it to everybody because she framed it in a really dishonest way to make me look bad.
Oh, on stream?
No, she talked to him off stream, but obviously he leaked it because he fucking hates me.
Oh, so she was like trying to get intimate with that guy, and then he...
No, she just leaked it because she can't keep her fucking mouth shut about anything, literally, to save her fucking life. She needs to be like the center of attention constantly, so she's always like gossiping or making shit up or sharing rumors or doing whatever she can in any community to...
Yeah, I remember when she flirted with me on my podcast, and I was like, oh, she's cute, but then I realized I had this sense. I was like, Steven hit this, and if Steven hit it, that's like, it's over. You've colonized it forever. I can never touch her.
Good, nice. Is that how you feel about your mom? Got him.
Yeah. No, but I was mad about the Lav, because I thought Lav was a good person, and it turns out she's an angry, angry woman. Mr. Girl is like typing away behind the scenes, right? He's typing up his form.
Still working on his thing. Bro, how could you jack that fucking girl's video? What the fuck?
Bro, I don't give a fuck, bro. She got to work with the Zerka.
Yeah, but now she doesn't get anything of it. You didn't even fucking tag her, and you ripped the whole video.
I posted on Twitter.
Yeah, but you didn't give her credit or anything. You literally directly fucking screen share ripped the video and then just posted it to your Twitter. What the fuck?
Are you not allowed to do that in the content world?
I mean, think about it. It's rude as fuck, no? Are you autistic or?
Really?
Okay, maybe you are. I don't know.
Oh, I didn't tag her. You're right. What the fuck? Oh, shit. Yeah, because she's not active on Twitter, so I forgot.
Why not just like link to her video on her channel?
Because then it'll just be a thumbnail, right?
Yeah, but it's still the video's up there, no?
I thought she should have more of a Twitter presence with me. We don't, we're kind of new to Twitter. I don't know. Look, I didn't mean for it to be rude, but now I don't care because I realize content creators are so. You know how lucky you and her are to work with an early me before I'm the king.
Okay.
You guys act like you're on my fucking pay grade, bro.
My bad. I don't know what I was thinking.
No, Steven, you bust ass, but like I can kick my feet up and be the funniest guy in the world.
Okay.
All right, that's my talent. That's God given. That's from Christ. Like one in the chat. Do I still have the DGG support, or did they turn on me? This is my longest DGG run. Like this is my longest streak of them liking me. I can't wait to ruin it. The best part of DGG loving me is that the ones that hate me want to kill themselves. I'm just kidding.
Jeez.
You know what I was thinking? I'm like, I love the Joker, but you know who's someone who's not really talked about? Well, this is Marvel. Green Goblin is a really well-written character.
Is he?
You know, I channel a lot of Joker vibes as a racist, but the Green Goblin is so underrated.
Why do you say that?
Because like if you, I watched an AI thing. I think it was AI of the Green Goblin. Or no, excuse me. Who played Green Goblin in the Sam Raimi Spider-Man? What was the guy? Willem Dafoe.
That's the one.
I saw someone make a Willem Dafoe as the Joker, and I swear to God, it was the best Joker I've ever seen in my life. Just visually, and I heard the laughing and everything in my head, in the voices in my head. And I was thinking to myself, dude, this is perfect. Why have they never, like, how did he never get the Joker role? Like, I'm sure they offered him.
Are you sure?
But I guess Marvel doesn't allow their people to go to DC and shit. But yeah, I love the Green Goblin as a, like, schizo villain, right? I give the Joker too much credit.
Wow. What are you up to today? What are you doing today in LA?
I'm going on that Dick Masterson podcast in the morning, and then I got some other things to do, but yeah, just collabing and not working. We locked in investors for a full podcast with me and Heel Mike at this house or a new house, but it's a huge house with swimming pool, and it's all for us. It's great. And I talked to the investor, and this guy's very rich, and he's like, you guys can go crazy, say whatever you want, just make sure you're consistent. And he's never done this for this kind of work. So I'm stoked for that. And I got a steak deal from Layla. So that's a lot of fucking money. But really, the bread and butter will be my podcast and collabing with other people's podcasts. And there's someone we both know that's offering me a job. It's huge, but that's much later. I'll tell you offline, but that one's huge. So, it's weird. It's like I'm not working, but the most opportunity right now is coming my way. And I really should have been in the U.S. earlier. I don't know what I was doing in Canada, but...
Yeah. Can I give you a little tip, a little thing real quick?
Yeah, you want me to keep streaming and building my YouTube, right?
No, fuck that. If anybody's ever writing you a deal for anything ever, you never, ever, 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 ever accept, like, free rent or a place to live as, like, payment, right? You know that, yeah?
Yeah, I know that.
Okay, that's always a huge fucking scam.
Yeah. No, I know that. But the cool thing is, this podcast, I don't even have to get a talent scout or anything like that, because I have a bunch of girls. Heel Mike has a bunch of girls. The photographer that we work with has like a fucking all the giant camera, like almost IMAX cameras, bro. And he has a bunch of girls he shoots with. So it's gonna be like 8 girls. It's going to be like Fresh and Fit, but I think, it's going to be Fresh and Fit, but with wild characters like Mike and me. So I think it'll do good, and we're thinking of doing it live on YouTube. Yeah, I'm stoked for this, because I really thought I was going to work alone. I didn't think me living at Mike's, he just turned to me and he's like, why don't we do it here? And I'm like, would your investors even do something like this? And we gave them a call, and they're like, hell yeah, we believe in you, boys.
Nice. Good job.
Yeah, yeah. And but you are right. I should have my own YouTube going. I should get some exclusive shit out there. But it is weird. Destiny Zerka is still a snake. What the fuck? What a fucking pedophile. Why would you say that about me? Bro, you know how many times I've defended Steven when I know he's in the wrong? You know how many times I know the behind the scenes stuff and I'm still defending the villain?
Does he have a fucking fleet beacon? Did he rush a fleet beacon to get this shit out?
Zerka, what do you think of insulting Muhammad? I don't like it. I'm a comedian, so I make religious jokes all the time, and I don't give a fuck. I'll fight anyone. I'll fight anyone, anywhere. But to go after their prophet just because Steven's a little pissy, it seems like when people bind their faith, right, to their mental health, that's really what religion is. A lot of times, that's the most disrespectful thing you can do. Like, let's say someone loses their whole family in a car crash. All they have is their religion. It'd be attacking their religion would be like attacking them. I don't know. It's like kicking someone when they're down. It's like I don't do that shit, bro. Like,
you're a pussy because you're scared to insult Muslim people. That's fine.
No, I really feel if I got
nobody was attacking anybody. Nobody was kicking anybody when they were down. Nobody was attacking anybody's fucking family.
No, but it was out of the blue, Steven.
Yeah, no shit. All religious fucking shitting on religious people out of the blue. Yeah, no duh.
I don't know. Why were you so obsessed with this topic?
I tweeted about it 12 times in a week.
Exactly. I mean, my uncles and all my Muslim uncles and stuff, they can't see me chill with you now.
Okay, that's fine.
I have to for clout. Yeah. No, but I used to get a lot of death threats because I make a lot of blasphemous jokes, but my intention is good. But I can talk shit about anyone's prophet because I got hands. Steven is not a big guy, so he's gonna get killed.
All right, well, we'll see what happens, I guess.
And you're not even willing to fucking fight back. Do you have a weapon, Steven? Do you have self-defense?
I don't know, man. Good question.
I walk around with machine guns. I got that tool on me all the time.
Yeah, you walk around with machine guns?
Hell yeah, bro. You walk around with a fucking keyboard, bro. Steven, you're not for this life. You can't be attacking Muslims. But I can really say anything. But when a blue hair guy says it, it's game over. Steven's literally on a wanted poster in Saudi Arabia. Yeah. And now they're leaking your old logs, Steven. Remember your pedophile arc? Is anyone on Twitter? Yo, DGG, are you seeing the old stuff? It's kind of nostalgic. Remember Steven and Lawrence Southern's child porn arc? Let's debate about therapeutic child porn.
Base. Alright, I'm going to my Discord room.
I'm sorry, did I bring up bad memories?
No, bro, your whole family worships a dude that fucks 9-year-olds. I don't know how you think you can make any type of fucking pedophile joke towards me ever. You understand that, right?
My extended
You understand?
family.
I need you to say this. You're scared of offending people who worship a guy that fucks 9-year-olds. Do you understand that? Say
That's
it. Admit it. Admit it. Just say it. Just say it. Man the fuck up and say it. That's right. Then don't talk about any of my logs.
Right now.
Listen.
Right now.
Yeah, say it.
I'm on Mohammed Atta's side.
That's good. That's fine. Then, in fact, you should be making fun of me for saying 15-year-olds were hot because I was 6 years too old. Okay, you guys like
You're
fucking
right.
9-year-olds.
You're right. They can be hot.
I'm going to my
You're
Discord.
right.
I'm going to my Discord. You going to the streaming awards? Yeah, bro, I got an invite from Cutie herself.
Year-olds, right?
What'd you say?
Not all 15-year-olds can be hot. The ones who are 48.
Not all 20-year-olds are hot. I don't know what the fuck you're asking me.
True.
Do you know what low tier god is?
Yeah, now I do.
You guys should do content
He's
together.
the gamer, right? He's like a big gamer guy that yells.
Something like that.
Everyone says I gotta meet this guy. I'm like, what is he? Is he just a YouTuber?
He's a legend. Okay.
Oh, you're a fan?
Yeah, duh.
Nice. Okay, I'm a fan too then. Eddie says Zerka's so retarded that he's actually smarter than everyone. I mean, dude, chat, listen. If you guys were influencers, you would actually meet all these people behind the scenes and realize they're all grown children, bro. Like, to be an influencer means you can do whatever you want all the time, bro. That's why they're always having sex and stuff. They're just like Steven's in La La Land, fucking every bitch on earth. Steven's living my bouncer fantasies.
Wow.
Steven, I remember my fuck phase, bro. I was on a tirade, and I remember when the girls were like Lavloon saying like Zerka's actually a jerk for doing. He called my pussy mid.
Nice.
It does gotta sting. Like if you tune into a blue hair short guy calling your pussy mid, that's fucking violent, bro. That is so evil, Steven. Oh, Kelly, what are you mad about, Kelly? You're a woman. Nobody gives a fuck about you. Did you smash Kelly, Steven?
Nope.
She's beautiful, but she's angry. She's born on the wrong side of the bed.
On the wrong side of the what?
Wrong side of the bed. Kelly reminds me of those women that you wish were just blow-up dolls. No, what am I trying to say? AI doll. What am I trying to say? You know what I'm trying to say. She's always got something mean to say to me. Like, what the fuck? That's a British people, bro. That's a British people. Why are they saying, bro? Okay, chill. My bad. My bad. Let's walk it back for the sponsors. Whatever. It's not like I'm not sexualized by women. They think I'm a blow-up doll too, right? You know? Chad life.
No.
Steven, I know there's a part of you that gets black-pilled when you see how women are around me, because you know deep down they love a retard. This is every woman's dream is Zerka, because I'm the dad who has a fisherman hat, and I take us on a long trip. That's what they want, a long trip with me.
Why would that black pill me?
Because there's nothing more black pilling than knowing women don't reproduce with smart people.
Some women like people like you. Some women like people like other people. What do you mean? That's the way of the world.
But only my kind of style can bend even the ones that like you. I can bend them my way. You cannot bend the girls I have your way. Okay. I can bend yours my way. I can bend blue my way. That's how stupid women are.
So are you single by choice right now then, or what?
I haven't been single in 29 years, bro. I just lie so I can fuck more chicks.
Okay, gotcha.
No, I'm with Jillian for life, dude.
You're still with the crazy girl?
I'm sorry, Steven. I'm fucking addicted, bro.
Okay.
I'm the best fucking sex I've ever had.
I thought you didn't have sex.
Oh, no, with a girlfriend? Of course I do.
Okay.
No, if I love someone, obviously I want to have sex with them. It's not just mouth if I love a girl. That's just weird. I'm not like Andrew Tate trying to look cool saying I just like mouth. I'm saying mouth if it's like I don't know you, but if I'm in love with you, hell yeah, I'm inside you. What the hell? I'm a nice guy. What the fuck?
Okay.
Wait, mouth?
Yeah.
What's that?
Mouth is like oral.
Oh. Right. So you'll do oral with a girl that's not your girlfriend, but sex is only reserved for your girlfriend?
Sex is only with someone I'm in love with. Yeah.
Is that because of your religion?
No, that's like a fear of getting someone pregnant, I guess.
What's up, Destiny?
Alright, what's up, buddy?
Hey.
Yo, Philly, you want to hear something crazy?
What's up?
There's never been a time I've seen my ex smile more than when I'm talking about getting her pregnant. They get so horny for that. Has that been your experience with women?
If they're really into you, listen, women, if they like love you and they're really into you, they want nothing more than to have your child. Like that is like.
But check
really,
it out. I really think even strangers that you meet at the bar, if they like your DNA and you go with them raw and you talk about getting them pregnant, it's not a turnoff if you're a Chad. Any other guy would be very creepy, but I think a lot of women don't care about getting knocked up by some retard Chad. That's why I gave up on women, because you agree that they're all stupid, right?
No, but they do meme a lot. So like when they say I want to have your kid, sometimes it's literal, but most of the time they're just saying how attracted to you they are.
You agree women are dumber than men, though?
No.
Oh my God, how do you live like that?
Easy. I mean, I just treat women the same as I would, I treat women differently than men, but and as far as intelligence, I don't assume that, just because you're a woman, you're less intelligent. There are dumb women out there, of course, like for sure.
But don't you want to maximize how many women are trying to fuck you? The best way to get the most women.
Wait, Zerka, that doesn't even make sense. Like, wouldn't you want if? So wait, you think by me saying that women are dumb that they'll fuck me more, or you're saying
yes? What do you think I'm doing? I'm the most toxic guy on Twitch, and I got all of them.
Nah, you're good. You're good, bro.
Dude, what? Is it a coincidence? A guy with no clout like me, when I came on the scene, I had no clout, and it was a robbery. These guys with millions of followers, Soda Poppin' and Steve, they were struggling with me, and I had no clout because I was piggybacking on that fucking red wave.
No, you know what it is? Honestly, you know what it is?
Fucked by a sexist. Women want to get fucked by ISIS.
No. Honestly, you know what it is? You're, as attractive as a man as I can say as a man. Like, I don't know what women really, find attractive, but, just objectively speaking, you're a good-looking guy. You can be funny, and you're very charismatic. I think those three things those three things right there trump any type of clout, money.
Why is Lavloon so horny for Steven right now? It's because he called her pussy mid.
I don't know if that's why. I mean, weren't they?
She's obsessed with him, bro.
That. But that was before any of that. Like that was just a couple days ago.
She sensed that he went away from her, and then she's like, "I'm losing Steven. The only way I can have him around is if I bind my career to his."
Maybe. Yeah, I mean that's possible.
Yeah. There's something about women that, like, if you say to 3 billion, like, think about a room with 10 guys. 9 of them say they respect women, and the one guy says, "Nah, women suck." That's in 3 billion eyes watching, all the women on Earth watching, the only one that generates interest would be the one guy who stands out
and says that women suck.
Yeah, that's how they operate, bro. They don't want to average 9 guys. They want the guy who sticks out.
I mean, if you just leave it there, that probably not. But if you say women suck because this, and this, and then
No. Let's reverse it. There's 9 girls sitting, 3 billion men watching the TV. 9 girls say men suck, and they all look the same. Let's say, and one girl says, "I love men." the sweet one that says I love men, 3 billion people on Earth want to fuck her.
I don't know, because I kind of like. I like a little bit of feistiness from a woman. I don't like, easy catches or whatever, however you want to put it. Like I like that back and forth game of having to chase a little bit and
True.
yeah. I mean, it makes it that much more satisfying when we actually get there. You know what I mean?
True. But ain't no friction like opposites, man.
And I think that's why a lot of women might be attracted to you. I mean, you're saying that a lot of women are. They just fall into your lap. From my experience, that's probably just because of your openness and your willingness to, express yourself and not censor yourself. Yeah.
But Philly, the only thing Steven and Zerka has in common that keeps us around each other is that part where we insult you.
No. You both have charisma. You're both, relatively good-looking men, and you both are funny. And then Steven...
No, we're not funny. We're just mean.
I don't know how you are, personally around girls. On the stream, you're funny. I mean, I don't know what you're like in real life, but I find you funny. I find Steven funny. I find the way you interact with most 90% of the women on here funny. And I actually wanted to talk to Steven about some of that. But
yeah, you think Lavlu's
it's good that you're here for this conversation, Zerka. Because
don't let me interrupt.
No. You're gonna make it a little bit more entertaining, I think.
Okay, I'll mute, I'll listen, and then I'll chime in.
No. I'm not even saying that. Like, I'm just glad you're here. That's all I'm saying.
Right.
Do I think Lavloon is hot? Yes.
Yeah.
Objectively, yes.
You'd hit that?
Do I think her personality is hot? No. I think that would kind of ruin the mood for me. See, with women, you gotta have a personality to go with the looks for me. Now, if I first met Lab and she was putting on the front, she was putting on because she knows how to switch. She can be one person one day and another person another day. I guess that's like most people. I don't want to objectify her and talk about if I would fuck her or nothing. But if we're just going off looks and her initial if she can put on the good front, I'd probably be interested.
The best pussy on earth is psycho bitches.
I've had fun times with girls with mental health issues. Let's put it like that. I don't want to say
where they're
psycho
trying to
bitches.
harm you.
No.
Yes. The best pussy you'll ever have is the girls who say, and I've had this happen to me. They go, "You fuck me over. I'm just gonna make up a lie and put you in jail and ruin your career, Zerka." And then I go, "Whoa, you're a nasty fucking bitch. What the fuck?"
I seriously have experienced that. I went through that with the girlfriend before this last one. Exactly what you just said. She wasn't happy with the way our living situation was. I was at work all the time. I was always working, so she decided to cheat on me, right? And so I'm like, okay, well, I caught you. I'm leaving. Peace. Yeah. Matter of fact, no, you're leaving. I pay the fucking rent here. Get the fuck out. And as soon as that happened, she started this whole. She knew I was on probation, so she contacted my probation officer. No, she went and got a restraining order. Women can just say whatever. They can say you hit him. No, this is so fucked up. A woman can go to the cops and say he hit me, no proof, no anything, and put a restraining order out on you, right?
Oh yeah, dude. I once got in trouble with a cop because I made a joke where the off-duty cop's like, "Did you hit her, Zerka?" And I said, "I wish I did." It was just a joke, right? No, that never happened. But yeah, no. My biggest fear is the cops coming to my doorstep over a lie. Because people like me who sound comedic, we always sound like we're telling a story, even if we're not. I say I hate women and people think I'm joking.
Yo, does this make you guys just on a totally different topic? I've been realizing this more lately, and it's so weird. Do you guys ever get awkward or not know what to say when people give you a lot of compliments? Does it make you feel cringy and shit?
Yeah, that's like when they sing "Happy Birthday."
Yeah, it's that same feeling. I don't even know how to respond because it's either you gotta make up a.
Gweston in chat. Your mom's an ugly whore. One in the chat if that's true for Gweston. Okay, go ahead.
No, I was just wondering. Does that guys make you feel awkward too? It's just a feeling I've always had my whole life. It makes me feel so fucking awkward when people give me compliments. It could be the most innocuous thing, like nice sneakers or something. Well, no, that's not that bad. But like any type of like personal praise, like yeah, you're so like I love your YouTube channel. You're so like insightful or this or that. I don't know. It just it's awkward. So I don't know if you guys ever felt that way. Maybe it's
It's
just
a lot of ones for Gweston's whore mom.
Well, I guess it's settled science then.
Philly, are you a YouTuber?
Yeah, but I'm on a completely different side of the internet. I don't
What do
do
you
politics at all. I cover inner city violence, gang violence.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, so you're a racist.
So what I've noticed, yeah, I hate black people, man.
Oh, you're one of those. You're one of those crime statistics guys.
What do you mean by that?
Like you hate me and my minority class, right? Are you
okay?
political?
So from what I've said, how the fuck did you get that?
It's called. That's just Zerka bait.
Am I political? Yes. Not on my channel, but like I am into politics. Yes.
Are you a sock dem?
I don't know what I am because I have a lot of conservative opinions, but I also have a lot of like straight up progressive opinions.
Conservative? What does the word conservative mean to you? Since everyone sees it differently, is it like
so like traditional,
limited government? Is it?
No. Well, those are part of it, but that's not what I'm talking about when I say conservative opinions. I'm just talking about like traditional gender roles, traditional limited government. Yes, like I don't. I would the less taxes, the better, in my opinion.
Do you like guns?
Abortion. I'm even like a little like you might. Yeah. Guns are fine. I don't like illegal guns. But other than that, guns are good.
Abortion is murder.
I don't agree with. I don't like abortion. But however, here's where I differ with a lot of conservatives. I don't feel like it should be in legislation. Me personally, I'm against it, but I don't think like you should legislate it out of existence.
You know,
people should have the choice.
I'm trying to spread a lot of like oral sex propaganda so young men become like me, where they just shoot nut in women's mouths to lessen the abortion thing. And that's not even a meme. I do enjoy it sexually more. That's like personal for me. But I feel like every man is going to enjoy oral more if you just tell them why it's hotter. Like everyone agrees, if we had a daughter and you found out she banged someone, you would cry. But if you found out your daughter got her mouth banged, you would be traumatized because it's a higher level of submission.
Yeah.
And that should be a fetish to men. Like if submission is not your fetish, you're not really in the business of winning. Like men need to dominate, or else they kind of play StarCraft and shit.
Look, bro, you're doing it all wrong. Do you know Casual Meow VR?
No.
VR sex is unironically the future. So what it is?
Yes, you don't even dominate girls, bro. You get your pussy in.
I do dominate. If you look up, there's a couple of videos online. If you look up Darius IRL sex, probably you can probably find a couple of things with me in there. And I'm a dominant guy. I've always been a dominant guy. You don't get those vibes?
But are you dominant to where she's on her knees and you're calling her trash?
I don't like doing that. That's a little rude. I
Okay,
did that.
so
No, but
dominant.
girls
You're not dominant.
unironic.
You're not dominant. You're a fucking pussy coward bitch.
What do you mean by dominate, Darius? What do you mean by that?
Like, there's this one time, like I was choking a lady, and I said like open your mouth, and then I spit on her.
Okay. That's just like rough sex. I don't know if that's like domination.
No. Darius, domination means every other guy who texts her doesn't excite her pulse. It's just the guy who called her trash that she responds to.
Well, I've in my personal experience, I'm not Zerka. You like to generalize. You like to say this is the way it is, but in my personal experience, I know that there are some women who like to be called a bitch and a dirty slut and all that during sex. They like that. I don't know why. They like to be.
Wrong. Look.
What?
It could be a girl like the girls on my show, or a total opposite like Farha. You seen Farha and me's content, right?
Yeah.
You see where I call her a dumb liberal bitch and she laughs? Women love to be called that. Women respond. It doesn't matter if she's a softie; she still likes it.
Outside the bedroom, I don't know, bro.
I didn't think that was real. But then I
No,
saw
it
that.
was outside the bedroom. Look at the content.
She laughed. Maybe it was a nervous laughter. I don't think women like that, Zerk.
It wasn't a nervous laughter. Go watch it. Women love it.
I will.
The problem is it's uncomfortable to. They don't like it because nobody says it anymore. But when it's normalized, like, dude, remember when LimeWire was out and Steven was a Nazi? We used to call people fucking F slurs, bro. We used to be.
Can we just
less
get a lady
soft.
in here? We can try it.
Yeah, get a lady in here. So we got to terrorize someone.
Zerka, you know any ladies you can bring in?
Oh, come on.
I'll
Kelly,
do the
join the call. Kelly's the most beautiful one.
You already have like a rapport with most women, so I'll try it.
Kelly is the most
no.
beautiful one,
When
but she's
Destiny when Destiny called Lav a bitch that day, it like the whole like it was like a DJ stopping the music moment. It was like everybody.
Oh
like,
yeah, that's because Destiny never called her that before.
I've been super nice to Straight Rate and she really likes me. Do you think I should start like switching over my maneuver?
Well,
Morning,
I
good
mean,
sir.
it's too late
What's
if you're
tonic?
known
try
as a
Zerka's
nice guy.
approach.
You can't show her you're phony. That's why day one on the internet I called everyone a bitch. They got to know who I am day one. It's too late for you guys.
Well, that's why it might work for you because they think you're joking.
I think.
They think
Yo,
you're joking.
Lab Loon is joining the call. Let's go.
So, all right, Destiny.
Where the ladies at?
I don't.
Give me roleplay with STV. Philly, can you just give me like a girl voice and I'll roleplay with you?
I'm good, bro.
Oh, come on, bro.
Zerka will. Go ahead, Zerka.
Well, what do you want me to do?
Can you do like can we just like roleplay? Because I don't think.
Well, hello. I'm a little white boy who loves to wear a dress. My name is Stephen Coward.
That's too real. I don't know if I can.
What, do I sound like Sushia?
What?
Yo, do you guys want to do a line? Do you guys do cocaine?
I've done coke once. I don't know. It's not that great.
Yo, Steven, you want to do a line?
Yeah, some trash ass coke.
Probably not with you, but maybe someday. Okay.
I don't think I've ever heard anybody say I've done coke and I. Would you say you didn't feel anything, or what would you just say, Darius?
Is that Steven? Darius got some weak shit.
Whatever I did, like it was like in my throat or whatever, and I was like, this sucks.
Yeah, that's what it is. I don't think. Yeah, it was just trash coke, but because coke is for losers. Yeah, it's not. It's not because here's the thing with coke. Yes, it's a good feeling, but it's so fucking addictive, man. That's the problem. Like it's so fucking addictive.
Holy shit, you do a lot of shit.
The guy told me like shove it in my nose, like, and I just like I like inhaled. That's what like you're supposed to like, right? You're supposed to just like sniff and then like shove it up there, like you're picking your nose.
Yeah, that's actually the best way to do it.
Is it actually?
Yeah, just like get a plate and just put a mound of coke on top of it and just like shove your face in the plate. That's probably the best way.
Is this really doing a joke? Oh yeah,
No,
I do
man,
have ADHD. Okay, so that makes sense.
You know what I love about people who do cocaine is they finally understand my content. They finally like my jokes. Everything changes. But the guys who smoke weed, they don't get me. You know? They
Wait,
just don't
what? I used to do coke like 10 years ago. I haven't touched drugs in 7 years besides weed. But I smoke weed and I find you fucking hilarious, bro.
Really?
Yes.
Oh,
unironically.
I'm worried I'm losing a bigger stoner audience. That's a lot of money I'm losing, bro.
Well, see, the problem is they can't, like, a lot of stoners just can't keep up.
Yeah.
You know? You'll say one thing and they're still thinking about the last thing you said, but you're on to the next joke and they're still trying to get the last one. That's the problem.
The problem is shrooms. That's the problem, Steven.
Zerka, listen, drugs are great. They are. But I don't think
Have you ever taken a shit on drugs? It's crazy, dude.
Oh my god.
I think that's where...
Have you ever not been able to take a shit because of drugs? Let me ask you that.
Like a constipation?
Yes,
part?
like opioid constipation.
Oh, no. The one thing that my mentor taught me is I'm never allowed to touch downers.
I couldn't imagine you on downers,
You know how you know you're not supposed to ever touch downers? Is because they are the most fun. They're the most fun you can have.
Unironically.
Like those, the doctor once gave me the codeine mixed with Percocet for painkiller. That was a blast. I watched the movie on it. It was insanity, bro.
Yo, so like drugs, it's weird to say, but I'm happy I had an addiction to drugs because that forced me to go to therapy and kind of not only for drug addiction therapy, but like the whole gambit, like going back to my childhood and unpacking things like why I even got addicted to drugs in the first place. I think if every single person in this country did some sort of therapy, I'm not saying like every week go see a psychiatrist, but somewhere where people can go and like just kind of talk through some of the shit they've been through in their life, I think we'd see a lot less like impulsive violence, a lot less just mental illness that we see run rampant throughout this country. Like therapy helps so much to kind of understand yourself. Like I'm not trying to
Therapy helps, but you must understand the human condition. We are men of violence. To be mankind is to be violent. You are born in a fallen, evil state. Hold on, I'll be right back. But you know what I mean? Like we're evil.
Certain aspects.
We need
aspects to that. Yeah.
before therapy, we need God. I'll be right back.
Well, we need a strong military. Yes, I don't think everybody should be violent. I don't think everybody should, think violence is the way of man. But strong military and all that. That's good. But no, seriously, I think everybody would greatly benefit from some sort of like just introspection and somebody to help you introspect. That's why I say like I'm grateful for my past addiction to drugs because without that I might, who knows where I would have went. But yeah, so I always tell people that.
Addicted to drugs, you would have been somewhere else. Wouldn't it have been a better thing? Like if you weren't addicted to drugs, you might have been like an astronaut or something. Wouldn't that be like?
I could. Yeah, no, that's yes, but I'm just saying. Well, from the time I got addicted to drugs, my life wasn't heading down that path. But when I did get addicted to drugs, my life just went downhill. Like, you know what I mean? And but my overall point is that I'm not happy like I was addicted to drugs. I'm happy of the result of that, which was it made me go to therapy, made me do a lot of introspection. They made me look inside myself and see why I treat people the way I do, why I, have this attitude with my father. Just a whole bunch of like shit that was kind of it helped me resolve these issues.
I think you can't just go to therapy normally though and figure stuff out.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. You don't have to get addicted to drugs to go to therapy. I'm just saying therapy is beneficial. It's humongously beneficial. Even if you don't think that you have any mental health issues, even if you don't have any mental health issues, therapy still, is going to help you tremendously. Whether it be like, even like, so I hear a lot of incels talking about, why the reason that, that they can't find meaningful relationships with the other sex. And I think it's all, you have to look inwards for that. You can't, society is the way it is. Yes, things are fucked up. Yes, there are women who are only interested in men with money. Yes, there are like a lot of aspects of the dating market that are skewed that benefit women. Yes, the judges will award, most of the time they'll award mother custody. But none of these reasons are a reason to be that you're an incel. I don't think. I think it all comes into like what you're what you're feeling inside, and I think unresolved trauma of some sort, or like Irrelevant would say, like he's socially stunted. He was inside playing video games a lot and never really learned how to socialize. That's what it all is. All these conversations are important about women and all that, but yeah, that's what that is. But I saw somebody in chat say, "Hurry up, get to your point while Zerka's going," and I think that's a good point because I want him here for this conversation, but
it's over. Your point is over.
No, I didn't even get to the real reason I even called that. Got in here. There was a reason. Because I always hear, during the last 4 months, I guess, I hear Destiny say like, through all the allegations and the bullshit and, you know, people saying this and talking shit about this person and their feelings about this, I always hear Steven say, like, you know, there is a conversation to be had here, but nobody is trying to have this conversation. And he was like, if you want to talk about, you know, he would say, if you want to talk about streamers, big streamers, and their relationship with little streamers and like the ethics of that, we can do that, but nobody wants to have that real conversation. And so here I am to have, I want to kind of have that real conversation.
What are we having a real conversation about? Sorry, I was reading something. Say that again.
No, so you always say like through all this stuff with Lav and Mr. Girl, you're like, you know, there are conversations to be had here. Speaking about specifically like streamers, big streamers big streamers like having a sexual relationship with smaller streamers, or, you know, their orbiters. I think before Max went on to this whole other shit, he kind of had a point he was trying to make about the way your relationship with orbiters are, and your relationship, or like the ethics of you having any sort of sexual relationship with either smaller streamers or orbiters. And you would always say, like, there's a conversation to be had there, but everybody's getting distracted by all this other bullshit, and we can never have that conversation. So I wanted to know if I wanted to see if I can kind of initiate that and see, like, where you stand with your feelings toward this now.
Yeah, knock us out. Wait, before we do this, though, we have to have cameras, otherwise my YouTube guy will kill me.
Oh, shit, cameras. Okay, so here's my thing. Here's my problem. With the work I do on my YouTube channel, I try to keep my face as anonymous as possible. I think I've shown it like once or twice on the internet, but
okay, fuck it.
You have a humongous stream, bro. Like,
all right, you're fine. I'll put the box.
It's a question of safety. It's a question of safety with me. But Zerka, get on cam. Darius, get on cam.
I got you. Just hang on.
Nova says, okay, leave the call then. I'm the one who initiated the conversation. The fuck would I leave for?
Damn. Okay, what's up?
I notice your chat always has a lot of yeah, I'm just ugly, says SA20. Okay, so all right. All right, so Steven, are you able to have this conversation? Oh, first of all, do you mind me calling you Steven, or would you rather me call you Destiny? I don't.
Destiny's good. I'm sorry, Steven's fine. Steven's fine.
You can call him a little bitch as well.
Do you know if Fnatic is watching?
Is he?
I don't know. If Fnatic's watching, call me Massa. But if it's just you and me, we can call me Steve. That's good. But anytime Fnatic is watching, I have to be as racist as possible on the stream to further his narrative. So, but I don't think he's watching right now, so you can just call me Steven. That's good.
Well, are you able, like, so honestly, are you able to have this conversation? Like, do you want to have this conversation right now? Because I know there's a lot of bullshit going on in the background.
Yeah,
Mr. Girl in the lab.
Knock yourself out.
Okay. All right. So what are your feelings on, just in general, bigger streamers having a sexual relationship with like significantly smaller streamers? Like, I'm not saying like a difference between like, you know, 50,000 or 100,000 subs, but like somebody who either doesn't have a streaming career yet or like is, you know, very young in it. Like, what do you think it's ethical, or do you have any issues with it at all?
I would say I'd call it a red flag. It's like a area to proceed with caution, I think is what I would say.
And what kind of caution would you proceed with, like, personally? Like, what do you think, like, you should look out for?
Like for me?
Yeah, so for like somebody your size, like say, for you, somebody your size.
Well, like, let me try to understand your question. Is it like what should I personally look out for, or like what should people that are like in my position look out for?
Somebody in your position, not
okay,
you. So
yeah.
that's
So
what I'm
like,
saying. I want to
having sex
kind of
with
separate
streamers or people in your orbit. You probably shouldn't be gating content by sexual favors. You should try to be really careful to separate out like personal feelings from like professional stuff. If you're giving people like access to things, I think that's kind of like the big. That's like kind of like the classic error. I think that carries over from like teachers fucking students or bosses fucking employers. Like that's always the issue, is you don't want somebody to feel like if they say no to something, it's gonna like damage their career.
True. I agree. So like the Jerry Springer show, right? You remember that? Of course you do.
Yeah.
So if Jerry Springer were to be like having sexual relationships with this guest before he brought him out, and then he brought him out and did the regular show and everything went as regular. But then it turns out like it comes out and it's out in the media. What would your, like, if you were reacting to that story, what would you say?
I'd have to have more details about like the nature of the relationships, I guess.
So like one day before the show, like he had already booked her on the show, and he comes into her green room and sits next to her and like starts flirting with her, and she's like, Jerry, I've always, like, if I ever were to have a sex with the old man, it'll be you. And he's like, well, you know, there's no camera, whatever, and they just do it, and they do something in there. She sucks his dick. I don't know.
And this is like before the show's aired? I say it's probably not a good thing.
Yeah, this is before the show's aired, but she's already picked to be on the show. It's not like conducive of, you know, her getting on the show or anything, right?
Maybe. I don't know if she knows that, but
even look.
No, she's already there. She's already there. She's already in the green room. She knows she's about to go on. All right. So I guess I'll just put this caveat in there. It's not conducive of her going on the show. Either she would have done it or not. But in her mind, like you said, in her mind, she'll be thinking like, well, if I do this, I might get favor on the show, right?
Yeah, I guess potentially.
And so, like, even if he was to say to her, listen, it's going to be a lot of crazy shit going on out there. Are you okay? Would you trust her answer then? Like, if she was to say, yeah, I'm fine. Like, would you trust her answer? Or would you think, like, no, she's really not fine?
I feel like this would be a dicey situation. You're taking, like, basically a civilian, and then you're having, like, the host of the show, like, banging them before coming on. Like, probably, it's some dicey area. I'd probably say it's probably not okay.
All right, I think most people would, but when I'm thinking about this, I'm trying to think about why it wouldn't be okay. Like, because we all know that producers or, like, you know, castmates or even, you know, coworkers have sexual relationships all the time.
Yeah, but it's a little different because they're like coworkers, right? They're like on more of an even playing field, kind of.
Well, even more than coworkers, even like supervisor or underling.
That
like,
stuff gets more dicey, though, right? I think we generally condemn.
Yeah. Right, but what I'm saying is why though, like
the reason why is generally because the problem is that when you're propositioning somebody for sex, they need to have a clear way to be able to say no without feeling like something is at stake. And that's
and you don't think that they're able to do that, like
they don't know. That's the problem, right?
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So. That's that. Okay, I see where you're coming from on that. Now, so I bring that up because, like, there was a couple of, most of the time your streams are fine, they're like cool, I don't have no issues with them, but like last October, I guess it was, that whole thing with Lav, specifically the day when she came on and Darius was there, I think Abba was there, a couple more people were there, but like Darius was like screaming at her, calling her a bitch and all this other stuff. And this is like after you and her had started whatever, like, y'all relationship. But I guess it had ended at that point, but she was still coming on stream. Let me preface this by saying I am not defending Lav. I do not agree with anything she does on the internet. I think she needs to go, like, chill somewhere. I don't like, so I want to decouple defensive Lav with this conversation. I just want to have this conversation for what it is. I like what they're doing to you right now is abhorrent. I don't think what they're doing is warranted. Anything they've said is warranted. I don't think you abuse orbiters. I don't think any of that.
Yeah, you're good.
However, no. I just want to preface that because I know people are going to be like, oh, he's just on here to defend Lav or whatever. But like, so all right, so like I said, that episode or that stream happened and Darius was going in on her, and I think that was the same one that you told her to shut up, stupid bitch, and let you finish. So the problem I have with stuff like that is not, you know, you having a sexual relationship with people with smaller streamers or orbiters. My issue is like, I guess all the aftermath that happened afterwards, right? You've got her saying like, dealing with this community is causing her mental stress or whatever, and then like more recently, like a few days ago, there was that call where you were on your phone and you called into the Discord talking to Lav. This is the last time you talked to her, so I know you know what I'm talking about. Okay, so my main point is like, do you think it's, well, obviously you do, but why do you think it's ethical to monetize those personal, those like your personal relationships, like especially if one person's claiming it's abusive, which it most likely isn't, but
I don't know if it would be ethical, but I don't typically talk about those types of relationships. Like Lav was the one that brought all of that stuff out, like not me. I would usually keep that stuff private.
Yeah, I know. I heard you say it a million times. Like, even you would try to stop Lav from talking about like y'all relationship. Like, I remember, like you don't like to put that out in public, but once it is out in public, I understand you have to defend yourself like from accusations. I have no problem with that. But like, I guess, telling like if she's saying like, okay, I felt like this after our relationship, but I don't know why I felt like this, but this is how it made me feel, right? Are you judging that more off of like, or are you judging your belief of her off of more like what you think it should be, or like are you genuinely thinking like, okay, this girl could, even if the reality is different than the situation, this girl feels like, you know, some type of way about this community or the way I've been treated by this community.
Hold on, I'm totally lost right now. What exactly are we talking about right now?
Okay, so
are you talking about just that talk that I had with her, or are you talking about like her being on my stream in general, or what?
Oh, well, I'm talking about all of it, but like right this second, I'm gonna try to be as clear as possible. Okay, so if Lav or any girl is claiming that she feels, like, I don't remember her exact words, but she was claiming that she felt abused by your community.
Yeah,
not a lying bitch.
If somebody feels like they're being abused, and I would probably say like, hey, like then you should probably like disconnect. Like we should like not have you. Yeah, that's probably what I would say.
Right. Okay, I get that, and you're right. They should disconnect, and they probably should not interact with your community if they feel abused. But do you feel like the drama of all that, of your personal life, of her personal life, of all this stuff, and then like, I guess the like, do you think it? So you don't have a problem with monetizing that, like, because it could be mental health, like, right? Like she could be like seriously have serious mental health problems,
or she
right?
could have the spirit of Jezebel and she's just an evil person. Ever thought of that?
Yeah,
monetize. I guess it depends on like how aggressive they are towards me. I guess that's gonna be like a case by case. Like for Anna for a while, I felt like this might be like unethical, but then like she was like constantly talking about me on her stream all the time anyway, and I'm like, well, fuck it. Like if she's monetizing it, like I mean, I might as well then if that's where we're gonna go. But like
you've admitted that you go ahead. I'm sorry, not to cut you off. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but like if somebody was like genuinely like, hey, like this is like upsetting to me, or like I can't handle this anymore, or like this is like I think I have like issues or whatever, then I'm like, okay, well then we probably shouldn't do this anymore, right? So after I got a better understanding of Anna, we had that talk, and I was like, okay, fine, I'll remove everything and we'll stop talking, which we kind of had tried several times in the past. But yeah, I don't like it's very rare that I genuinely want somebody to get hurt on my stream. That's like super rare, unless I like super fucking hate the person and I'm doing like something like a takedown to destroy their life, like Kethels or Bob7 or somebody.
So you're saying like if you know that they have if you know like I guess as well as you could know that they have mental health issues, that you wouldn't push that relationship further or try to like, you know, make content out of it.
No, it's probably pretty unethical in general. But again, it's going to depend on what we mean by mental health issues. Like if somebody's just like, oh, like I've got BPD and autism, and but they're like throwing themselves in and they're attacking me constantly and all this shit, like I would probably say like, well,
wouldn't that be why they're like throwing themselves in and attacking you? Like, because
or no, they could just be a shitty. How do I tell them it's a shitty person and somebody with 15 different self-diagnoses? Like, no, I'm not going to be a punching bag for somebody just because I'm being like extra. I think I already am pretty cautious with people. If I'm not going to be a punching bag just because somebody's got 15 different self-diagnoses and they still want to shit on me constantly everywhere.
So when you say that, like, so let's just talk about laughs specifically, since this is the most recent thing, and this is what, like, you know, is most relevant to what I'm talking about. Okay, so like I said, so let's go back to that stream in October. I don't remember the date, but like even from like the thumbnails and like the titles of the videos, somebody knew that she was, she had mental health issues, because
yeah, a little bit, but like she's an adult and she's surrounded by other adults, and they're making decisions consciously to monetize their, like, attacking me constantly. So yeah, of course I'm going to monetize that. Why would I not? Like,
Steven, did you say what position you had her?
If they're going to monetize me and they're going to like keep riling that up over and over and over again, then of course I will too, right?
Was there any descriptive things about the sex encounter? Like, did you guys talk about positions and stuff?
I'm just ignoring Zarka.
Okay, it's not a troll. I want to know what was leaked. Like, let me have the fantasy like everyone else. What the fuck?
Well, so Zerka, when I said I wanted you here for the conversation, I wanted you to like add to it, because you give your genuine
Masonic literature and the Black Pope and then meme shit.
No. Here's why I can't add. Because if I mess up one word, Steven won't take me serious. So if I said, what position did you guys fuck in? He can answer that. If I say, what position did you have her in? And I imply that the male is putting her in that position, Steven will think, oh, it's a trap. So it's hard to talk with these fucking blue people. I want to know, did they leak how they had sex? Like, was it descriptive?
They didn't have sex. Stop.
What? Yes, they did?
Oh, I'm lost then.
Nope, we just hooked up. Okay, can you just ignore Zarka and keep going? Or we're going to be here forever, like, doing dumb shit.
All right, they didn't have sex. My bad.
Steven, do you remember the last thing you said? I'm sorry, I really got distracted.
To her?
I just said that in general, like, if somebody else is like trying to monetize like my fucking pain and shit, and they're gonna try to make a whole production and shit, then of course I will too, right?
Yep. Okay, but so you're like, this is what I'm talking about. You're the bigger creator, right? Like you should, not you should. I hate those statements. If I were you, let's put it like that, I would want to like set the standard. Like, okay, like, because
you wouldn't.
You recognize you have a whole.
No, you wouldn't. You would go really hard, and you would probably try to fucking kill the person. Unironically, that's what you. That's what most people would do. Yeah, this idea that like you're the bigger streamer, so you can handle people like constantly trashing you without you being able to respond at all. That is fantastic. I don't.
No. That's not what I'm saying. Like, I'm not saying don't respond. I'm not saying let people like trash you.
Sorry, that's what you were saying. I'm sorry. You said I'm the bigger person. I don't know what you meant by that. Then go ahead.
Well, no, I meant you're the bigger streamer. So you have a ripple effect on how we handle these situations, like how situations ought to be handled, right?
Okay.
As the biggest streamer in this space, wouldn't it be better if you like set the example, like you had to talk with her, whatever happened in October?
I called her after stream and had an hour chat with her. I've had 2 long conversations with her in text afterwards as well. I have made an effort to do those things. To tell her to stop talking about me, we'll stop talking about each other. It'll be okay. I have made that effort.
You do that with Mr. Girl as well?
Nope. I think he removed me once he realized I was able to get information about girls he was talking to by checking our mutuals.
So, I understand how you feel about this situation, Destiny. I wouldn't like it either.
Wait, no, stop! Don't. Oh my God, hold on! Don't patronize me, okay? I don't care about the situation. I didn't rape anybody. I don't care. You can be frank. It's okay. But the
can I be frank?
No. I'm just saying what I did. Like, you asked me about the like talking to somebody offline to make sure whatever. I already did that. I did do that. I made an effort to do that. Yes.
Well, no, I was more about saying like talk to your audience about like, okay, like this is not even your audience, just like in a video or whatever. Like, because you have a clear grasp of what's going on here. Like, you hooked up with a mentally ill girl. She wanted to clout chase off of your stream. It didn't go the way she wanted it to. She thought she could
whoa. Okay, now you're doing the Anavar style framing where he's fucking mentally ill people, bro. That you're saying she has no responsibility.
I'm talking about now. I'm not saying no. I'm talking about like now that he has
no, dude,
picture of the situation.
The way they define mental health now is that anyone could be ill. So if you frame that Steven's fucking mentally ill girls, I'm chilling on a call who's fucking mentally ill girls. I'm chilling with that guy. Is that what you're trying to frame? That's retarded,
There's
bro.
no problem with having sex with mentally ill girls. That's not what I'm saying.
All right, well, I'll tell you, this Mr. Girl's gonna use what you're saying.
Okay. That's why I asked Destiny, was he comfortable having this conversation?
I am comfortable, but you're talking to Zerka now. I don't know what you want. If you want to talk to Zerka, you talk to Zerka. But
right,
nothing he says is going to be like
back.
of good contributions. I don't know why you're responding to anything he's saying. But if you're going to keep talking, go
All
for
right,
it.
I'm going to step back. Let Steven drown. I guess Steven loves.
No, he's not drowning. He's doing.
You're still talking to Zerka. You're still doing
fine.
it.
All right, so Destiny, Steven. Okay. Like, you have a clear grasp of the situation. Like, you know the position you're in. You know the position she's in. You know the position. Stop. You know the position that you know, the community likes to frame things as, or whether it be real or not. So you have like literal control.
Yeah,
of how
I do.
this
Can you
goes
just get to
down.
the point? Holy shit! Just get to the point, please. Yes, I'm in the position. I'm the bigger streamer. Yes, I understand. Okay, what is your point?
My point is, so don't just say like, oh well, if people attack me, you know, why shouldn't I be able to attack them? That because that's not what I'm saying. What I am saying is that, like, that's why I was asking you about the Jerry Springer stuff, like. Because I compare a lot of those streams to like a Jerry Springer show. Like, you know, you're watching these people arguing about personal shit, and you know all this shit's going on, and you'll chime in every few seconds.
The difference with Jerry Springer though is Jerry Springer's talking to like civilians. These are like random people. I'm talking to other like streamers. I think that's a bit of a difference. What these guys are like? Lav she was a streamer. Like these guys are all like in like content creation and doing shit online.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
I think if I was just dragging on like normie girls that I'd met, and then like we had like huge sexual relationships, and then there's like a lot of drama shit blowing up, I think that would feel like significantly different than like other streamers.
In the grand scheme of things, aren't they normal girls though? Like,
bro, Lav has like 600,000 fucking followers on TikTok. What do you mean? Like,
okay, but
600,000.
So you can have 600,000 followers on TikTok and go on Jerry Springer too. That means absolutely nothing. Like,
yeah, it would change the way I would view it. Yeah, of course it would. If Jerry Springer hooked up with some random normie that he had on his show versus he invites like Amaranth and they hook up, yeah, I would view those two situations a lot differently. Yeah.
Okay, but Amaranth is obviously not just a normal girl with 600,000 followers on TikTok.
So what's the cutoff? I'm just saying that she's like in content creation. I would view it a bit differently.
She's a bigger streamer than arguably a bigger streamer than yourself.
You're missing the point. Okay, switch out her with Indie Fox, or switch out her with any, I don't know, with any other girl streamer.
Okay, yeah, 600,000 TikTok, which is like 3 on YouTube.
Yeah, really, for real. Like that's nothing.
You're not going to
a normal girl. She's a normal girl.
You're not going to compare her social media presence to Steven's. That's retarded. Steven's way bigger.
Lav. You're talking about.
Lav is a nobody, bro. That's why she's biting onto Steven. She's a nobody, right?
Steven, unironically, that's my point. Like she's a nobody. Like she not in a denigrating way, but like compared to you, she is just like a regular girl off the street.
Yeah, I don't view it that way at all. She was active.
She had aspirations.
She was active in a lot of these communities. She was going on these panels constantly. She's friends embedded in a lot of these communities. She was friends with a lot of people on Cozy TV. She knew a lot of like mutual people. She's like a famous fucking musician. She knows fucking like famous celebs and shit. There's a video of Billie Eilish saying she would have wished she would have written one of the songs she'd written. She's like reached out to people like Hassan Piker. Like I don't view her as just a normal person at all.
Okay.
All right. I don't think that even takes away from my point, though.
Philly, what is your point?
My point is that, well, he said he thinks it is ethical. Like, I'm talking about monetizing people with mental health, having a hard time dealing with this community, and like having these breakdowns or these freaking like meltdowns and monetizing it, and then like, I just was wondering. We're having a conversation about bigger streamers, smaller streamers, and I'm just trying to get some ground rules on how he feels about it.
You're trying to say in a rude way.
I don't have nothing rude to say to him.
Your dad, Steven, is he not
wishes he wouldn't do it, but what I wish he wouldn't do it. But what am I going to do? Come on here and say you shouldn't do this? No. I'm really just trying to talk with him.
You're dancing around what you want to say. You want to say, Steven, are you going to quit using your big influence to fuck and put your cock inside of these mentally ill bitches?
I don't care if he does that. I care if he monetizes the fallout from inevitably what happens. Like but if he's comfortable doing that, that's fine. That's what I'm here to talk about. I'm not here to accuse him or or like pin him against the wall.
Well, I mean,
Just
like
wanna talk about
descriptively,
it.
it's kind of important, like where we're at in reality-wise, because like I don't think I would be comfortable doing that. I don't think I generally want to do that type of content. But I don't think I do. But it seems
you
like
said that.
Yeah, but it seems like you think I
Huh?
do. But so we're having like a.
I think you did on
Yeah, I
that
know.
one time. I know you're
so
not comfortable doing it.
Well, yeah. So,
Go
but
ahead.
it seems like we have like a factual disagreement, like on the facts of the matter, right? That's why I'm saying it's kind of important.
Okay, all right. So let's get to the facts of the matter because you would know more of the facts than me. So you'll probably educate me, but we'll see. Okay, the facts of the matter. You met Lav a couple years ago. Y'all talked on Discord or whatever y'all talked. Y'all talked offline or off stream, and you ended up messing with her sometime between the end of last year and the beginning of last year, end of 21, beginning of 22. All right.
Okay.
Am I cool on the timeline so far?
I don't know
Okay,
if it matters
so
much,
y'all-
but yeah, go for it.
All right, so y'all messed around for a couple months, whatever. Y'all met up, hooked up. Okay, boom. Then Lav starts coming on stream, and she comes on to it has a debate about porn, the ethics of OnlyFans and pornography and all that. She berates a couple people on stream, says some things that she doesn't even believe, which she now admits to. Okay, boom. So that happens. Your community, I don't think they know about you guys' relationship yet, but your community, then they had some things to say about that. Now, I'm not saying they're right. I'm not saying they're wrong, but she felt as though she got a lot of unfair treatment from your community. And I think even you as much as recognize this because you even said that she was part of that anti-misogyny art. Like the way that she was treated, you didn't like that. You didn't like, and you wanted to kind of change things like that, like the way that female people or female streamers are treated when they come on. Am I good so far?
Yeah.
Okay. Then there's that one day that I'm talking about specifically, like where everything seemed to turn, where she came on stream to defend or to say, like, basically, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just some 24-year-old girl. I'm not even into politics. I just want to talk my feminism stuff. I'm not used to the blowback or whatever, and I don't like it, right?
Okay.
And then, like, there was a couple. I don't remember all the characters, but there was like 3 or 4 or 5 people on the call. One of them being Darius, and he ends up like screaming at her, "Lav, you dumb bitch! I paid for your OnlyFans," and saying all the shit he said. People were laughing at that, whatever. Okay, that's fine. But then, like, I don't know when this was found out, when this was said. But then Lav, and Mr. Girl start their thing, and that kind of put an end to.
Okay, hold on. Okay, we gotta get to the point. Holy shit, we're telling my whole fucking story, my whole life story. Just get to where you want to go. Yeah, Jesus.
When you found out that she could or could not have mental illness,
I don't know if she has. I don't think she. Wait! Stop! I don't know if she has mental illness. You haven't even established this yet. I don't think that's true. I think she has a personality disorder.
She said she does.
No, she claims a lot of shit, but she lies constantly about everything. I've never seen a diagnosis of mental illness from her or whatever. Well, like I don't. And even if she has mental illness,
going off her behavior.
What mental? Her behavior, bro. Everybody in this space has mental illness. Then, like, give me a what is like a
I
clear.
don't disagree.
Give me like a clear cut thing. Like, what has she done that's like, what is her mental illness that makes her like incapable of, like, I have to treat her with kid gloves while she shits on me?
I'm not saying you have to treat her with kid gloves. I'm just saying I guess monetizing that part of your personal life. Like, are you, so you're fine doing that. So like, all right, so Mr. Girl said, like somebody may end up harming themselves from the fallout from what happens in your community.
Oh, wow.
Do you find that like outlandish or like inconceivable?
I just made 2. Do I? Wait, say that one more time. Sorry.
All right, Mr. Girl has said one time he said that somebody might harm themselves from the fallout of the treatment from your community.
Yeah, it's possible.
Do you think? Oh, so you do think that's possible?
But yeah, anything's possible. Right. Sure.
No, but like, do you think that's an outlandish statement? Like, that's like,
yeah, it's pretty stupid. Like, anybody could hurt themselves, self-harm themselves from like dealing with online communities. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think I do anything that especially makes somebody suicidal. And I think I take appropriate precautions to try to make sure people are relatively safe. But I mean, like, there's a combative space. People come into these combative spaces. She was one of the most combative people, one of the most disgusting people that were in this space. She was constantly attacking other people in really disgusting ways. She continues to engage in that behavior today on her Twitter. So I don't feel bad or guilty about it at all.
I feel like the signs of mental health or mental illness are there, and they've been there all along. And when I say that, like, so what I'm talking about is the constant.
Wait, if they've been there all along, where was the first time that you were like, oh?
When she was crying on stream the one day, talking about how much it affected her.
So at that point, should I have told her, okay, you're not allowed to come on stream anymore?
Yeah, I would have.
Okay.
Yes.
What do you think she would have said if we would have fucked, or we have hooked up, then we have a thing on stream where she cries, and then I say, now you're not allowed on anymore? What do you think she would have said to that?
If you would have said, because I'm worried for your mental health, I don't think I'm going to engage with you anymore. What would she have said? It doesn't really matter what she have said, but you would have done
No, it wouldn't have. She would have said, you got what you wanted from me, you hooked up, then you got me to cry on stream, and now you're done with me. You don't want me on stream anymore. That's what the feeling would have been.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, no, Philly.
But that's fine, though. But
how is that fine? Then they'd be writing.
Though.
No, I don't even agree that is my part. My responsibility. These are adults. If these were 17-year-olds, I would agree with you, right? But these aren't 17-year-olds. These are adults. My responsibility is to say, like, hey, listen, there's a lot of shit going on right now. How do you feel? Talk to me about it. You're an online influencer. You got a platform. You tell me. And she said, okay, well, I feel okay. You know, it's fine. I'm like, okay. So I checked in.
Yeah.
That's where my responsibility starts and stops.
Unfortunately, they're not.
Okay, then you can't say that Jerry Springer shouldn't have sex with the people that come. You can't in one breath say that. And
I don't
say,
view
like,
her. She's not like a random civilian person. She's like an online. She's part of this world. Jerry Springer having sex with a random show contestant is like a totally different thing.
You said, all right. So that's what we disagree on. Like, she's a part of this thing. Like, she's a part of this space. She's the only reason she is because of you, right? Like, she had no connection to this space really beforehand. She tried to assign and other people, but for the most part, anybody in the space knows of her because of you.
Okay.
And then after this thing with you, like, even you said it, like, after the drama with me, she's gonna go back to like 50 viewer Andy. So like, she's not this prominent part of this space or anything. She was doing. She was on panels. She was engaging with other content creators. She has friends in this space. She has a TikTok. Because of you, bro. They would never have talked to her if it wasn't off of you. You know that.
Right? She's a hot fucking girl. She's a hot white girl. Of course, people would have talked to her otherwise.
Dude, she could DM any YouTuber and hey, hi, you're cute, and they'd have her on. What are you talking about?
That's literally how she got onto my shit. She DM'd me and hit on me, and then we started chatting. I was like, okay, fine. And then like a year later, she's like on my fucking stream.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll see. Like, if she still has any presence in this space after this whole drama.
She was literally going on panels again and shit like a couple weeks ago. That's how this whole thing blew up again. Is because she started talking about me again and shit.
Talking about you, right?
Bro,
like, that's what I'm saying.
You're underestimating the power of hits, bro.
Power? No. She's a hot girl. I already said that. Like, I'm sure there's coomers and shit that will follow her just because. But my whole point is that
Bro,
like, if Destiny would have said what he said, like, okay, after the whole thing with her crying, and he was like, all right, listen, I don't think it's good for you coming on this.
No, it's not my. She's an adult, bro. I'm not here to make that decision.
But that's where the mental health issue comes in.
Bro,
sometimes
I don't have a diagnosis. You can't even prove to me. You don't even know she has a mental health issue. I'm not here to tell somebody. No, you can't.
I can't. You're right.
Oh yeah. So
I'm not saying that I can.
So I'm not here to like tell somebody like, sorry, like I'm diagnosing you with a mental disorder, and I'm now revoking your autonomy.
You're guilty, Steven.
I didn't say revoke her autonomy.
Yes, you are. You're saying you're not allowed on my. You can't make this decision on whether or not it's healthy for you to be on my stream. So I'm gonna make it for you. That's what you're telling me to do.
But look what happened afterwards, bro. Spiraled into this whole. If the crying wasn't evidence of mental illness, I think the last 4 months have to be.
No, it's still not crime. It's still not evidence of mental. It's evidence of anything. It's of a personality disorder. And again, I'm not here to like.
What are personality disorders, Steven?
Person like NPD or like
What's NPD?
like narcissistic personality disorder, borderline personality disorder, bipolar.
That's mental health. That's mental health issues.
Issues and mental health illness is different. If somebody literally had Down syndrome or was like developmentally delayed, and I was like taking advantage on the stream, that's a way different thing than like somebody has like some sort of like personality issue or personality disorder.
Well, so if having a personality or disorder makes you more certain ones like borderline personality disorder, that makes you more prone to things like suicide. I think that like I'm not saying that like you should have.
Bro. Philly, women don't even kill themselves.
I'm not saying that she was going to kill herself.
Okay,
I'm not saying that she was going to kill herself. It seems like every time I try to have a conversation about these things, it's like taken as a personal attack or something.
I'm not taking anything as a personal attack. You're the one that keeps like caveating a million times. I'm
sorry, I'm looking at chat.
Why are you? Well, you're talking to me. Who cares about chat?
It's just like all right. So yes, so if I were you, who cares if I were you? But if I were you. That is the step I would have taken. Once I saw this girl crying on my stream, and I had I liken it to this.
If I was you, is a different thing than like this is like the morally correct thing to do, right?
Yeah, right. Okay, so let me take that out of it. I think the reason the morally correct thing to do is to like disengage from people like that is because you don't want if that were to happen one day, they're gonna blame you. That that. So
I don't care.
Don't you want to avoid that?
I'm not looking to live my life in a way that like people can't blame me. I'm just trying to make sure that I'm doing the things that I think are my ethical obligations to do. That's all I care about.
Yeah.
If someone wants to blame me for somebody's suicide or whatever, then fucking knock yourself out. I guess that's on you. But like, I'm not here to like
monetizing it is the problem. Not
everything I do on stream is monetized. That's the
Philly. Think about what you're saying. Like no memes. You're almost assuming it's more ethical for Steven to do his fuck shit in the shadows. It's kind of nice.
I'm not saying he's doing fuck shit. I don't think he's doing fuck shit. I don't think he's done anything wrong. I don't think he's done anything wrong. I honestly don't. I'm just saying. I'm just trying to talk to him.
If you notice, the transparent guy gets so much shit for being transparent, but the only reason we know there's even a slight problem is because he's transparent. And everyone else will just do it in the shadows. I'm pretty sure this man is innocent.
Wow.
Pretty sure.
I agree. No. I think he is 100%. I don't think he does anything like, unethical towards like these relationships. I don't think that. I'm just saying. So, just to reiterate, the monetization of mental health issues is my problem, and the way I'm trying to get to that is by using Lab as an example. This is not, excuse anything she's done, but so that's just where I stand with that. If you disagree, I guess that's where we're gonna have to, leave it at. But
I would need like a clear, like here's like an actual like documented, or like I have very strong reason to believe there's like a big mental health issue here that I need to like intervene to like remove her autonomy for. That's like that's a decently high bar for me if I'm gonna make that decision.
Didn't she say she was suicidal?
She told me that afterwards. I didn't know that during the time. I don't even believe she was suicidal. I think she's saying that shit for attention. I don't think she was ever suicidal. Or if she was, it's because afterwards she admitted it's because she was weaning off of her benzos. But nothing I did made her suicidal. I don't believe that for a second.
Holy shit.
So wait. You're saying that you can't diagnose people's mental illness, but you can tell if they're faking suicide, ideology.
I don't believe... First of all, one of those things is way easier than the other. Okay? But... in general, I don't know if she'd never had ever given any indication of like ever being suicidal before. So of course my feelings of that are going to be, oh my god.
Right, I've had girls that that have threatened suicide when I said I'm going to break up with them. I don't believe them, and I know that it is. You can, obviously you can decipher if a girl's just saying shit. So you think that she was just saying that, and that's not true. All right, you already said that. I don't need you to repeat that. You don't believe her. Okay. Well, then in that case, if you don't believe her and you don't think that there's a chance that happened,
wait, hold on. Wait, stop. Even if that was true, she didn't say that until like yesterday. That's the first time I've ever heard her in my life. If she would have been saying on stream, "Hey, I'm feeling suicidal," then I probably would have said, "Okay, yeah, you're probably done coming on stream then."
Yeah. And is that the case now?
Well, no. Now it's different because they're constantly attacking me. So I'm gonna view it a lot different. I don't care if she has a mental health issue or not. I'm gonna defend myself.
I think the defense is that they have mental health issues. Like,
I can't defend myself from allegations like that saying, oh no, they have mental health issues. What?
That's like saying you can't go to war with retards when they're attacking you.
Yeah. Well, that is unironically what you're saying.
No, okay, I guess that is how that sounds. Yeah, because like, I think you're innocent, and I guess you know you're innocent.
Stop saying that. I don't care. I don't think you're attacking me. You don't have to keep.
No. What I'm saying is like, so I guess like you do have, because like if you truly feel like, okay, I'm innocent and these people are attacking me for no reason, like I don't fault you for wanting to defend yourself. So I guess I'll back off at that point, because I do agree with you. Like, yeah, if somebody's attacking you, I don't care if they're like, you know, literally like have Down syndrome. If they're attacking you, you could, you know, say something back. So yeah. So my biggest thing was like monetizing what I believe to be like mental illness, and yeah, and you like cutting people off if you see they're too mentally ill to engage with this community healthily. Because I don't think it's healthy to be crying because of some words on Reddit, and I don't think it's healthy to like go off on this whole tirade against you because you know, she feels like your community is attacking her, or your community said mean words to her. I don't feel like that's mentally healthy, and I feel like yeah, like that is those are the people that if anybody were to commit suicide, those would be the type of people I'd be worried about. Like, I'm not worried about like Wicked Supreme coming on here and like the chat shitting on him and him going to fucking kill himself, or like any other like female, Katie or Kelly Jean. Like, they get a lot of shit from your community, a lot, but they have never expressed, you know.
Okay, but like I'm pretty sure Kelly Jean actually has like real mental illnesses. So why?
Right.
Wait, so why are you not worried about her?
Because she hasn't expressed that it's affecting her at all. And if she was to, I would expect you to kind of reel it back in. You know,
okay, but Lav hadn't expressed that it was affecting her at all. When I asked her, she said she was fine.
Well, of course she's going to say she's fine. Like, that's why I said, like, what if...
No, it doesn't even make sense chronologically, because in her most recent video, she says, I'm doing great right now. I restored my relationships with my family. I'm doing awesome right now. I'm doing great. So even right now, it doesn't make sense.
More evidence of mental illness.
But
she's obviously not doing great.
Hold on, we got to take your
obviously not doing great.
How is it obvious for anyone? Like,
her behaviors. Okay, her behaviors are obvious. Okay, she can say whatever she wants, but her behavior, crying, that's a behavior. That's not her saying something. Like, changing her name, falsely accusing people. All this stuff is like lying constantly. These are all behaviors that are signals to people who are attuned to these things that somebody is having some mental health issues. Are they immune from criticism?
We gotta like clarify, because I don't know what you're talking about like half the time. When you say mental health issues or mental illness, what these mean very different things. Is this like a mentally ill person that needs to be like protected from themselves, or is it somebody having?
I don't know.
Like, okay, that's important.
That's why I say mental health issues, because I don't know what it is.
Okay, but it's like you're saying like we need to treat people with heart attacks, and you're ignoring people with heart attacks. And I was like, what do you mean I'm ignoring people with heart attacks? Like, well, this guy said he had chest pain. It's like those are two totally different things.
Yeah, but yeah, okay. Those are totally two different things, but I don't think that's analogous to what I'm saying, because I'm not. Have I ever used mental illness? Have I even said that?
Yes.
Yes.
I think
like
I've been saying mental. I think I've been saying mental health the whole time. If I have been saying mental illness, I've probably been confusing the fuck out of you.
You're talking about suicide.
Yeah, you've been saying mental illness a lot. Yeah.
Okay. Mental health issues is what I'm concerned about, because I don't know the severity of it. It could be mental illness. It could just be depression. Like, you don't even. But would you consider depression a mental illness?
Yeah, of course.
Yes.
So is there like a big difference between mental health issues and mental illness?
Yeah, mental health issue could just be you had a bad day at work. I don't know, and you have like a mental health day or something.
No, I don't. Yeah, I don't. Okay, I'm sorry. I just don't use mental health issues in that way. Maybe I've been using them interchangeably because I don't see the big difference. But okay. Well,
mental illness to me is like it's like we could be talking about like developmental delays. We can talk about things like depression or like psychotic issues. Like, yeah, these are like mental illnesses.
Yeah, because when you said depression, that's diagnosed, and mental health issues is like hiccups that are nuanced. You know,
no.
I had mental health issues a few weeks ago, and I was telling Steven, But no one would say like I'm fucking gonna kill myself, right?
No, and I'm not saying that either. But
no, you said for her, you said there's a chance Lav Loon. Look, if they got ovaries, chances are they're not suicidal, bro.
Shut the fuck up. Oh my god.
I get what he means by that. But that's kind of irrelevant to what I'm saying because, like, yes, men are way more likely to kill themselves. I get what you're saying by that, but women, you know, whatever. Okay, so Destiny, you don't agree with me, basically, like about the monetizing the possible.
I agree with like your. I agree with what you're saying. I just don't. Like, if she had like an actual like mental illness or something, then yeah, I think that you have to be really careful with how you engage, right?
Yeah.
I don't disagree with that.
But
I don't think
do you agree
I don't
that
think
there's
she
no
has
possible
any like
way to know?
No, of course there's a possible way. You can say like, oh, like I have this like mental illness. I'm like, oh, okay, well.
Well then, but wouldn't you just say I don't believe her?
If she told me she had a diagnosed mental illness, I don't know. I'd have to evaluate based on like why she said it or what. But I mean, I'd be more likely to believe her. But she never even said that. We didn't even have a chance to talk about if I would believe that or not because she'd never said that ever.
You gotta see it through Steven's lens. This is a known liar. He caught her lying 100 times, right? Right, Steven?
Yeah, but that's kind of irrelevant though, John. Like,
whoa! If you catch someone lying and like making content about you again and again and again, at some point you just turn into Steven and say, "Fuck this shit."
So you have two options. She's either clout chasing or she like, well, not two, but I think the two biggest options for me would be she's clout chasing or she has mental health. She's mentally ill.
Clout chasing is mental health issues.
Ah, that's a good point, actually.
No, it's not.
Because she's seeking approval from his community.
Certain forms of clout chasing can be like a sign of mental health issues. Like not exclusive, not just like if you clout chase, you have mental health issues. But there are certain like ways to chase clout that are like very unhealthily mentally. And okay, so I don't want to like stay here long. I think I've made all my points on that. I think. So all right, so Steven, if you brought like, say I brought a girl, all right, to my like hometown, and I brought her like, and I had like 100, well, let's see, 6,000 of my friends gathered in a stadium, and I just brought her on there and I sat her down in the middle of the stadium and started having a conversation with her, and then I brought other people in and everybody's getting in a big argument, but it eventually turns into the whole crowd yelling at her and everybody on stage calling her a dumb bitch. Do you not think that can have like effects on somebody's mental health?
Of course it could.
Well, not could, but do you think it would?
It could. I don't know if it would. It could. Yeah, of course.
That would be a good analogy if she wasn't an internet person, but she already has a stadium of 600,000 followers. She's already in the game we're in.
But they're not DGGers. That's different.
Oh, so it's just DGG. It's just DGG that's evil on the internet.
I never said evil. I never called DGG not one word. I said
what? So you need a black belt? You need a black belt in social media to fuck Steven? What?
I think you should know what you're getting. I think you should fully know what you're getting. No, I think you should fully know what you're getting into. Because, like I said, that's like me fucking a girl and then bringing her to my hometown and just sitting her down in front of like all my friends, 6,000 of them, and everybody's yelling at her. Like, you gotta understand how that can be overwhelming. Huh?
But he didn't leak. She leaked.
Yeah.
It's not like Steven went live.
She did bad. Lav bad. Lav very bad. Lav actually worst person. Okay, I agree with you. That's not my argument. So we can just replace Lav with, Stephanie. Okay, just pretend it's just some girl named Stephanie because I know all the horrible shit she's done to Steven, and I know that. But Steven, I think, should have cut this off a long time ago, especially
but
publicly.
How do you cut it off when you're fucking raw dogging a chick? That's
oh my god! All right, I'm trying to think what my next point was. Fuck.
Sorry,
Destiny. Do I have perms? Like, can I if I remember what I was thinking of, can I just come back? Because I don't want to just drag this one point on. I had a couple points to make, but I forget.
Yeah, if you want to, anytime.
No, it's up to you. I'm not. Yeah. Okay. Is there? Shit. Just give me 1 second, Zerka. Go ahead, talk. Just give me 1 second, because I'm gonna remember what the fuck I was gonna say.
Sure. I'm coming. All right. Who's that man behind you, Steven?
Melena's dad.
Oh God, I thought it was my worst nightmare. Like a dude is just like finished
That's
with
so
Melina and
fucking
walks.
creepy. That's so creepy and fucking weird.
Got it. Destiny, what do you think of all the anti-trans legislation that's been going on? And how does this add up to your argument that they're not coming for trans people?
I've never said they're not coming for trans people. Of course, conservatives are coming for trans people. The question has always been, is there a trans genocide?
Yeah, right. So, with the, do you feel any different with the bills that came out?
No, not really.
Would
no.
you read?
I mean, they're bad.
No.
I don't support them generally, depending on which ones we're talking about.
So one, I can't remember which state, but one came out, and they were the person presenting the bill was like saying that they're trying to like eradicate trans people. Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, but that's no good.
Yeah, they're trying to eradicate transness, I think was what he said. Yeah.
Like the final solution? Like, what do you mean?
Yeah, he wasn't very clear. That's what he said. I guess I'll link if I find that, I'll link that to you.
What is your opinion on? Do you like the trans community?
Yeah, see, I don't have a big like stake in this part, but do I like the trans community? I like some people in the trans community, yes. Do I like the way they act online as a whole? Like if I were to generalize, no.
Do you like which side are you with, Decepticons or?
What is a Decepticon?
Autobots, or which Transformers are you into?
I like whatever the good guy is.
So neither.
Megatron? Is Megatron the good guy?
No, that's the villain.
That's the villain. Oh, well, I still like Megatron. No, and the only reason I asked that, Destiny, because it was real interesting because you know, the whole argument against what you were saying was that, like, you know, this is just the beginning. Of course, like, you know, they're not going to come out and publicly say, like, we're trying to genocide trans people. But, like, with all these bills being introduced and all the things that they're saying, all of the things that the Republican congressmen are saying, like, it seems like they're really going to start to try to push to, like,
they might
get rid of trans people.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just because I said there's no trans genocide going on right now doesn't mean there can't be one in the future, right? No amount of future stuff justifies the retarded fucking shit that was said in the past. It will never work that way. So, yeah, if you want to say, like, do I approve of the current legislation coming out now? Generally speaking, probably not. Of course you don't. You can't retroactively. That's like asking me, like, do you think there's a Holocaust happening in 1920 because there's one happening in 1940, right? Of course.
But I'm not
there's
asking
also a big
that.
difference between, like, what are you asking me? It sounds
I'm
like you're asking me, like,
do you
did my
see
mind
what people
change?
were talking about?
No, I don't see what people are talking about. No, I still don't. No, I don't. No, I don't. No. There wasn't a trans genocide happening 1 year ago. No. There wasn't one happening 6 months ago. No. There's not one happening now. No. Even if one happens tomorrow, there's not one happening now. No.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Just damn. All right. Shit. Yeah. I think that's it I think that's it. I do want to talk about, like, the other stuff more, but maybe at a later date will probably be better. Because all this shit's going on right now.
Nothing going on right now is affecting this conversation. We're just like all over the place in terms of, like, what like, I don't know what we're even talking about. Like, for half the conversation you were saying mental illness, and now you're saying it wasn't mental illness. Like, I broadly agree with your point, but it sounds like we don't disagree philosophically on anything. We just have a huge disagreement on, like, the underlying facts. You seem to think that, like, well, mainly you don't realize you're doing it, but you're hindsighting this so hard, is you're trying to say that because of how things have turned out now, you should have just said in the past, like, oh, you need to stop coming on my streams. You're not allowed on my streams anymore. That's a really big deal to tell somebody, you're not allowed in my area anymore. You were basically telling me that I needed to blacklist Lav. Do you understand that's what you were saying?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That doesn't. One, optically, that's not even a good look. If there's all these conversations going on my stream and Lav wants to be included, and she's like tweeting, I can't come in, and blah 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 blah. Like, I'm gonna look like a huge asshole there. I'm like telling her, like, nope, sorry, you're not allowed to participate in these conversations that have 10, 15,000 viewers.
After she cried on stream about how it was after she cried on stream about how it was affecting her, I think that would have been a great.
Lots
look
of people have cried on stream. No, it wouldn't be a great look for me. It would be fucking horrible. Not only would it be horrible, the fact that we hooked up would complicate that even more. Where people are like, oh wow, so he fucked her, and then she cried on stream, and now he's done with her, and he doesn't even want her to come on stream anymore. It would have been literally the worst possible look ever.
Was that out at that point that y'all had hooked up?
It doesn't matter if it was out or not. That's the fact that it was secret makes it even worse. Because then if it would have come out, then people would have been like, oh my God, like, holy shit. Like, after he had his way with her, now he banned her from being on streams. That would be the worst possible look ever.
Plus, it would mean less Gucci for Steve.
Nice, good one. Not only that, wait, no, don't talk to Zerka. Wait. Don't talk to Zerka. Okay. Not only would that be the case, but the second thing to consider too is the idea that, like, we still haven't gotten a good bar for like. So if somebody cries on stream, does that mean they're banned from all future streams? Some people cry a little bit.
Depends on what they were crying about. Like, what?
She was crying about. She said that she felt like a little bit rough because of some of the on. Wait, did she actually cry on my stream? I'm trying to remember.
Yeah. Or okay. I'm not gonna say yeah, because maybe you were watching a stream of her crying. But I know that. Yeah, I know you.
Okay,
I don't know if she's crying to you.
This is what the start and stop of my responsibility. And if you're a streamer and you're listening, you can't handle this, then fucking kill yourself. I don't care. Okay? If you are having problems, I'll probably check in on you. But if you're an adult of sound mind, you're over 20 years old, okay, you can easily make the decision on whether or not you want to or not want to be included on a stream. If you can't figure that out, then your life is fucked in so many other ways that don't involve me. That's like where my responsibility starts and stops. I do my best. I ask people, I'll check in, but like I'm not here to like tell you like you're not allowed in here anymore because I think you're too mentally ill. That's insane. I think that's not my job.
Well, yeah, if you put it that way, it would be a little fucking harsh.
Wait. That's not the way that I'm putting it. That's exactly what you're telling me to do. You're telling me to tell somebody you can't come on my stream anymore because you're too mentally unstable. I think you have a mental illness, so I'm not going to let you here anymore.
But I think you're more tactful than that, than to say that.
No,
like,
I'm not.
You wouldn't say
I'm not
you're not allowed
it
on my stream anymore because you're mentally ill. No, you would either, have a private conversation with them and not do it in front of the whole fucking audience,
Okay, what if I had a private what if I had a private conversation with her and she's like, no, it's okay. Like I just had like one breakdown, but I'm fine.
Which I think that did happen, but she's like not fine. Like
so I would have to say, listen, I'm
sorry.
You
can say one thing, but you gotta look at somebody's behavior.
Yeah, I don't believe you. I'm sorry. Like I don't think you even know if you're fine or not. That's what you want me to say.
Not even about believing. Well, yeah, because look,
it is about believing her. You have to take a stance on something. At some point, you're gonna have to commit to some idea.
Well, here's my idea: is that a person with mental health is not going to understand like all the time. Certain people with certain mental health issues or mental illnesses, however you want to put it, are not going to understand. No. They're not going to like. That's like trying to get a schizophrenic to take their Stop. It's trying to get like a schizophrenic to take their medicine. Like
she doesn't
people
have
with mental health don't
schizophrenia.
always. I'm just saying, people with mental health issues don't always act rationally. They don't always act accordingly.
I understand what you're saying, but then
a drug addict isn't going to go to rehab because you tell him to.
I understand what you're saying, but again,
compel behavior.
Yeah, compel. You're telling me to tell a person, listen, you've lost the ability to make this decision. I'm making it for you. That's a really yeah. I'm just not comfortable doing that with people. I don't. That's not my job. That's like an insane level. That's like past like parenting almost in terms of like what you're asking me to do for some of these people.
Bro,
it's you're kind of saying like
for your platform. This is your platform. I didn't say you can't talk to her no more. I didn't say you can't fuck her no more. This is your platform, bro. You set the rules. You set the tone. You set everything that goes on around here.
I set the rules, and my rule is that my rule is that I'll check in on you, and if you tell me you're fine and you're an adult, I don't have any reason to think you're like compromised or something, then you're allowed to come on. And if that changes, then I'll change my thing. But she was an adult. She's of sound mind. My understanding is she's not diagnosed with any severe mental illness or whatever. Yeah.
Dude, you're mad at Steven for doing her a favor.
I'm not mad. I'm not mad.
Most creators, I know you're not mad, but my bad. But most creators fuck them and don't platform them. You know that, right? You're weird.
Fuck them and don't what?
Most creators don't platform the girls they fuck. He did her a favor, and you're saying that he had to just know she's dog IQ and babysit her or what?
All right, so I guess everybody could see it except for Steven.
She got treated like
the whole
an
community. Everybody was saying this girl's crazy. Like, leave her alone. Everybody could see that, but Steven is just so socially.
There's a difference between being like, oh, this person's crazy versus like this person needs like a permanent caretaker or can't make decisions for themselves.
I didn't say that. All right,
you said they. No,
I know you like to jump to the most extreme things.
You said they can't make decisions for themselves about being on my stream. Yes?
No.
Well, okay,
I said you have to make that decision for them.
That's what. You're just saying what I'm saying in other words. You're just restating my point.
No. Okay. So, all right. She might want to be on your stream, but you know that that's not good for her mental health. if she's crying and telling you how much the community's affecting her, you know your community, you know how harsh they can be. You know, like rightfully so or not, they can be harsh. You know what that does to people. You've heard feedback from other women in the past about how they felt this way about you.
Why are we saying women? You mean people? This hasn't anything to do with
people.
women.
No, right. You're right. I'm just okay. You're absolutely right.
Philly, you're missing Philly. I'm just gonna start a war. Fuck it. She used all this drama to promote her sex work, and you know that, you little coward.
Well, then Steven let her do it.
Yeah, I did.
Well, are you saying she couldn't do it? She just had schizophrenia and it doesn't know what she's doing?
I don't know what she has, bro.
No, she's calculative, bro. She's calculative.
So you're saying she used Steven and Steven let her use him for the platform. That's what you're saying.
Steven doesn't need her because we already agreed he's the bigger creator. She needs him.
Right. So he let her use him for the platform.
He literally was generous, gave her dick, gave her a platform. She started doing the whole I'm back into sex work, made a bunch of money, and now she can only do the woman card, do some fucking crocodile tears. That's the only thing they can do.
All right, erase all that. Some girl named Stephanie sucked Steven's dick, and then two months later, she's coming on the stream. She's coming on She says some dumb shit, some like wholly retarded shit that you do not agree with. The whole community starts shitting on her, making subreddit posts, talking about how dumb this bitch is. She comes on stream crying, saying, fuck, man. Wait. No. Let me finish.
Did she start crying before or after she gets rich, manipulating those sips? She manipulates.
It's in the middle of her getting rich.
Her job,
it's in the middle.
Her literal full-time job is convincing men on the brink of suicide to give her their last dollars. How the fuck is she innocent?
Wait,
you got nothing, clown.
On the brink of suicide. How can you prove that?
Who do you think's in her chats stroking their dicks?
How
you think it's men like me or suicidal men?
What? Wait.
What are you talking about? Trying to give her the attributes? Oh, she's the depressed one with suicide. Bro, she's no innocent angel.
You see how? Listen, Zerka. You see how like personal you're getting, like, and
yeah,
thinking,
because
like, I'm trying to defend one. I'm not defending Lev. I don't give a fuck about Lev.
You'll never admit her full-time job is converting suicidal simps.
I don't care. ATM. Irrelevant.
Why is that irrelevant? I thought
because it's not. It has nothing to do with the point. It has nothing to do with the point I'm making. That's
because you're saying she doesn't know what she's doing. I'm saying
no. Yes, I'm saying okay. So you're saying the reason she came on stream and cried is because she's manipulative.
Yes,
that could be the case. I'm not saying you're wrong. All I'm saying is we don't know. We literally don't know. Steven said it multiple times. I don't know her diagnosis. I don't know what she has.
You know what we know for sure? You know what we know 100% for sure? That in her 600,000 followers, many have killed themselves.
We don't know that for sure.
Oh yeah.
Yes, we do. Stims.
That's a fact. Yeah.
One in the chat if that's true.
All right. So this girl Stephanie, she comes on, like I said, everything I just said. But she comes on stream and she's crying. She's like, damn, I thought I can handle this. Like, I'm a big girl, I'm a tough girl. Like, I've been through a lot in my life, but I thought I can handle this. But Steven, your community is just relentlessly shitting on me, and it's making me feel horrible. Not Lav, but this girl named Stephanie. So Stephanie doesn't have an OnlyFans. Stephanie hasn't lied about anything. Stephanie hasn't done anything untoward towards Steven or this community. We're talking about a different girl right now. Do you, like, in that situation, would you say, like, hey, look, maybe you should just take a break for a minute from this community? Like, it's not, I don't think bringing you on would be good for your mental health. Like, so Steven, you're saying that?
Yeah, I would do that. I do that to people already. Yeah, there are certain girls that want to come on sometimes. I'm like, yeah, I don't think this is like a good place for you. You're like a fucking normie. You have no idea like what you're stepping into. Yeah, I do that to people.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. Okay, and if you do that, so you agree with me.
That's no. I literally rewind. I said that I think we agree philosophically, but we're disagreeing on like the underlying facts here on whether or not Lav like counted as this.
Okay. But so I think the conclusion we came to is that neither of us know. But you strongly feel she doesn't have a mental illness. She's just using that as a crutch. As an excuse for all her behavior.
What do you mean using it as a crutch? Has she even said she has a mental illness?
I believe so, but don't quote me.
Wait, which one?
More recently, one of the streams you went over with It's either the last one she did with Max talking about you, or the one where it was that phone call with like Zonia and Stardust and all and everybody.
Wait, what is the mental illness? What did she say she has?
Bro, I forget.
Oh, she has the I forget nuance can be anything as long as it destroys Steven's career mental illness, right?
I sincerely hope nothing we're talking about or nothing that anybody does destroy Steven's career. So, like, that's not even where my mind is.
Dude, you can't even label what she has.
I don't know, bro. I don't know, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Well, I mean, it kind of matters because you're talking about like a mental illness is so severe that I need to revoke this woman's autonomy. She can't make decisions for herself as an adult about like what she's doing like on stream. So it seems like whatever it is, it must be like pretty severe.
Yeah.
But what is it?
But I don't know. I don't know. all right. I'll watch the stream over and get back to you. I mean, this is your content. You're asking me. This is your content. I forget what she said. I watched it one time.
You know what's funny though? If it was severe, like let's say she had let's say she had like cancer, like leukemia, you would never forget. The reason why you forget is because it's bullshit.
I'm gonna use the restroom 1 second.
It's bullshit what you're saying, or else you would have remembered. If she said I have severe depression, you would have remembered that word. But you know why it's nuanced and blurry? Because it's fake news.
Okay, it could be. I'm not saying she has a mental illness.
Think about it.
Saying she does.
You're trying to make a woman who farms mentally ill men. You're trying to make her innocent. You will never win.
So
never.
What I'm trying to do is like I realize that there's a very toxic aspect of like Twitch politics, right? Or even YouTube politics. There's a very toxic element, and that's all good and well. But what I fear is that it's going to hit the wrong person, right? And they will, hurt themselves, or now we see they're trying to destroy Steven's career because of this. Like that.
Yeah, but your fear is the same
in itself.
You have the same fear as a kid running into the road and getting hit by a car. Can't really control this, bro.
Hey, you cannot run into the road.
No, I'm saying Lav would be the kid. There's always going to be like these people who come into the political space and realize they have ovaries and don't belong in politics, and they start crying and shit.
What about the next one that's not like Lav? And
exactly. You're saying what about the next accident? The point is, it's an accident. Right.
So what I was trying to explain to Steven is like
what about the next crazy girl? What about them? There's crazy girls. It's
so
like
this is just all content. That's what it is. It's just all content.
No, but you're being
that's the bottom line.
You're being the liberal professor that says you're assuming the problem of evil can be eradicated. What if every 30 of my students were just good people? No. There's evil people. You have to just assume evil is in the world. Accidents happen.
Who's the evil person in this situation?
Huh?
Who's the evil person in this situation?
For me, it'd be Lav, and since you're trying to get inside of her, for you, it'd be Steven.
I don't want. Listen, I got a girl. I'm cool. I'm not.
Listen,
I'm not even on this. I'm not even on this side of the internet. Like, so I have no clout to gain from this. I'm not trying to getting laughs.
You're in grave danger because you're responding to crocodile tears, bro.
No, I'm not. I don't listen. Oh my god. I'm just trying to get to the crux of like how Steven feels about the situation. He said he agrees with me, but he just is not willing to he doesn't want to read. He said philosophically he agrees with me, but we're just disagreeing on the details, like, if Lav is crazy or if she's not crazy or if she has mental health issues. He feels that she does not. He feels she has no mental health.
Your fundamental disagreement with Steve is the degrees of her insanity. He thinks it's like 5%. You think it's like 95%.
Yes.
I think you're wrong. But you're wrong.
And that's fine. I have no problem with people disagreeing with me, like, at all. I welcome the disagreements, but
one time I would believe you is if it was Anavar, but it's Lav. You know what I mean?
Well, I didn't want to touch. Steven's like specifically asked people not to bring her up on the stream, so I'll just.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he brought her up earlier, so.
Oh well, I mean, I think that's an even more egregious case of what I'm talking about. But I'm not trying to pin him to the cross. I really just wanted to talk to him about this because always says, you know, like there's a conversation to be had here about big streamers and smaller streamers and sexual relationship, but nobody wants to have this conversation. So, you know, I'm not in here to try to.
I'm having it. I don't like the rules you're crafting.
Okay.
You've essentially said that like any streamer that cries is banned from all larger streams. That's essentially what you're saying.
Okay. So, not banned, but like you should be careful with people. Like
I was
this,
being
right?
careful. I asked her if she was okay. I said she didn't have to come on if it was bothering her. And I tried to implement rules in my subreddit to make the bullying go down. So I was careful. Being careful is like a weasel word you're using to like not say anything or commit to a position. Your earlier position was that like you were saying that like if they cry, they're banned from all big streams. That's what you were saying.
Well, no, like, okay, so you're simplifying it.
Well, I'm not trying to simplify it.
it.
I'm just trying to get you to commit to anything. You haven't committed to a single position at all. Like the position that you've committed to right now is like, if somebody you think has a mental illness, it's really bad, then you have to be extra careful with them until they don't get hurt. Like that's like the position. I don't know what the fuck that means. I'm looking for some ironclad rules. Like what do you want?
If you're bringing women that you have a sexual relationship with on your stream.
Wait. No, this has nothing to do with sexual relationship, does it? If me and Lab didn't have a sexual relationship.
If you and Lav didn't have a sexual relationship, I would not be having this conversation with you.
Wait, no, hold on, no.
She would just be a normal girl.
Wait, no, nothing you just said makes sense. What? So if Lav was a mentally ill person and I was abusing them for content, as long as we didn't have a sexual relationship beforehand, do you think it's okay?
No, but it would be a completely different circumstance because I wouldn't expect, like, there's a whole different component when somebody has sexual feelings for you, right? Like
wait, that's that's a huge part of this for you?
Well, no. But
what do you mean? No? Why would you commit to anything?
Because you're trying to give me positions that I don't hold. That's why you're saying I won't commit to anything. What my main point is that if like you've had sexual relationships with girls, right? And then they come on your platform. I think there's a higher level of responsibility to make sure that they are mentally stable enough to handle your community because, you know, if they were just a content creator, then it'll just be content creators creating content. But if it's a girl that you've had sex with that is not like normally on these streams or in this space and you bring her on specifically because you know her from having a sexual relationship with her, that is a different story. And yes, people are, specifically women, are going to react differently to attacks from your community.
So wait, do you think okay, two questions. So one, if me and Lav didn't have a sexual relationship, then everything that's happened in your book is A-okay?
I don't think everything would happen if you guys didn't have a sexual relationship.
Okay, that was going to be the second thing. You think that us having sexual relationship caused some of this stuff to happen?
Absolutely.
Which things?
Okay. One, like her feeling like you were going to protect her in some sort of way. Because you guys had a sexual relationship.
I don't believe
she said as much.
I know she said that, but I don't believe that. I think those are words that Max gave her.
Well, I mean, but
if you would have gone back to prior to Max brainwashing her, we had conversations off stream. I'd sent her messages checking up on her, and we like joked about a lot of things that were going on stream. The idea that like she had this like higher expectation because we had a prior sexual relationship is not true. I just fundamentally disagree with that. I don't believe that. Those are words that Max has given her for the narrative that he's trying to craft for his article.
Maybe, but my point still stands though. Like take. So
what would have been an example of like another action that I could have taken?
Well, so that's where the ethics of you having sexual relationships with streamers or orbiters who are a lot smaller than you. That's why I wanted to talk about those ethics, because they bring in a whole different set of feelings and rules and like the way you treat people, basically.
Okay, wait. So if my audience was 1/5 the size, then we wouldn't be having this conversation. Like if I only had like 1,000 concurrent viewers or like 100,000 subs on YouTube, would this would just be a non-issue now at that point?
it would probably still be an issue, but not as big of an issue because I don't think the
Well, wait. Well, hold on then. What's hurting her? Was it the size of the community, or was it the fact that we had a sexual relationship? Because it shouldn't matter then.
Well, no, it all matters because the size of your community absolutely matters. If you were a 30,000, sub YouTuber, got a couple, she wouldn't have gotten as much hate, right? Like.
Okay,
right?
so what's the necessary amount of hate then? Where do you draw the line? Is it like 30 DMs?
Well, so with Steven's size, it's hard to draw the line. That's why I believe he needs to be a little bit.
You know what's funny though? You know why it's fun? You know what's funny is that even if he was that smaller streamer, you would change it and say, "Well, DGG's just cult-like. That's why you're different and yours is worse."
I don't know, man. Like, why do we got to get into these hypotheticals?
Steven, you hear what I said?
We're talking about the reality of the situation, though. Like,
Steven,
I don't know how I would react if he was 100,000.
Wait, let me ask Steven.
Streamer.
Steven, don't you think that if you met his requirements and criteria for being a smaller creator, that he would change it and say, you know what? DGG's just cult-like, so you might only have 30,000 subs, but they're really getting on her back bad. That's what you guys do. That's what you guys do, bro.
That's what I think that would happen. Yeah, I do.
It's unfair it's so unfair, dude, what you're doing here.
Oh my god.
I guess
Steven, am I being unfair to you? Am I being unfair?
Yeah, I think so. Like, I think I think that she acted with malice. I think she acted in bad faith.
I agree.
And I think she acted incredibly, nastily towards me throughout this, entire thing. I think that I of all the girls that this could have leaked, there are a couple, I think, where I probably could have done a way better job, but Lav is one of the few where it's oh my god, I'm so happy that I literally have explicit messages of me saying, in 5 different sentences, hey, listen, I know that we had a sexual relationship before, but that doesn't have anything to do with you coming on stream, where I'm saying things hey, I'm just checking in on you, you're getting a lot of hate from my subreddit, are you okay? I had all of these messages explicitly set out, and I checked in as much as I could, and I didn't. And I think you guys just have a really hard time. I'm going to go ahead and say it. I think that you guys are kind of misogynistic. I think that you want women to be retarded children, and you're uncomfortable giving them any type of agency or responsibility whatsoever. Because I did check in. I did basically everything above and beyond what any other fucking streamer on this dog shit fucking platform would do, and it still wasn't enough. And I guarantee you that if I hadn't done any of those things, then we would be having a conversation right now about how I don't do those things, and if I would have done just those things, everything would have been way better. That's what I think.
All right, let me ask you this. Do you enjoy these situations?
I mean, 50-50. Live one is a little played out, but
yeah. So is there anything that you see that you could have done differently to avoid this?
This one in particular? No, I think I said, I think I went above and beyond in terms of checking all the time to make sure everybody was okay.
Well, checking that everybody is okay. Okay, that's the okay. I mean, that is one way to do it.
Unless you mean just not interact with these types of crazy people at all or something. But I want to sacrifice. No, fuck no. It's too much fun. Why would I do that?
It's content, right? It's content.
It's content and it's fun for my personal life. Yeah.
It's fun to fuck with crazy people.
Interesting people. Yeah, they tend to be crazy. Yeah, for sure.
Dude, no, don't do
What's
that.
What's so interesting about Lav?
Seriously? You're talking about her on my stream 3 months after everything is going down. Apparently she's pretty interesting because a lot of you motherfuckers can't stop talking about her.
Wait. I'm talking about her 3 months after everything went down. Didn't you just 2 days ago have a fucking video put up of you screaming at her in a Discord call, telling and all this? So it's not like I'm bringing this up out of nowhere.
No, I'm not saying you're bringing it up out of nowhere. I'm just saying that it seems like people are pretty interested in her. It's kind of dumb. I think it's a big cope to be do you really
interested
think she's
in the drama?
Yeah, of course,
drama, yeah.
But she's a unique person that seems to be able to generate it. Yeah.
Yeah. So
the worst part of all this is now nobody's gonna want to fuck Lav.
Shut up.
Because I'm telling you, hot girls who do
that
this.
is the last thing on my mind. I don't care who wants to fuck her.
No. That's the first thing on her mind. That's the point.
I'm a long-time viewer of Steven, so I don't. If he feels like I'm being unfair to him,
no, you don't have to keep qualifying. It's okay. When I say you're being unfair, what I just mean is I think you're placing a really high burden on me, and I think you're placing a comically low expectation on her to manage any part of her life.
I have I guess maybe it is misogynistic. Just okay, I sent you a DM asking you if I feel like I'm the man, genuine question is it misogynistic for me to think that a man has more power in these situations, talking about sexual engagements, therefore more responsibility? and you said, nah, I don't think that's misogynistic, right?
That's correct, but are you comparing that to this? When we're talking about power and like an actual physical interaction, of course, because men tend to be like 20 times stronger than women. Yeah, of course. That's not what we're talking about online, though. There's a totally different type of conversation.
Well, right. No, but I'm saying, like, I don't think I'm just like I'm telling you, like, oh, well, women are retarded children and we should just like treat them like, you know, they have no autonomy. What I'm saying,
you know,
is,
if you took that position, you'd win this.
What's that?
If you took the real position, you'd win this. But since you're coming from an equality lens, you'll always lose because you cannot say she's
in a sexual relationship, a man has more power, therefore more responsibility. And I think that could kind of map onto this. Like, the more power you have, the more responsibility you have, and you can't just sit there and say, oh, well, I didn't know this, I didn't know that, I can't just assume this and I can't just assume that. Of course you can't assume that somebody has mental health issues or is mentally ill. Like, you can't assume that. But if somebody is showing you that they might exhibit some of these behaviors, I think you need to be a little bit extra careful with the way you handle those people, or else you might have a situation where somebody, you know, does some dumb shit, like tries to hurt themselves or tries to ruin your career over false allegations, which is happening right now. And I think this could have all been avoided if you would have recognized this girl is fucking nuts. I need to just kind of back up.
You're assuming Team Blue here wants this to go away, but trust me, evil people who make shit up and lie like Lav, Steven wants her to humiliate herself.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? To Steven,
I don't know
this is not a
what Steven. That's why I'm asking Steven how he feels. I don't know how he feels.
Steven's not allowed to say out loud that he's loving the win. He's not allowed to say that. As his lawyer, I can't even say that.
Oh man, y'all are funny as shit. I get it. Listen. If you just want to tell me to fuck off, this is how you do your content. Like, you know, like, and that's how it's gonna go. I get it. Like, but you're telling me that you have no responsibility in.
I've never said I have no responsibility. I said I think I have quite a bit of responsibility. I just think I exercised it. I think I did what I needed to do. I checked in. She said she was fine. Okay, well then fuck it. Then it's go time.
All right, let's go back to that Jerry Springer analogy.
I'll see you later. Yeah.
Thanks a lot.
So let's go back to the Jerry Springer analogy. Okay, they're in a green room, and Jerry says to the girl, "Listen," or this is even on a commercial break after she's been like harassed by the audience and called all types of names, and they go backstage, and she's crying or whatever, and he's like, "Listen, I know that was harsh, but I got you. Don't worry. If you're uncomfortable with this in any way, we can stop now." And the girl's like, "No, I'm okay." Like, would you believe her in that situation?
No, I'd probably cut her off. If it's just like a normal person, like a show like that, as the host, I think you have kind of a responsibility there to cut her off. Yeah, of course.
I think we gotta put that bitch in a hijab, right, Steven?
Good one.
No, but honestly though, Lav is getting rich off Steven. The least she could do with this fake crusade is give him a cut.
So, all right, we're speaking about Lav a lot, but I'm just speaking like, if this were to happen in the future with any other content creator, or no, excuse me, any other person that he might have a sexual relationship with.
I don't think that. Oh, that's another thing we discussed. I don't think a sexual relationship had anything to do with this whatsoever.
What?
I don't know what you mean by that.
I think really, yeah, I think this would have went down the exact same way.
I don't, because I think I think jealousy might have played a part. And say, here's me reading into people's like,
yeah, no, I don't buy that at
all. Well, so here's my real feelings. I feel like other girls were jealous of Lav, or you know, whatever, and that's where a lot of the attacks on her personally came from, and then she started to lie and all that other shit. Like, I'm talking about in the beginning.
You're just completely making all of this up with absolutely no foundation of which.
Right, because it's just what I think. I don't know. Like, yeah, I'm not. I'm not saying this is concrete fact.
But the thing
you kind of just judge a situation off.
No. You just said, well, I don't know. But the one thing you do know is that Steven's guilty.
Of what? What did I say he's guilty of?
Of not being cautious, having sex with mentally ill, but we can't diagnose
You can have sex with mentally ill people. That's not what I'm saying. Please.
She's not mentally ill. She's not.
Okay. We don't know that. Can we all agree that we don't know that?
The people she exploits for money are mentally ill. And what's funny is I'd put money on that. You'd never put money on her.
You put money on what? On what?
You wouldn't put money on knowing she's mentally ill.
Right.
But I would. That's the difference. I would put money that her followers are mentally ill. I would put money on that. And I'd put a lot of
followers. What? Wait.
Yes, the people who
would
pay
you bet?
for
Would
her
you put money that
act.
Would you put money that she is mentally ill though? That she's not mentally ill.
That would give me that's like adding odds that I'd lose though, because I don't know for sure.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. I don't know.
But I'm saying
Steven doesn't know for sure.
I know for sure, 100% fact. Her followers that pay for her sex photos and stuff are on the brink of suicide. That's a fact.
And you could tell that by their behavior, right?
No, he's just giving you. These are just red pill talking points. He's not actually.
No, it's not red pill. It's statistics. People who pay for that stuff, they're fucking losers and lonely.
All right, so Steven, my main point is like there are certain behaviors that mentally ill people exhibit, right? And there's certain red flags.
Stop saying nothing. If you want to talk about a red flag or an actual behavior, do it. Don't just say like there are certain behaviors. There are certain things.
Okay,
say what is the thing?
Her crying.
Lots of people cry. Her crying is not evidence of having a severe mental illness. What?
Okay, would a healthy person cry on stream about comments on Reddit?
Yeah,
would
they
a mentally
could.
healthy
Yeah, for
person?
sure, it's possible.
Right. Okay. Okay. So they cry on stream and say, you know, that this is really affecting them, and then the next day they're saying, "Oh no, I'm fine. I can come back on stream." But then they're back to bitching about the comments they got on Reddit. And saying, you know, if y'all want the bad guy, you're going to get the bad guy. And then, like, all the conversations you've watched with her and Max about how, like, you know, her perception of this situation, and Max is, like, mentally manipulating her and all this stuff. And then she kind of, like, co-signs this, oh, Steven's a sexual abuser thing. So you're saying this is all, like, sane behavior?
It's within the realm of what a sane person could do. Yeah, sure. It's not necessarily indicative of, like, mental illness.
Have you never pissed off a woman?
Yeah.
That's how women behave, bro.
Okay, so if a woman is stabbing your fucking tires or doing whatever because you pissed her off, that's signs to me of mental instability or mental illness of some kind.
Okay, we're good. Okay, if we do this conversation in the future, you have to nail down like mental illness, because you're throwing around all of these things, and it's like saying the difference between cancer and a cold. You have to figure out what it is you're talking about, because when you say mental illness, and then you say
she's not diagnosed,
no, stop. It doesn't matter.
Is.
It dramatically changes everything you're saying. Mental illness and mental instability are not even related. Those are two completely different concepts. They're not even close to.
Either way, if I
No,
thought somebody was
you can't say either way. You can't say either way. It's like paramount. It's the most important part. You can't say either way. That's really important.
Do you know that's why you're looping? Like Steven's saying you're not allowed to do this, and you're looping because this is the only thing you have.
No, I'm just saying that, like, saying somebody can be, like, even mentally unstable. Like, do you think that every single person that cries on stream is mentally ill or mentally unstable?
Oh my God.
I mean, how many people have fucking cried on stream? Jesus
Almost
Christ.
every major streamer has at least one time.
No, on your stream to you about the things that you have been doing. I'm not talking about just crying in general.
Did Lab cry on my stream to me about things I've been doing?
Or your community, whatever.
Those are two totally different things.
You enabled your community. You're not stopping your community from harassing her. Like,
wait, so how does Steven need to write a script where his computer physically blocks his community from DMing anyone? How would he even stop that?
Steven said, if anybody cries on stream, does that mean that they're mentally ill? Or
yeah, because you're using
whatever.
this as like a bar for like, this must mean the person's like mentally ill.
You're asking me for examples. You said if you have any examples of why you think she's mentally ill, and then I bring up an example and you're hand waving it away like it doesn't fucking matter, like it's irrelevant. What I'm saying is that this is a sign. I'm not saying if somebody cries on stream that means they have mental health issues. I'm saying if you're trying to evaluate a person, right, and or their mental health stability, responsibility. You are going to evaluate their behaviors, okay? You can also take into account what they say, but I think their behaviors are very indicative of their mental health, So if somebody is on your stream crying to you and they know what your community is like, but they're still crying to you on stream about the abuse that they receive from their perceived abuse that they receive from your community.
let's write some rules, okay?
Yeah.
So if somebody cries on stream to me about my community harassing them, they're no longer allowed on my stream.
No. I didn't say that. I said that is a sign that they have mental health issues.
Okay, and if they have mental health issues, they shouldn't be allowed on my stream anymore.
Well, that is a case-by-case basis. But
okay, so if when Lav cried on my stream, I should say, sorry, but you cried, so you're not allowed on my stream anymore. I don't think it's healthy for you.
I don't think this is healthy for you right now. If
how long?
If my community has brought you to tears from the things that they have said, no, I don't think that this is healthy for you. Why is that so hard to understand?
Because you're telling me to assume control of another adult human being and say, listen, you don't know your feelings, I do. I'm going to tell you what's good for you, and what's good for you is you not being on my stream. I don't care if you think you can handle it or not. You're not coming on my stream. That's a tall order for me. I don't want to do that. I don't play that role with people generally.
Listen to your argument. Your argument is
I know my argument.
No, listen to your argument. Your argument is for Steven to fuck her and say, nah, you're not mentally capable to be on my screen. That's way worse, bro.
I feel like it's way worse, but yeah.
So all this time, that's what you think I'm saying?
No, well that's how it would play out essentially, right?
Like, if you fuck a girl, then no, you're not allowed on my stream. Is that even close to what I said?
If I fuck a girl and she has some adverse reaction to my community harassing her, something not even related to the sex part, then yeah, she's not allowed on my stream anymore. That's essentially what we're saying.
Yeah, not allowed on your stream anymore. This is your platform. Like you have control over.
That's my platform is my stream. I have control. Wait, what? You restate? Why do you do this thing where you say no and then you restate exactly what I just said? I don't understand. I said that if you cry on my stream, and we've had a sexual relationship before, you're not allowed on my stream anymore. And now you're saying, well, no, it's your platform.
Wait, do you honestly, Steven, I don't know if you, play dumb sometimes. Do you honestly think that's what I'm saying? Like,
okay,
can you not understand what I am saying?
Do you want to pull chat?
I don't care, chat. You just said ignore chat. I'm talking to you.
Yes, that's what it sounds like you're... No, well, what I think is I think you're too scared to commit to any position because I think you know this is a little silly.
Okay, so by saying screen mental health patients screen people for mental health before they come on your stream, or before you continue to bring them on their stream, or your stream is silly. Like, look at what you're going through right now.
What am I asking for? Like,
went through with
no, wait,
Anna.
am I asking for? Am I asking for a psych eval?
Oh my God! Is that what you think I'm saying?
I'm asking. Yeah, what do you think when you say screen somebody for mental health issue? Just give me an example. What does that mean?
Okay, I'm gonna try to explain this one more time.
He wants you to give them a test.
No, if somebody is exhibiting signs of mental, of an unhealthy mental mind state, right, where it's a little bit unpredictable. One day she's crying, one day she's saying she's fine, one day she's saying she's a woman,
bro. You're describing a woman.
No, I'm not describing a woman. Stop. I'm not describing a woman. I'm describing a very particular set of behaviors that were exhibited by this woman, right? And take all that into the account, okay? To me, this is a sign of a person with, I don't know how I can phrase this without triggering anybody. This is a sign of a person with mental health issues, okay? I don't know if it's a mental illness. I don't know what she's diagnosed with. However, I think the ethical thing to do, instead of making mounds of content out of it, which lets other people make mounds of content out of it, which downstream is just tons of videos on this person who might be mentally unwell, we don't know. I think as the biggest streamer in this space, yes, Steven taking a little bit of responsibility, even if it means cutting a person off from the stream for a while.
I did take a little bit of responsibility. That's why I asked her if she wanted to come on. You don't want me to take a little bit of responsibility. You want me to take a whole lot of responsibility. You want me to take their whole life into my hands and tell them.
It's meaningless. It's meaningless.
Okay, so but I'm just saying you don't want me to take a little bit of responsibility. You want me to assume control of them and say, listen, this is what you're not going to be coming on my stream. Why are you saying, oh my God? That's exactly what you're asking.
Because you reduce people's arguments to the most ridiculous point.
Your argument is
retarded. Them look ridiculous.
No, think about it. If you
my
want
argument is retarded.
You want Steven to take the lion's share of responsibility after she quit her attack on him, and now she's back to attacking. She quit, and it was all over, and now she's back. That's fucking psychotic.
She's not back on his stream, is she?
She talked to me like 2 days ago. Yeah. If I was streaming,
but
it would have been
not on your. It was not on your stream.
No, but if I was streaming, she would have had it on my stream.
All right. Well, listen. Like, I think if we were like friends, just talking, and we weren't online, I think this would be a totally different conversation. But Steven, I think you have
hold
this
on, just
image
to be
you need
clear.
to uphold,
Okay, just
or
to be
this
clear,
like
I
fucking
know.
facade you put up, and
Okay, I know you think that, but if you talk to any person, you could talk to fucking Zerka, you could talk to the girl I hung out with last week, anybody. I do not pander. I am exactly the same offline as I am online.
Somebody's argument to the most ridiculous thing to try to make a point. You'll be talking to them and like actually trying to engage with what they're saying. You're like, oh, so I should be fucking giving people psyche valves before I could. Is that what I'm saying?
You said screen their mental health.
Yes.
You said that.
Okay,
those were your words.
That was one word out of the fucking thousands of words I've said here. And you did this last time. Last time I was like, yo, bro, if you're having a conversation with a black dude, you can there's a couple different ways. You honed in onto the most easiest thing to pick apart, which was the chains thing. You're like, oh, what? If I said chains, you expect me to say this to a black guy? And that was like not my point at all. But you took the easiest thing to fucking hone in on,
dude. Philly,
and you tried to argue with that. Like that was my fucking point.
Philly, Steven's not even trying to be slippery. You're crazy if you think he's being slippery. He's literally answering you. You can't even define mental illness and all this shit. You're the slippery one. You're the slippery one.
I just can't define her mental illness because I don't know it. I can define mental illness. I can define signs of it also. And yes, crying to somebody on stream about the fucking abuse you're taking from their community is a sign of mental illness. Mentally healthy people don't do this. They would know to either not go on this subreddit, block people, log off, whatever you got to do. But instead, and she even says it like self-harm. This is self-harm. I like to go on the subreddit and self-harm and just read all the craziest, most insane comments about me. I like to do that. And you're saying this is a mentally fucking stable person, and y'all gonna argue with me about this?
Sure. Let's go for Exodia. Let's go for Exodia. I'll go for Exodia card. Let's say you're right. You're right about her mental illness. Has nothing to do with Steven. It has to do with the prostitution in her past.
Oh my god.
I'm not saying he caused her mental illness.
Here, bitch.
I'm not saying he caused her mental illness. I'm not saying he caused her mental illness.
He's a victim of it.
Maybe. Matter of fact, I would even give you that. I think he is a victim of her fucking mental illness. I'll give you that. My point still fucking stands though. But unless
your point doesn't stand.
The only way that my point doesn't stand is if Steven enjoys this. If he enjoys this.
Whoa. If you concede that Steven's the victim of her fucking craziness, why are you not treating Steven like a victim? Is it because he doesn't have a vagina between his legs?
Because he has
clout?
Platform with more responsibility. And he could have easily avoided this.
Because Steven doesn't cry on stream. Because Steven doesn't cry on stream, we're not going to assume he's a victim. Most men never cry.
I just said he might be. I just said he might be. I'm not disagreeing with you. I just said he might be. Stop it.
Listen. Men who actually kill themselves, they don't even tell anyone. They don't cry. They don't show that they're hurting. They just kill themselves. You don't know what Steven's going through. You'll never treat him like a victim because he has clout. That's your retarded position. And you called him a victim. That's what's funny. You called Steven a victim in this. Maybe he is a victim. He's a victim of her. They're double teaming him. Mr. Girl and fucking retard bitch is double teaming him. He is a victim.
The reason why I asked was Steven able to have this conversation, I didn't mean literally, are you able to have this conversation? Because of course he can. What I meant was, can you separate the feelings that this situation has brought? All the harassment that Steven's received, all the fucking leaking of fucking texts, the horrible way he's been treated by Lav and Mr. Girl. Can he separate all that and have this conversation about bigger streamers dating smaller streamers? But it seems like instead of having that conversation, we just want to talk about how fucked up Lav is. which I'm not disagreeing with.
I don't think I've been given a good set of rules for how I should exclude somebody from my stream.
I don't have a good set of rules, bro.
Okay,
I didn't come on here like
I do.
here's
I
rules
have
dealing
my
with
personal
streamers.
criteria that I use for people, and that's how I evaluate it. If it's a normie, if I don't
What are
think
you trying to avoid?
I don't want somebody who I don't think is like within the proper mind state or can make a certain decision about something. I don't want that type of person to be exposed to like crazy online stuff that they've never dealt with before. So like normies have a really hard time coming on my stream. Like there are a few girls that wanted to be involved in a lot of like the rape talks and shit that were going on recently that I said, I don't know about this. But even though you make it sound like
you can tell normie girls, oh, I don't know about you coming on my stream, but you can't tell a mentally ill girl that?
I don't think Matt Lava's mentally ill. And yes, I told you there's a different bar between like a normie person versus somebody who's already a content creator. Yeah, I evaluate these two people very differently, of course.
Also, you got to remember one thing about Steven.
But also, wait, hold on. This is something too that I consider as well, is that like there's something that I worry about, because if that were to leak, I worry that would actually make me look bad. Even though I know you like to post talk everything and you think it would look fine, I do get worried sometimes that there'd be a girl. This is one of the things that I was worried about for the fucking Mr. Girl article shit. That some girl is going to come out and say, hey, I messaged Steven, I flirted with him. Also, I got into streaming and we hooked up, and because we hooked up, I think he doesn't want me to come on his stream. That's something that I worry about. Now, you fucking guys so easily like post talking, like, oh, no one would care about that. Everybody say you're being so responsible. That's bullshit, though. I know right now there are girls out there that I have fucked before that I haven't let come on my stream because I don't think it'd be good, that could probably join Max in an article and go, oh, he already got the pussy he wanted from me, now he doesn't want me on his fucking stream. Like, I know that's the case. So no, don't act like it's such an easy decision to do one thing or another. That's not true. You can look bad all sorts of different ways.
Also, Philly, you got to remember that his stream is for the lonely gamers and stuff.
Shut the fuck
up.
My God.
No. But think about it. Steven has calls with people who are lonely and, I have life problems. I'm going to talk to Destiny. There's a bunch of mentally ill people in Steven's community. No shit the normie ones aren't going to get fucking priority. It's a fucking gamer. You get what I'm saying, Steven? Like, no Starbucks.
I came in here assuming that Steven did not, like, because...
Assuming that I did nothing at all?
No. That you didn't want this outcome. Like,
of course I don't want this outcome. Of course not.
And so I'm trying to give you like tips on how to avoid it, but you want to fight me on everything. Like
the tips on how to avoid it. This outcome has nothing to do with Lab. The tips on how to avoid this has to do with Max.
So if you would have cut Lav off from coming on to the stream, you think that she would
Yeah, it would be the exact same. Yeah, of course. Look at how desperate she is. Every single time we talk, she looks for a new reason to say, this is why I knew he was abusive. Oh, it's because he brought up Connor. Oh, it's because he said my pussy was made. Oh, it's because he did. Now I know he's abusive. Of course, dude. How much do you get played by women to not recognize that pattern? No offense, not to sound misogynistic, but that's like a classic manipulator trope. Oh, well, now that you did this, like, oh, I was going to do this, but now you do this. I was going to give you the logs, but now I realize this. Like, that's manipulator 101. I was manipulating people like that when I was 16. Okay, that's like beginner's manipulator school, of course, obviously.
Did you just admit to being a manipulator, Steven?
Like the idea that if I would have just cut her off, like right in the beginning, bro, of course she'd be part of Max. She'd be like the star person of Max article. Like, oh, Steven fucked me and now he won't even let me have conversations about feminism. Like, this is why you should never do this and that and blah, blah, blah. 100%, of course.
But if that's the narrative, why feed into it by...
No, you're totally missing the point. What I'm telling you is that everything feeds into the narrative.
Yeah. Ignoring
but at this point, at the point I'm talking about, when she was crying, there was no narrative.
Of course there was. What?
No. I'm talking about this specific, thing with Mr. Girl. He hadn't started this yet. This was in October. Mr. Girl started that shit in November. This is before all that Mr. Girl allegations and the sexual allegations. This is before all that. And I think the treatment of Lav is what, and you've even said it yourself, the treatment of Lav is what has spurred on this whole crusade that Mr. Girl's on, right?
No. What spurred it on was me having a disagreement with him and then him being completely and totally unable to handle that.
I thought I've heard you say, Max, he doesn't believe he's doing anything wrong. He just wants to be the savior.
Of course he does. He's a fucking narcissist. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think with Lav and Anna, he got this particular pattern in his head of me being a fucking sadistic, fuck a girl, bring him on stream and humiliate him or whatever. But there's no evidence of that with anybody at all. That whole story, his entire line is fabricated. Right? So the idea that there's some behavior that I could have done to avoid what is an entirely fabricated story doesn't make any sense.
I'm just saying, like
No,
all
don't say
these
I'm just
characters,
saying. I know you're just saying.
all these characters with all these mental health issues, you invited onto your stream. People have been telling you like these fuckers are crazy way beforehand. You decided to engage with them anyway.
Whoa, 2 characters.
No, and Anna and Bob Seven and all these other people fucking before this that Destiny always has all this drama with.
Whoa. He streams every day, 10 hours a day for decades. And there's been like 4 big dramas. Like
that's another crazy thing too. Like I've been here for a long time. I think I've survived and I've done really well in this space. Yeah, like shit gets a little crazy sometimes. No, but you're hold on.
I'm not saying you're not successful and you're not gonna.
No. It's not just about being successful. It's about like navigating these types of dramas and shit. I think I do decently well given like all the crazy shit that's happened in my life. But you're like trying to make it like, look at all the crazy shit that's happened. It's like given the grandness of like my stream and my career and everything, I think I'm doing okay. I don't think that much crazy shit has happened, like comparatively speaking.
Especially if you just remember that Steven does politics, you'd realize his life ain't that dramatic, bro. Politics gets heavy. People go to jail. Politics is serious business. He's had a couple of dramas. He streams every day for decades.
And they're all personal. They have nothing to do with politics. This is all personal shit that could have been easily avoided if you fucking
it can't be
these mentally ill people.
It will never be. It will never be easily avoided because he's transparent and actually platforms girls he fucks. Me and other influencers, we don't do that shit. We know women are crazy. He's a fucking idiot for platforming, though.
I'm not saying he's an idiot.
No. The whole crusade is against Steven's transparency. That's what's sad. There's guys who have actually fucked Lav and blocked her. She's not mad at them.
Or people like Hassan who just fucking ignore her, and that's why she did the fake accusation against him.
Yeah. But she only lies once.
But that's not sign of mental illness.
Oh my
she didn't do that until way after me and her. And also,
somebody doesn't fuck you, and they just make up a sexual assault allegations. That's a totally sane person right there.
That's a normal pretty girl that's never been told in her life before. Unfortunately, yeah.
I don't think so, bro.
It is.
I don't think normal pretty girls.
I've run into a million of them. Pretty girls have the worst fucking. They're used to getting the entire fucking world handed to them, and as soon as they run into some scrankly little fucking 5'2" nerd like me who says no, they lose their fucking minds. Absolutely. I've ran into this multiple times publicly in my fucking streaming career. Nothing about that screams, oh my god, they're mentally ill. It just shows that they have a really hard time taking no for an answer.
Wait, and how many of these girls that you've told no have accused you of sexual misconduct?
Zero. Even Lav hasn't accused me. Even when I talked to her on that stream and I fucking nailed her down, I was like, did I do anything wrong? Was there anything sexually coercive? Was there anything I did differently? She's like, nope, to every single fucking question I asked.
I'm not saying you were sexually coercive or
you just
did
anything. Asked if she accused me.
Wait, I just did what?
You asked me if she accused me of being sexually coercive, and I said no, she hasn't.
Right. So has she? Right. She hasn't. So but your point right before that was that pretty girls all the time, if they're turned down.
Weasley, Steven. You're gonna let him do that?
No.
That is so Weasley, Philly. That is so Weasley.
Follow the conversation. Just before I asked him that question about Lav, he said all these pretty girls who get turned down by like they're so flabbergasted when they get turned down by a 5'2" guy like me, and which implies that he does it a lot, right? Like you're turning girls down a lot, right? Isn't that what you're implying?
No, fuck no. I'll fuck almost anything that moves. I'm just saying in general, pretty girls that run into these issues can act extremely entitled, right? That's not a sign of mental illness. That's like a pretty standard like pretty girl thing. Where pretty girl, Nino, if you ask a stupid fucking question, I'm perma-banning from my Discord. Pretty girls that try to do something and then they don't get their way, act really entitled and go fucking crazy sometimes. That's not a sign of mental illness.
Right. Okay. I thought you were saying that you had turned down plenty of girls, and that okay.
I'm saying there are some in the past where when things haven't gone their way, they've kind of lost their mind a little bit about it. I'm not gonna call people out now because I'm on good terms with almost everybody in my past, and I don't want to fucking reignite old bridges that have like been reconstructed with concrete.
Okay. All right. So.
Yeah. Just to be clear, there has been 0 women who have said that about Steven.
And I fucked multiple women that fucking hate me now, right? Merrick fucking hates me now, and she hasn't fucking ever made an accusation like that. Bad Bunny fucking hates me now, and she's never made an accusation like that. And there have been other women that are still privately people I've hooked up with that fucking hate me now, that have never made an accusation like that before. So no, I think from the grand scheme of things, I think I do okay in terms of sexual harassment claims or abuse claims.
So wait, are you saying these people are mentally ill?
No, I'm not saying they're men. Oh my god.
Holy shit, dude! You're
Why
like
are you bringing them
like
up? Why?
the
No,
Joker.
I said no.
Yo,
Why are you
you're
bringing them up?
mentally ill. You are mentally
No,
ill.
time
You
out.
are
Wait,
literally
John,
mentally
chill,
ill. You are
chill.
mentally ill.
John, chill.
No, bro, that is actually a sickness you have. That spinning narrative shit.
Maybe Steven needs to ban me from the fucking stream.
Jeez.
Oh man.
My point was, you said that mentally ill girls, or no, you said that attractive girls. No, I said that Lav accusing Hassan is a sign of sexual assault.
Yeah, I brought that up as an example because you had said like, and how many times you had girls accuse you of sexual misconduct. I'm saying like never. I don't think I've ever had that accusation levied at me before ever. Even now, it started
still
out
stands that it is a sign of mental illness to falsely sexually accuse somebody.
Sure, but she did that after we already had our. She did that after we had a huge falling out. It's not like I could like go into the future and know she would say that about Hassan.
No. Okay, all right. I don't know how many ways to restate. I guess we just disagree.
Well, no. Hold on, because what you're saying there is kind of a good point. Like, if she had made a false accusation like that against Hassan, I probably would have stayed the fuck away from that person. Yeah, of course. But she'd already made that accusation once we'd already like broken all of our friendship and shit off.
But wait, no, time out. You knew that she was making those type of accusations about Hassan.
I knew that she was talking shit in Discord servers.
Yeah.
And I told her it was fucking stupid. But like, I hadn't done like the thorough fucking I was pretty sure it was false. But like,
bro,
but there's a difference. There's a difference between her like talking shit in Discord servers. She wants fucking attention, which is what she was doing, versus like formalizing that in a fucking Me Too statement on her Patreon. Those are two wildly different things. I never would have thought she would have done that. That's insane.
When she was talking all that shit, Steven and I got on a call and we talked about how it's all fucking bullshit.
Mm-hmm. I believe you. I know you
like
know.
We literally talked about how she has like malicious intentions.
Right. So I would assume.
I'm saying before we had problems with her, we were watch out.
So you're still letting her on stream knowing she has malicious intentions?
Hold on. Those conversations did not happen. I don't know what the
fuck
you're talking about.
Steven, I said she's crazy for the Hassan shit.
You might have said that. All I remember was...
So you agree with me, Zerka? What the fuck are you talking about?
That's all women. They all make up shit. That's why I fucking don't stay with influencers.
Zerka, you told me that you had some shit about Hassan, and I called you.
That was the shit.
Yeah,
that
I know. And I called you, and I said, hey, if I was you, I'd be careful. I don't think this shit is real. That was the extent of our conversation.
Yeah, and then I really, really backed off from her. I never talked to her again. I was like, whoa, what the fuck?
So
but now, recently, I tried to reconnect with her and be a friend, and then
Lab?
Lab. But she thinks like I'm a DGG spy, I think. And now that I'm caught up with the drama, I understand why she's cautious. Like, it's war. But, Steven, what can she do to drop the war? Like, how can she just quit?
She can't. She dug her heels in now.
Yeah, it's too late.
She just stopped talking about everything. Everything would be chill. She almost did the other day. It seemed like she was kind of friendly, and then
Why did she decelerate?
The issue right now that I think, and oh my God, I can't know this 100%, but I'm pretty sure what's going on is that she is probably like the star cooperative witness right now for Max's article. So the only way that Lav can ever be chill is if somebody starts going to work on her mentally in the same way that Max is going to work on her mentally. But until that happens, like, she's dug into this, and this is like her thing till the end of time.
She did say she stopped talking to Max for a while.
She lied about that. There's no way. That's never happened. I would never believe that. Nope.
Really? She lied about that?
Probably, yeah. I think he's been like working her mind for probably the better part of the last 6 months.
Oh, she said that to look more objective.
Yes, because remember, she lied initially and she was like, I'm not part of the investigation at all. But then she happened to keep revealing all these details about it. And then after, and he just left like a dumb fuck. Okay. And then afterwards, obviously, it came out. They're like, oh, well, of course she's part of it. And then she's like, oh, well, now I am part of it. No, you were always part of it, you fucking moron.
So I'm here to show that Lav is crazy.
Mentally ill.
Mentally ill, mentally unstable. I don't think I've done a great job of proving that.
Well, we don't know if that's true. I don't know how you even would prove that. I mean, unless she's like
right. No, proving my opinion or proving like why I think this. I wouldn't have fucked with her from the beginning, Steven. Like, and you know, Hassan stayed away from her. He probably saw from the beginning. Like,
Hassan stayed away from her because she didn't have enough clout for him. She didn't have enough clout for him. That's the only reason Hassan stayed away.
Okay, you might be right about that. But yeah, no, like, yeah. So, man, I guess my points are made. Nino, did you have something to say?
Hello.
Hi.
I just want to say that, first of all, Mr. Girl never reached out to me, and I'm kind of glad, because I think he's actually fucking insane.
Disingenuous, yes. Yeah, insane.
But I wanted to say something nice about Steven. He wasn't here to troll, just so you know. Yeah, I've known Steven for a couple of years. I mean, a few years now. 2018, I think. And honestly, I've never had any issues or any like weird shit, like all the accusations that are being thrown around from Mr. Girl and stuff. I've never felt any sort of things related to that ever. Yeah, I just want to say that.
Okay, but you're like my employee, right? So,
yeah, but that happened way later.
Sure, but like, couldn't I tell you to say these things? I'm gonna fire you. Like, you could be part of the article now.
Oh, I guess that could be a thing.
Yeah, good job. You're gonna get a big bonus this month. So proud of you.
No, but I could also like, if I wanted to, like, if something were to happen, this would be if something happened, right, in our past, this would be the perfect opportunity for me to come out and be like, blah blah blah, like say shit about you or something like this. But
wait, Nino, hold on, Nino. Destiny, Lav only said she's stepping away from Mr. Girl because she feels he's getting too attached, or whatever the bullshit was. Didn't make any sense. She only did that to distance herself from his campaign, so she doesn't look like a fake bitch.
Okay.
Am I having a psychic revelation, or is that a reach?
I have no idea.
I got it from you. What the hell?
God, stop saying you talked to me about things or said things I've never fucking said.
No, you said it 5 minutes ago, you dodo head. You said it 5 minutes ago. You said she distanced herself from Max.
She's never said she said she wasn't part of his investigation. That's not distancing herself from Max.
No, she said she stopped talking to him.
I don't remember that. If she said that, I don't remember it. Maybe she did say it, but I don't remember her saying that.
DGG, did she? I think she did. If that's true, then she is snaky, bro. Why are the cute ones so snaky, bro?
Also, I kind of wait.
Nina,
John,
your voice
fuck
makes
you.
me want to kill myself.
Oh my god.
You want to make me want to kill myself, okay?
That copy pasta.
You guys should be banned from stream now.
Damn, good job.
Listen.
Wait, did he ever find who's mentally ill? You just he said everyone.
You are. You just threatened suicide. You should be banned.
Right, exactly.
No, but the funniest part of the whole thing, I think it'll get clipped too, is when you start naming streamers Steven's been with, and you said, "Are they mentally ill?"
Actually, Steven named the streamers, and then I said, "Are they mentally ill?"
No, but the comedy is that you're assuming to date Steven, you have to be mentally ill.
Oh, God.
So funny, dude.
Probably do.
You're like, they all mentally ill, right, Steven?
No, I think Steven understands where I'm coming from, and not that he agrees with me. I think he understands where I'm coming, what I'm trying to say, though.
I swear, in my years of being here, no one has ever made a worse argument than you.
Well, maybe that could be my new job, just to come on stream and make fucking dumbass arguments for you guys to argue against. I don't know if you really think my argument's dumb, or you think that, or like you think that I'm sitting here trying to tell Steven what to do. Listen, I think Steven's goal, and I've heard him say this much in 2023, is to ascend to the next level, is to, you know, take it. And I'm not here to give him advice on how to do that. But to, like, if bullshit like this doesn't help, and we all know that.
I don't care. Then I take back ever saying that. Oh my god, I take back. I regret saying that so much. If it's gonna be like you can't fuck anybody anymore, or have like interesting people on your stream because you want to do. I don't care. No. Seriously though, when I said that, I was joking. I'm gonna be playing. I'm gonna be grinding StarCraft for the next like 6 months. That's my goal. That's my goal on stream right now. 6 months.
No, I don't
StarCraft
think.
2.
I love the drama. I love the drama.
Nope.
I love
I'm
the
on
arguments.
this. I'm on my StarCraft arc right now.
Sports.
I'm so on this. Oh my god.
I love
I'm so
the blood
now.
sports. However, I just don't want a horrible outcome that would just.
Here's what you're trying to say, Lavloon. You're watching this. Send your tears.
Don't kill yourself.
Don't kill yourself, but send your tears to my PO box so I can drink them on stream. And with the bill.
I don't stream.
No, I'm just saying to Lavloon. I want to drink her tears.
Oh, send them to you. I thought you were saying I said that.
Would you like a cup?
Yeah, if you do get a cup, share some with me. I love
How do you guys feel? For those who know, how do you guys feel about Counter-Strike 2?
Oh my god, that's the worst topic ever, Nate.
All right, I'll just. You know what? I'll just leave.
Go back to canceling Steve. That was funny.
One more thing, Steven. Hold up, before I leave. The whole thing with the Muslims. I'm not saying you're right or wrong, but like, do you are you worried about your safety or not?
No, fuck them.
I know how crazy they can fucking be and how fanatic they can be, and like, the thing with Muhammad is just like that is the most sensitive issue to Muslims, and I wait. So I heard you say one time like I don't judge people off of like pastimes, like the way they do things like in pastimes. Like I wouldn't judge somebody from the 1900s America that married like a 12-year-old or whatever, right? I've heard you say this before.
Why would you judge someone from like hundreds of years ago if they were following the law back then?
Well, that's what happened with Muhammad, right?
Yeah,
wasn't he following the law?
Yeah. Oh. Stephen would be wrong.
Well, so what I'm asking is like, were you just trying to fuck with them, or do you honestly believe that he was a pedophile?
I think if you were fucking a 9-year-old, I don't know if it matters. That's like a medical thing. I think you're probably always a pedophile. Yeah.
But back then it did
I
not
don't think
work.
they even had that. Yeah, I don't think they had that term back then.
So it doesn't matter. We're pretty biologically wired to not fuck children. It's like pretty bad, right?
That's not true.
It's
what are you
absolutely true.
That is
the things that.
Wait, when you say biologically wired, that means that there's something innate in us that would
to not fuck
us
children. Correct.
But they used to do that all the time, though.
Maybe pedophiles did.
What are you talking about?
It was law in the United States.
Everyone had a 9-year-old bride, a 10-year-old bride, 11-year-old. The first period is when they get married, bro. Betrothed.
No, he's right though.
Me? Yeah.
Yeah, Zerka, you're right.
Yeah, no.
And I'm here to fucking defend pedophiles. I'm just trying to get to the point where like.
No, throughout 99% of human history, every single person would be called a pedophile.
So how do you square that with Muhammad?
I don't. It's never been normal to fuck 9-year-olds. That's just not true.
What about in medieval times, Stephen?
Nope.
Really? What was the age? 14?
Probably.
What was the age of consent in the United States prior to like 1850?
I don't know. Probably like 14, 15 or something.
I think it was lower than that.
Look it up then. Tell me.
I will.
There's only one sinless prophet in the Abrahamic religions, and that's God. His name's Christ.
Hold on, just give me 1 second.
Destiny, it's extremely well known that you usually wait to consummate a marriage until a woman had her first period. Yeah, that'd be my guess. Otherwise, you'd be a pedophile. You can be a pedophile from 500 years ago or 1,000 years ago. But the things that we're wired biologically to be attracted to are secondary sexual characteristics generally. Children's bodies should not make you sexually excited. If they do, you're a pedophile. Which is fine. Be a pedophile. Go jerk off to lolicon child porn. Knock yourself out. I don't give a fuck. But
true.
Well, but it's not a legal thing. I'm not looking to a legal definition for that, right? Pedophilia is it's a mental state of being attracted to the lithe prepubescent bodies of children that aren't exhibiting secondary sexual characteristics. It doesn't matter what the law or the standards are at the time. Like Ooga Booga cavemen shouldn't be fucking 9-year-olds.
Well, I'm not here to argue like the the ethics of it. I'm just saying like if you, okay. I can't find what I'm looking for right this second, but if I do, I'll get back to you.
Since there is no argument, since people like look different in different ages, the only way I can let's say the only way you can ever be logically consistent with the pedophile argument, right? It's this: if she's got curves, you're not a pedophile. I'm not saying you do this, like don't be a pedo, but I'm saying you can't. When people go off number, like if you know what I mean, if you got no curves but you're 20 years old, kind of like the same thing as a little girl. Like, how are you attracted to that? You know what I mean? Or it's like those men who want to fuck Victoria's Secret models. Those are like shaped like men. Are you sure you're not gay?
What?
You know what I mean?
Okay.
Like, Steven, do you like that Victoria's Secret bony look?
I don't know.
It's kind of masculine, right? Like, Steven, you've seen my girlfriend, right? Would you give that a hit?
No, fuck no, because then she'd give me a hit, unironically. I don't want to call the cops.
Okay, if she wasn't physically abusive, right? Would you fuck my girl?
Sure, why not?
You think she's cute?
Yeah, of course.
You think she's, curvy and stuff, looks womanly, right?
Yeah, maybe underneath all that makeup, she might.
Stop it, bro. Stop.
I don't know why you're with this crazy fucking girl, dude.
Love makes you do weird shit with the girls.
No.
Plus, I'm not really... it's exciting to fuck strangers, but I want to... You can survive this drama. I wouldn't be able to survive a lie that Lab makes. So I kind of have to be around pussy that I know. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with dating. I just don't know why you would date somebody who's fucking physically abusive towards you.
Wait, she hit you, John?
Well, she's been in jail for it.
Yeah.
Oh shit, bro. So you know a thing or two about crazy girls.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna lie and say it's not the best sex ever.
I don't think I'm disagreeing or like agreeing.
Like, it would take me a long time to find a partner that I can have sex with and enjoy. Like, it took months to even enjoy it with her. Like, we hated each other, and then we found out we're both toxic, and we have like toxic sex where, she taught me a lot, man. You know what I mean? She taught me sexuality. Because I got head my whole life, so I wasn't really into partnerships. But, this is like the one person that I enjoy seeing orgasm. You know what I mean by that? Does that sound weird? Like, I don't think pleasing women is, like, hot, but if it's your girlfriend or wife, I think it's super hot, right? But, yeah, I mean, Steven and I, we put our dick in crazy, and these are the games we choose to play. It's bad, all right? But ain't nothing like fucking a bitch who has a felony.
All right, I'll see myself out. Thank you for having me again, Destiny.
I love you, buddy. Be careful.
If I got any arguments in the future, I'll hit you up.
Yeah.
I think you should practice first.
I'll practice on my arguing and come back.
Yeah.
All right, Zerka. See you too, man. Nice to meet you, buddy.
Who's next, Steven?
I have no idea.
We're killing you. I'm like the moderator. I'm like,
Yeah.
The problem with Lav is that she's actually, like, I never noticed for a long time, but she is attractive.
Yeah.
And that goes through her head. That's the problem.
I think if I was a woman, I think it would fuck with my head. Like, could you imagine if you could make it your whole life just based on the way you look? It's got to, like, do things too.
Yeah. And the whole sex talk. Like, she knows what she's doing with the, I'm going to quit sex work next month, guys.
Mm-hmm.
That's, because do you know what? That's a sales tactic of get it while it's hot. You know what I mean? That's very smart what she does. It's like, soon this will be, you won't have access to this content. You better buy now. It's very manipulative. She's been doing it year round.
Think so?
Yeah. You know how I know she's like that? She once told me how she gets down, and we were talking on podcast, and she's talking about like, oh, I like when they beg for it, which is hot, right? That's a good type of play. But you could tell that involves a more manipulative kind of woman. Like if that's the kind of sex she's having, she's making dudes beg for it before they enter. Like it's hot. I'm not knocking her. Like she knows how to play, right? That works on everyone. But definitely a manipulative mind. If that's the kind of sexual games, like that's kind of like a Zerka mind. That's kind of evil. All right.
For sure.
Isn't that fun, Steven, when they make you beg for it?
If you say so.
I like that blue balls feeling.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. As long as I eventually get it. I mean, if they just walk out the door, I'll start crying. Like one in the chat if you've been with a girl who's done that to you and it's kind of hot. Some people hate it, I guess. Let me see chat. Hold on, let me open you guys up. Who's next, Steven? Pull some hysterical person.
I don't know, dude. Damn. Where are your friends at? Bring them on.
Where are Zerka's friends at? I stay with you, dude. Where I wish I had friends. You know, my brothers tell me when I start rambling, I've had enough, and they just leave the living room. So if there was no chat, no one would ever talk to me again. I need friends. And DGG aren't friends. DGG says, God, he's stupid, but I'd suck the skin off his dick. Bro, can you say something friendship? Like, to build friendship? Like, throw a bridge, bro? Steven, I think it's okay if you have sex with a 9-year-old because you look like a 9-year-old.
Really? Thanks. Weren't you supposed to do stuff today?
No, I have 2 days off. I got Dick Masterson in the morning.
Oh, in the morning, tomorrow morning, gotcha.
I don't know what to expect because I've only seen you on.
He's a cool dude. Oh, Jesus, what a fucking day, dude. Oh. Oh.
That's your finishing sound.
My what sound?
Did you have a finishing sound? When you're finishing inside?
Yeah, I go, ah.
That's it?
What's your sound? Tell us.
Oh, I have the same sound every time. It's like a twitch, so it's kind of twitchy. It's a little tweaky. It's like, your Uber is here.
Is that what you say?
No, I don't fuck strangers. I fuck X.
What do you mean by that?
I fuck my ex. I'm in love with my ex.
Holy shit. I'll be right back 1 second.
Bro, Steven, wait.
No, I gotta... Hold on.
Wait, this is how Jilly orgasms.
No, shut up.
It's so funny. It's not Joe Biden's wife, though. I swear if you put on that screen, that gay fucking pixelated screen, let me see.
John.
Yeah.
I can't believe you just said the same thing about friendship again.
What do you mean? I don't remember what I said.
You said that you need friends and that you don't have
friends. No, that's just me farming followers. I'm totally good.
Okay, I was gonna say, because we had a fucking 2-hour conversation about that shit.
That's the power of Adderall. How you been?
Good. Actually, you know what? No, fuck you. I've been bad. Look at your texts.
Yeah, I haven't even opened anything because I've been so busy. Today's the one day I have off, and I just woke up and got on here.
Yeah, yeah, of course, of course.
No,
How
it's
you
good. It's
been?
good. I'm not slacking. That's the point.
You
Why
haven't
does he
streamed
put
in
this
like.
gay pixelated screen? I can't even see what chat's saying now.
Look at the chat.
I am on my phone, so it's impossible.
That's not true. Just open Safari. You can pop
Oh,
it out.
really? Really?
Yes.
Okay. So I have to go to dgg.com.
Destiny.gg//big screen. Pop the chat out.
Mm-hmm. I'm on my way. What are they saying?
They're talking so much shit about you. They're saying L. John Zerka.
Mm-hmm.
Lurka.
You know, I've conditioned myself to be depressed if I don't get a hateful comment or a loving comment. If I get a neutral comment, I want to kill myself. I need to be polarizing, right? That's the
Oh my god,
business.
they're all saying Lurka, fuck John Zerka.
It
That's
doesn't matter
crazy.
because I have a better life than DGG. They're losers. I'm a winner.
Lurka. Damn.
Oh, that chat's way too fast. What the fuck?
Yeah. You didn't know you could open it on Safari?
Yeah, this is so easy now.
What is wrong with you?
Mm.
How do you wake up and take a piss by
Dude,
yourself in the morning?
Nino, I had a dream I was a pedophile.
You sure it was a dream?
Yeah.
You're not so sure without the Adderall? Not.
Listen, you know how I know? I know it was a dream because I woke up depressed.
That is so fucked. I'm glad you've been doing good. I'm glad that you've been grinding, but you have to stream.
You think so? Even
Yes.
even if it's lower quality work?
Even if you're on your phone like you are right now, just talk to your community. Turn on stream,
You
talk to
think
your
so?
community. Yes!
Okay, fine. Because I talked to my parents and they're like, you should only do high production shit. Like when you're alone, it fucking sucks.
That's not true. People want to hear you. People
No,
want to hear you talk.
DGG says you're 10 out of 10 content with people, but when you're alone, I want to blow my brains out. Like I keep getting that feedback.
Well, I mean, they're saying Lurka. I think they want to, I don't want to say what you just said, but, I think you should stream no matter what.
Yeah, well, I get a good buzz because we shot like 5 episodes with no jumper. They just have to drop. But man, Adam's such a good guy. He dropped other episodes first to get his channel buzzing a bit, so I can have like a good bump. And then I have Dick Masterson's, and then I have my own podcast starting with Heel Mike next week. So I was waiting for that. We have 6 to 8 girls, 6 to 8 microphones, and a big investor. It'll be like Fresh Fit, but with my level of comedy, it's kind of. I'm not gonna lie, Ninu, man. I'm very funny. I'm not funny like a comedian making a bit. I'm funny like a retard telling the truth. You know what I mean? It's like I'm shocked more people don't DM me to say, "Hey, I want in on Zerka early." If you've got money in crypto, drop 20 bands and get in my fucking business, you idiots. Once I'm big, I'm not gonna respond to you idiots. 20 bands won't be anything to me.
20
So
bands.
yeah, like make my life easier.
Drop 20 bands.
Mm-hmm.
Do I sound
And
American when I
I'm
say that?
saying I already have the investor for the equipment and stuff. I just want money for play, like for myself. I want a gifter who will benefit off me. You know what I mean? A gifter that will be with me from the bottom.
Yeah. Are you moving to LA?
I have to, yeah.
Mm.
I mean, it's fun. LA is fun, and I feel cocky. Like I'm always around porn stars, and I never fuck them, so I feel like I'm Buddha or some shit, right? It is weird though to wake up in the morning and I wake up in the morning and there's girls with millions of followers walking around in fucking lingerie and saying, "John, can you help me with taking a picture?" And I go, "No," and they get so turned on the fact that I just stay in my room. And really, like, I've heard too many horrific stories about these girls and what they have down there and STDs and stuff. But it is weird that I'm like, man, my childhood self or my teen self would love this. But, most people go to LA for this life, and I'm really not about it. But I'm worried that when I have all the success to my fingertips, that I'll get bored with success
You
and action.
rack up all the STDs.
Could you imagine if, like, I'm worried have you noticed when people make millions, they ruin themselves? I'm worried that'll happen to me. But maybe I'm too old to like have. I don't know. It's not like I'm not gonna have a breakdown, am I? Nah. I'm not gonna lie. When I realized it, all my life I spent my cocaine at clubs, partying, getting girls, and I thought that was fun. Do you know cocaine was actually made for use? Like, try doing cocaine alone in a room reading Sigmund Freud or Carl Jung. That is way more fun.
I've been practicing what you've been preaching about Carl Jung. You gotta fuck him and suck their dicks and suck the intelligence out of them.
Oh, right.
I think I have like.
Wait, I don't think it works. No, Nino. I don't think it works orally. I think it has to come through the hole, right?
Well, you were talking about sucking some dick the other day, so.
Yeah, but that would fall into your stomach acid. I don't think you can absorb knowledge through oral.
Well, I did both, and I feel like my IQ has grown over the days. So thanks for the recommendation.
You can actually see women who have smart boyfriends. The women become smarter over time. You can see it. Look at
of course, if you're with somebody that is gonna, bring you up and talk about intelligent stuff, of course you're gonna be more prone to talking about, interesting topics rather than if you're with a bum.
Nino,
he doesn't know how many fucking continents there are.
Nino, you can lolcow me and think I'm crazy, but is it a coincidence throughout all of history every genius was fucked in the asshole? Is that really a coincidence?
Did you have like something that shows that, or
are you gonna say that Shakespeare was straight? Are you gonna say Pythagoras?
I'm not gonna say any of that.
No. Are you gonna say Pythagoras was straight? Are you gonna say Plato was straight? Are you gonna say Socrates was straight? Are you gonna say Sigmund Freud was straight? Are you gonna say Carl Jung was straight? Are you gonna say any of the presidents were straight? Any of the founders of the U.S. straight? Are you gonna say any leader of the British Empire was straight? Are you gonna say Napoleon was straight? Are you gonna say Hitler was straight? Are you gonna say anyone in history was straight? I dare you.
You're a leader. Are you straight?
You see what I mean? You got nothing. You have to meme.
No, I'm just asking you. Are you straight?
How am I a fucking mover and a shaker? You're comparing me to fucking Benjamin Franklin.
You don't like that comparison?
I think it's silly.
Okay.
Clearly I'm better.
Low T.
No, I'm saying it's so obvious that being with men is biting from the apple and it makes you more intelligent. Or excuse me, the fruit. The Bible didn't say apple. The Bible said fruit. I gotta stop fucking that up.
Yeah.
It's a sin. Getting fucked in the ass is a sin.
Do you have experience with that?
No. When you look at my struggles in life, it's the same as Donald Trump's. Like, Donald Trump is the first straight president. We have the same struggles, man. We have the same teeth. We have the same problems.
Same teeth.
God, I miss him, dude.
Same problems.
You know why I love Donald
America.
Trump? Every intellectual throughout history always said that what the ruling class has always done is made you think other countries are the problem, when really it's always been the rich versus the poor. And Trump was the first one to point the finger at the Democrat elites. And he pointed the finger and said, you guys are the problem. We don't have a problem with Russia. We have a problem with American elites. And I thought that was so awesome, dude. Right?
Yeah.
I'm not saying Trump is like pure. I'm saying he is a vehicle of purity. He's to be used.
And abused.
Like if there was a bull running into pedophiles that are murdering
Do not
children,
rape.
If there was a bull running into pedophiles that murder children, and the bull's name was Trump, you wouldn't say that bull is pure and not angry. You'd say that bull is necessary.
I would say, do not rape.
That's where you guys have to go intellectually, right? Every conversation turns into do not rape. Well, what if you're raping Hitler?
What?
Yeah, they are. You want to talk progressive and retarded? Let's go all the way.
No, chat wants me to remind everybody, as a, conscientious adult, just do not rape. Would you rape adult Hitler?
No, but you know what's funny about rape is that it's a woman's thing. Like 80% of women have a rape fantasy. No man has a rape fantasy of a woman struggling like that. Men have fantasies of being adored by a woman, worshiping their cock. We have like the opposite fantasy. You guys are broken humans. No, I'm not lying. Google it. Even Nick Fuentes talked about this. He pulled up the statistics on his stream. He pulled up statistics on his stream. And the statistics said 80% of women have that fantasy. And I really coped for a year. I said it has to be with their husband. It's with a stranger, bro. They're fucking weird.
John, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
Would you rape your rapist?
I would do something worse, but I'm not going to incriminate myself live.
Oh.
I mean, like you seen those courtroom things where the guy kills the rapist?
No.
Well, I don't want to incriminate myself, but based. I hate people who assume murder is worse than rape. They're literally on the same level. Actually, when you think about it, there's more suffering with the rape. Throughout their whole life, they're shattered. So I really don't like the laws around rape. I think it should be punished way harder.
I agree.
Oh, we agree on something. What the fuck? Like, if someone raped my daughter versus someone murdering my daughter, that is the same level of trauma you're doing to me. Actually, yeah. I really think.
Because you can. I mean, because you have. I mean, yeah, maybe you have to.
There's almost something. I don't want to say better, but there's almost something liberating about my daughter being murdered over her telling me the story of her getting raped. You know what I mean?
The grieving over time.
No, it's almost like I get lost in the ignorance of I don't know what happened. But if she was telling me what happened, I gotta live with that. Jeez.
And she gotta live with that.
Yeah,
that's the most important, right?
That's why rape should be auto death penalty. Chop their head. We need to bring the guillotine back. That's what the law. We need a king, man. We don't need this democratic system.
Dude, I love how everybody says that I want you. That's the fucking chat I see, and I'm like, dude, if I wanted you, I could have gotten you a long time ago. Okay.
Because men are just so easy, right?
Yeah. No, I mean you are.
I can't believe people disagree with me. Some people are saying no, murder is worse than rape. I'm like, whoa, bro. That's crazy.
You guys are so dumb. So, John, I heard that you're back with your ex?
No, I just meme. I'm like, I'm broken, dude.
No.
Well, I'm not gonna lie, like, she's great.
Yeah.
Heart. I like simping because I feel human again, and it makes me feel less fascist.
Just like a cope.
I mean, we all cope. You know, that's what life is. What's beautiful about having a community, right? Or even friends. When people choose to stay on call with you or tune into this stream, what they're saying, whether they like you or not, is that they're joining the waiting room of death with you. Like, we're all coping. That's why we're here. Whether you're successful or not, you're coping in some way. This is entertainment for you. You're away from those thoughts. That's what's so beautiful about people being around you. Even villains. Like if a villain is trying to destroy your life, he's stimulating you away from the fear, death, anxiety, and the things that are really dreadful. Like a war is not as bad as realizing your mortality and dying. That's the scary part of life, you know, because what is dying besides ultimately going through the door alone? Like you could have kids, you could have everything, but eventually you're alone and you die
Yeah,
alone.
you know, you should have a segment where
There's
it's
something
like,
about death that feels like a roller coaster coming. You know what I mean? I'm not talking
John,
about dying in an accident. I'm talking about growing old and dying.
John, you should have a segment on your stream about
No, I'm not allowed. My brother and my friends say stop talking about death. I'm not allowed to talk about
no, but words of wisdom with John Zerka.
I hate people who
Mhm.
force it. You know, wisdom flows naturally when we pour the consciousness of
That's
God.
true. That's
I
true.
hate those self-help channels. I kind of like streamers getting clipped because sometimes streamers say very wise shit. Very few of them, but if you have to like package it, it feels so forced, right?
Mm-hmm. I mean,
Sometimes, Ninu, the spirit of God pours through you. That's why I think everyone on earth should have a blank canvas with some paint in their living room and just leave it there for a year. Because one day you have this thing pouring through you you can't explain, where you can paint a fucking Mona Lisa and you can't explain how you did it. And that's for everything, really. Like sometimes it just goes through, the art does itself. And yeah.
yeah, I agree. I agree. You have to keep Allah in your heart.
Yeah, no. What I'm mastering right now is my life's autopilot. Like when I was reading about Rosicrucian practices and stuff, it's about awareness and how much of your day are you aware. Like when you're driving home for 2 hours, you go, "Whoa, I don't even remember driving. I don't even remember what I was thinking about in the car." If you find out that most of your day is on autopilot, you're really finding out most of the time you're a retard.
La ilaha illallah.
You got to be in the moment like me.
What are we talking about right now?
Like, Steven, do you know what I mean by, have you ever had a day that just went on autopilot and you realize you weren't thinking?
Yeah.
Apparently that's your brain getting fatter and number, and if you keep doing it, you become very stupid. Like you're not supposed to be on autopilot.
Yeah.
You're supposed to be conscious of what you're doing every hour too. And then there's a second practice called the backwards review, where you go, what did I do? I brushed my teeth before bed. Before bed, I was at work. Before work, I was eating breakfast. Before breakfast, I was with my wife. Before that, we were in bed. And if you get good at this backwards practice and you can go back a few days or a few weeks in time, you're actually assuming like you're trying to, it's like how God sees the time. And you can see it backwards and forward. And when you get good at this, what it reveals is when you're being lucky, right? You start to see holes in your life of who you're around, what you're doing, and why you got that opportunity. And those holes are telling you how to repeat success. So, I was around Steven and I was very active on his Discord and I got this opportunity. Therefore, Steven is a better player in my life. He deserves a better spot. But a lot of people don't do this backwards review.
Do you ever worry about how quickly time is going by?
Yeah, though I hate that. I don't even talk about that.
I feel really weird because Nathan is in like 6th grade now. And I'm thinking like from my life, 1st to 6th grade was like an eternity. It was so long. But now I'm thinking like in his life, it's like nothing. For me, it went by in like a flash. I guess for him, it was probably way longer, but like it's so crazy to think that.
There's this resentment I have to, your political side because of COVID. I feel like COVID robbed us a couple years. Like when you said to me the other day, "Oh, I'm Destiny, I'm 34 years old." I was like, there's no way Destiny's not 29. You're actually 34.
Yeah. Speaking of, Ninu.
What the fuck?
What?
How's that tax stuff going?
Great.
Okay.
Oh, she's your assistant, right?
Yeah, kind of, but she's helping me with tax stuff. But since we're filing married, I can't be late on my shit, so her shit has to be filed soon, because I don't want to wait till April 25th or whatever the fuck the filing date is to make sure my stuff is okay.
I think you missed my message.
You think what?
You missed my message, but I updated you, and I am in contact with...
Okay, as long as shit's moving along. I just don't want to be late on my shit.
Moving along. We're all good.
Yeah, fucking better be.
Okay.
You know, Stephen, what I wonder is, for you, marriage is just a government thing, right?
I mean, a little bit, yeah.
Like, there's no spiritual component to marriage for you.
I mean, I'm not a very spiritual person, so no, there's not.
I know, you're just kind of
Oh
hijacking
my
it from the
God.
Bible. You don't think you're hijacking it from the Bible a bit?
Maybe a little bit.
So do you guys have, in the United States, do you guys have, like, in France specifically, we have, like, religious marriage that you can, and we have, like, paxing? It's different than civil marriage, I believe.
Yeah, we have that shit.
Well, I was going to ask Stephen, if religion has no spiritual component, why even go through with it if it means nothing to you, right?
So we can fucking live together. What do you mean?
Because she's foreigner, or else you wouldn't have done it?
I mean, we might have, I don't know. But I mean, like, right now, if we want to, like, live together as, like, a married couple, we kind of have to be...
Well, if she was an American, symbolically, it means nothing to you. You wouldn't have done it.
I don't know. I mean, most women want to get married eventually anyway, so who knows, maybe?
Well, no, you'd have a say in it too, right?
Yeah,
I know Melina would want to, like, but you wouldn't really care. Is there, Nino, is there anything better in life than a healthy marriage? Could you imagine a healthy marriage? That sounds like heaven on earth. That's my greatest fantasy, if I had a healthy marriage.
That encompasses everything, like sex and everything?
Yeah.
Oh. Better? I don't know. A healthy life. How about that? Self-care.
Yeah. But I noticed the pattern with geniuses and big names throughout history is they always married a crazy bitch. Like, that's Steven and I. We're the types of guys who will be destroyed by a woman.
I think of all the women I've been with, I think Melina's relatively uncrazy.
Yeah, but her crazy arc has started now that you guys had that argument live.
We have tons of arguments. We just had that one live. I don't think her crazy.
That one was serious, Steven. That was like, don't put on the main channel.
Not even close to serious, bro. We have had tons of worse arguments than that.
I don't know if I was gonna do a headpiece on you. Abba, what's up, Abba? Wait, is Abba married?
Good question, dude.
Is that a rude question to ask? Like, influencers hide it, or maybe you have to hide it because, like, people want to kill us. We're like CIA. Yo, Nina, you want to fuck?
Shut the fuck up.
I'm practicing my sexual harassment.
And no, because you have ED.
How do you remember that? Have you noticed when I'm bored, I say reckless shit? That has to be mental illness.
I handled all this so fucking poorly.
Steven, this is going to be your year.
Yeah.
Because you got banned from Twitch last year, right?
Yep.
So, and it took you a little bit long to get your YouTube going, but now that it's going, now you're reaching that cruising altitude. You know what I mean? The only thing that can ruin it is this fucking game.
True.
Abba, get back in here. We want views. Steven, you ever see yourself working in an office with workers like a DGG headquarters or no?
I don't know. Maybe someday.
Because my dream for you would be to have an operation like Ben Shapiro, but on your side, right? Because I'm worried you're going to do this whole like solo thing forever just because it's like less stress.
Think so?
Yeah. Think if you expand operations, there's more content. But you'd have to invest a lot of your money too.
Don't think so, but I'll keep that in mind, okay?
Actually, no, you wouldn't. You would have investors. What am I saying? And the hard part would be to find creators who are polarizing and blue pill. I think you're the only one. The rest are kind of like cringe. So you'd be... I mean, that's what Ben Shapiro has. There's like one interesting guy in the whole operation. Actually, that's just Ben. He's not even that interesting. But that Knowles guy and the rest are kind of like flaccid.
Think so?
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna have, the Alex Jones type of operation, and I'm just gonna crash your rallies and shit. Like, I can't wait till we're political opponents when we're very old.
Okay.
Like, you know that politics will eventually drive our friendship to the dirt. Like, eventually we're gonna cross. One of us is gonna cross the line, right? Twitter.com/ZirkaOfficial for more money. Circa still on stream? Dude, I got no friends, bro. I literally will be here till Steven's going to bed. If Abba doesn't join, I'm gonna kill myself live.
Stop talking about death, John.
Whoa, someone said Zerka is Sasuke when he was a Genin before he met Itachi. That's true, dude. I'm gonna go very evil. One thing I think can never get me to hate Steven is that I kind of, and I'm not proud of this. Have you noticed I worship memes? Like, I'm even sometimes a little blasphemous, a lot, because I worship memes. Like, I need to laugh so bad. And that's kind of like a adolescent mind I have. But Steven and I, we share that kind of, like, we worship memes, even if they'll kill us. We die for a fucking 9gag meme. And Reddit. Redditors are fucking disgusting people.
What do you do all day in LA? Do you just hang around?
Believe it or not, they go party and stuff, and I just stay in my room unless I have a work opportunity. It's not even like I'm trying to be mature. It's like I can't stand people talking when there's no chat. Like, have you ever had to tell someone what you do in life, but you go, damn, like, this conversation is not even being recorded. What's the point?
I haven't tried that before, no.
Yeah, so I just half-ass all conversations. I go, yeah, I do a podcast. Yeah, I feel like they're taking my energy. Nothing worse than having a deep conversation that's not recorded, and then someone calls you on last minute to talk about deep shit, and you're totally fried. You go, dude, having a friend ruined my content. Never have friends outside of the content game. They're such fucking parasites.
I'll keep that in mind, okay.
I hate how your chat says you've expended your Masonic energy. Why is your chat linking me to them? Like,
wait, what the fuck?
I'm the one exposing them, and every comment they have on Twitter is linking me to Zerka's Masonic energy. I'm saying they're the bad guys. Why are you linking me to them? The fuck?
What do you think about that Poke picture?
I don't click. Is it nude?
Nope. Go check it out.
No, because it's always something gross with your people.
Okay. Okay, well, I gotta go do a thing pretty soon, okay?
Is it content? Will I be in chat for it?
You can be in chat for it. I don't know if it'll be content or not, but I'm doing it. So.
What is it?
I don't know. Some
No, I haven't.
panel.
Yeah, it like picks up some of the
Oh, it's a panel.
Electric or whatever. I don't fucking know.
Okay, can you please make it nuclear? Like, don't just sit there with your fucking
We're gonna
shoulders.
leave.
Just
Destiny,
make it
just
nuclear.
we'll leave the intro run for like 5-10 minutes.
That'll be fun.
Or if you can't do it, add me to the call and I'll
We'll
fucking
be good to go.
explode.
And I was just gonna go over what to expect.
Is it a lot of views?
I have no idea. We'll find out.
You dropped the name, bro.
It's a Rob
Destiny's
Noer.
muted.
Yeah, I think.
I don't know what the fuck that is. Oi, when are you back in LA for the Pearly thing?
I don't have any plans to be right now. I don't know. We'll see.
I think we're doing 10 million views on that thing. You know that thing?
Yeah, that thing. I'll be there.
You think I should be moderator energy for that thing?
I have no idea.
I don't know Loner Box.
All right, be
I
careful.
don't want to.
I love you.
Let's
I
make
gotta go
sure.
do this.
Let's make sure. All right, you know what? Go fuck yourself.
Be careful. Ah, hello. What's up? How we doing?
Hello. Good, good.
I'm streaming. Don't say
I was
anything wild back here, okay? I know how wild these back rooms get sometimes.
We're gonna do. There'll be like a 10-minute intro. You can talk to your audience, whatever. I was just getting everyone's mic checked. The way to work is 10-minute intro. I'll come on by myself, then say a couple words. There's a 30-second intro card. Then we're in. Minute introductions, one topic. Final hour will be audience questions and call-ins. So.
Okay.
I was running the vacuum and watching your stream earlier, Destiny. I don't know who that guy that called in was, but he may have been the most boring person ever to call into a stream.
Jesus Christ. Why so mean?
I could have... he deserves it. I could have summed it up in this. If someone talks shit on you and tries to ruin you, you should be allowed to talk shit on them back.
Yeah, that's generally my approach usually. Unless I think the person's actually like super mentally ill, then I probably try to chill, but...
Are you still playing that stupid fucking factory game?
Who the fuck said that? Is that the fucking... You're not the
Guy in the
Nazi guy.
bottom
You're the guy that's not the Nazi, that hates the Nazis, but you're still far right.
That's true.
Yeah, I see you over there. I'm playing
You know who the fuck I am, Destiny. Shut up.
I'm playing other types of factory
now
games, okay?
Are you still playing the stupid factory game or not?
Every now and then I do, okay? But no, I've moved on from that. Now I'm playing
All right.
STARCRAFT, okay?
Really? Didn't you used to play that shit all the time?
I sure did.
StarCraft 1 or 2?
3. That's who the fuck plays StarCraft 2? Who plays StarCraft 2?
2. No, it's 2. What the fuck?
Really?
Yeah.
Oops. Yeah, StarCraft 1 or 2?
2, right?
Oh, nice. Well, there was a remastered one out, and I still play that from time to time. So I was just wondering. Yeah, I play 2. Do you actually play the game, the ladder, or do you play the arcade?
I play the ladder, I try hard.
I played that game since it came out, and I'm still awful.
Oh, well.
This guy.
It's still fun, though.
Coming to us from...
I love to try and
Guantanamo
Canada
Bay.
Still.
Is Dylan waterboarding people as we speak here?
Off camera.
All right, what are you doing? Where are you at?
I'm in Austria. I'm in Vienna.
Yikes, cringe, bro.
It's so cheap here. It's fantastic.
Do you know Lonerbox, Dylan? Could you send him a message? I don't have him as a friend on Discord.
Sure, I can send him a message quick. Just tell him to come on in here?
Yeah, whenever he's ready. We're just going to do a quick mic check. Then there's like a 8 to 10 minute intro just to get people to fill up the live stream. And then that's that.
Hold him.
Thanks, Dylan. Appreciate it. You staying safe?
So far. Staying safe enough. But that should hopefully end soon. But they actually get to work. I'm getting antsy.
Have you heard of this guy, Peter Zahan? Have you watched any of his
Yeah,
shit?
Peter Zahan. I watch this stuff.
God.
The problem I have with him is that he's like really geographic determinist, and so he'll make these really big conclusions based upon like geographic decline, like demographic decline. He'll be like, population of Russia's going down, so the state is kind of collapse. It's inevitable, and I really don't like that. I think ideology and how you run your government plays a lot into it. Like deep corruption plays a lot into it, and so I think he makes big conclusions based off of like very small pieces of information. But he still, I think, puts some pretty good commentary out there that I do appreciate, and at least makes me think.
Yeah, he did. The only thing I could argue against him easily on is the fucking man bun. That
Loner Box says he's coming in just a second.
Okay.
He's
Gotcha.
just having some setup issues.
There he is.
Hey.
Thank you, sir. I put myself in the middle, I guess. So Drone Tech's not here. I'll go over this real quick. Can you hear me, Box? Can you say something just so I can check your mic?
Yeah, hello. Yeah.
Right. Thank you all for being here. Really appreciate it. So just go over this real quick. There's going to be like a 10-minute intro video. You guys, you won't be on screen. You'll be muted, so you can talk to your own audience or whatever. Then I'll come on by myself. There'll be a 30-second little intro card after I'm on. We'll do minute introductions. We'll all be on after that. And then I'll announce the topic, kind of advertise for the Crucible in our next show that's coming up. And we'll just do regular debate around 9 o'clock. I'll stop people at some point just to throw another little shout out. I got a little video to play. At 10 o'clock, we'll take super chats, audience call-ins. We're done at 11. I usually do an after show, but you're not obligated for any reason to stay. As far as terms of service, I believe one of us is banned on Twitch. I ain't gonna say shit, but stream at your own risk on Twitch because they'll boot you if they find out you're streaming with someone that's banned. So be careful with that. It's just straight up YouTube terms of service. So if you could avoid saying things like the actual word for the pandemic and things like that, and if you have hatred and racism in your heart, please keep it to yourself with the slurs until after the show is over. And I assume all of us here have pretty thick skin. I think I know everyone, so I don't mind you guys yelling at each other, but I do ask, people can't hear if more than one person's talking at a time, so please, if I interject, just stop talking, and then I'll try to give everyone an even shake. But that's about it. Any questions anyone has? All right, thanks. I do appreciate you all, I really do. I think it'll be a fun show, so I'm going to go ahead and start the video, or the intro. So like I said, it'll be 8 to 10 minutes. You all be muted in the background, so you can say whatever you want, and then I'll bring you on at the end of that second video. So thanks so much. Hey, what's up, everyone? That was supposed to be on loop, so I'm going to put everyone in the background. Fucking up the production already. But thanks so much for joining us today at the Crucible. I am your host, Rob Noer. The show this evening is episode 4 of the arena. This is a panel debate show where we have people on to talk about issues, whether they be political or cultural. We're happy to be here today with some of the biggest names we've had on the show to date. I think it's going to be a terrific show. What we're going to do is put the intro up just a couple minutes more to get those chats filling out. Remember, what makes our show unique is audience participation. So we will be able to take call-ins come the end of the show, the final hour. We're also going to read every super chat. So you'll have your opportunity to ask people whether you love them, hate them, or think that they're the most handsome host that you've ever seen, such as me, and feel it in your heart that you need to say something. So we're going to go ahead and put that intro video back up to leave the channel fill up, and we'll be back in about 5 to 8 minutes. So looking forward to it. We'll see you all in a couple minutes.
Go for it.
All right, everyone, welcome to the arena. We have an awesome show tonight. Good panel of guests. The topic is going to be, has the media become the enemy of the people? So there's going to be a lot of good stuff going on. If you're listening to one of our great panelists on their channel, if you come to the Crucible's YouTube channel, we will take super chats to be able to ask any question of any of the panelists or the host. We will also have an opportunity throughout this show. If you're on the Crucible, you'll see the mods will be putting a link to their Discord channel where you can get vetted in the voice channel there to be able to do call-ins. You'll want to get in line early. I'm sure we'll have a lot of people that want to call in tonight's show. So looking forward to it. We'll be right back with all of our guests.
Theodore Roosevelt once said, "The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who knows the great enthusiasms, the great devotions, and spends himself in a worthy cause, who at best, if he wins, knows the thrills of high achievement, and if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly."
All right. Thank you so much, everyone. We're going to jump right in. First thing I want to do is give everyone a chance to introduce, say a little about themselves and where to find them. You'll also be able to find links to all of their channels. I think almost everyone on this panel either streams regularly or is involved in that link in that community regularly. So check out all the panelists. Let's start. Let me rearrange people to get the right people on the right and the left people on the left. Let's start with on the top left. Let's go with Destiny. Go ahead. Tell us a little about yourself and where we can find you.
Hey, what's up? My name is Destiny. I stream kind of progressive politics on YouTube at youtube.com/Destiny.
All right, thanks so much. Next in the top center, Drone Tech, go ahead.
Hey, yeah, I'm Drone Tech. I'm on YouTube. I make sort of angry video game nerd, nostalgia critic style, or at least I attempt to, videos kind of calling out the media for, spreading misinformation or lying or whatever. I post almost every day, so go and check me out. It's just at Drone Tech.
All right, thanks so much. Next on the top right, most of the Crucible audience will know him as the founder of the Crucible. Thanks so much for being here, Andrew.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me. My name's Andrew Wilson. I'm the host of the one and only Crucible. Appreciate everybody coming out tonight.
All right, thanks so much. On my left, go ahead, Lonerbox. Tell us a little about yourself.
Hey, I'm Lonerbox. I make progressive video essays, and I also stream on Twitch. You can find me under that name on YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, all those things.
All right, thanks so much. Next to my right, Zen Shapiro.
Hey, Zen Shapiro. I'm also the host of the Crucible. We don't go by co-host because we never co-host together, but we each are the host of the one and only Crucible. You can find me on Twitter as well. Just search up Zen Shapiro. I do have a YouTube channel that I don't really post to, but yeah, just search up Zen Shapiro. That's where you find me.
Well, that's cute. Are you guys like a cooperative? Is that what you mean you never co-host? Or?
No, we're not we don't co-host together. We just host the Crucible. Kind of like Rob.
Take any shit from somebody with blue fucking hair, Destiny.
I was just asking. There's nothing wrong with.
You're gonna take shit from someone with blue hair.
It's gonna fall apart already. That's all right. Next on the bottom left, from Parts Unknown, CIA asset, probably waterboarding someone in the background as we speak. Dylan Burns, go ahead, tell us a little about yourself.
Hi, my name's Dylan Burns. I'm a progressive political commentator. I'm also an amateur war journalist. I'm doing some journalism in Europe. Going to be going to Ukraine soon. Released a new piece on how Ukrainians are fundraising money by writing messages on bombs on my main channel, Dylan Burns TV. Hope you guys go check it out.
And lastly, in the bottom right, thanks so much, the first return guest to the arena. Thanks so much, Casimir, for being here.
Thank you. I'm a Hoppian anarcho-capitalist commentator. You can find my commentary on Twitter under Free Casimir. Let's get the show going.
All right. So The topics that I try to make are intentionally broad so that people can take them where they are. As long as the conversation is fun and entertaining and it's at least tangentially connected to the topic, I will leave people go. If I speak as the moderator, it's probably because there are more than one person speaking and the audience can't hear, so just try to listen to me. We're going to try to give everyone a fair shake. With that, let's just jump into it. The topic is simply inspired by the great number 45 Donald Trump. Has the media become the enemy of the people? We're just going to go in the same order for opening statements, and then we'll do the reverse for closing statements. So, Destiny, you have about a minute for your opening statement. Go ahead.
I think that largely the media is a reflection of what people want to see. I don't think the media is the enemy of the people. I think that right now we just live in a very media-rich environment where there's tons of stuff to see. We've got internet, we've got TV, we've got all sorts of people telling us things that we do want to hear, that we don't want to hear. And I think that as a society, I think that we need to demand better from our media, more than kind of the partisan hackery that exists today. And I think that right now, even in the alternative media spheres that pop up, it seems like what people want is more just kind of like an appeal to their political ideas rather than any sort of actual honest reporting.
Okay, thanks so much. Drone Tech, go ahead. You have about a minute.
Okay, first of all, I thought the media was sort of becoming enemy of the people back, long before Trump, back when they were demonizing the Tea Party with lies and edited video and things like that. It may not be the media itself as enemy of the people, but they do harm to the American people, and there are people within the media that see half this country as the enemy, and that, I think, paints a lot of their coverage. And essentially, our media has abandoned their mandate as fourth estate, which is to hold power to account, and instead of that, now they have an agenda, and their agenda in their minds is so important that they can basically rationalize saying or doing anything in pursuit of that goal and stopping what they see as the enemy. So yeah, I do think that people within the media see other Americans as the enemy, and I think that if we don't stop it, or if the media doesn't change, we're heading for an authoritarian state if we're not already there.
All right, thank you so much. Let's go to the top right. Andrew, you have about a minute. Go ahead.
Yeah, so actually, I think that Synth condenses this down really well on this particular topic, and I'm in full agreement with it, which is the media has always been the enemy of the people in this way. What they do is they hide aspects. They only present one aspect historically of either a conflict or a narrative, something like this, and because they only present a single aspect, they're trying to hide shit from you, and people who are trying to hide things from you probably aren't your friend. So this is a historic trend with the media throughout basically human history. So I would say I'm in complete agreement with that.
All right, thanks so much. Lonerbox, you have about a minute. Go ahead.
I don't really think the media is a friend of the people. If it's an enemy of the people, I don't really know how it's any more of an enemy of the people than alternative media, who can just spew whatever the fuck they want with no pushback, and just hop on to the next mad theory whenever they please. Yeah, I guess people on the right will say that it's an enemy of the people because of COVID and Hunter Biden or whatever. People on the left will say that it's because they fucked over Bernie Sanders or because they called Jeremy Corbyn anti-Semitic. I think a more systemic thing you could look at with media is maybe just the deregulation and how it's been very easy to make massive conglomerates and mergers so that you have a lot of concentration of power. I don't think it's just capitalists giving people what they want to see necessarily. I think Rupert Murdoch admits that he loses money on some of his outlets because he wants to push his right-wing message. So yeah, I think mergers might be a big thing to talk about, but yeah, who knows?
Okay. Next, let's go over to my right, Zen Shapiro.
Yeah, so the enemy of the people, I think we need to identify precisely what that is, and I would argue that it's nihilism, and I wouldn't also reduce the media to just the news media. I would include, music, movies, sports, video games, all that stuff I consider to be media. It all pushes this nihilistic and frankly hedonistic message to the masses to where they lose purpose, they lose telos in their life, and their rejection of an ultimate purpose, an ultimate truth, leads all of their beliefs to just be arbitrary, relative, opinionated, so they're not actually able to make arguments, they're not able to make any positive claims about anything because I guess it always just falls back to it's my opinion versus your opinion, and we're either going to agree to disagree or whatever, or I guess just might makes right. So it's very problematic. It's always, I think I agree with Andrew that it's always been, the media has always been an enemy of the people. but I think it's important to identify precisely what that enemy is and where it's going to lead us to. And right now, most of society is very materialistic, attached to their physical possessions. They don't really look towards any further purpose, any metaphysical purpose. That's why we don't see people having children. We see the birth rates collapsing. And these problems are going to rear their heads a lot more in the future. I think we're just at the tipping point now. But I think the media and its effect on the masses really drives this. So that's it.
All right. Thanks so much. Dylan Burns, go ahead. You're next.
I think like the question itself, like, is the media becoming the enemy of the people? Like, kind of like implies a change. Like there was something that we used to have like a pure media, and now like the media is evil. Where I think a lot of this is going to come towards like, well, the media has cherry picked its information or it has lied to you. But that type of stuff has been going on forever. I mean, the advent of yellow media was during the build up to war with Cuba, when we basically fabricated a lot of atrocities that were going on in Cuba. Some were real, but a lot of them were fabricated and stories in order to encourage the U.S. public to invade. And throughout U.S. history and German history and history of countries all around the world, stuff like that has happened, either because of the personal interests of the media outlet or the interests of the state trying to manipulate the media to be in their interests. But that doesn't mean the media as a whole is the enemy of the people. I think this means that people need to practice good media literacy and need to make sure that their outlets that they are looking at isn't cherry picking, and it is the job of good media outlets and good people to try to give a fuller picture of events, and also the job of historians to make sure that they're bringing up the broad picture. I guess the war in Ukraine is a great example of that, where I think historians and good media outlets need to be doing a lot of work. And I think we see a lot of the problems of today's media is because we don't have a decent amount of media literacy, and we see a lot of cherry picking in media. That's a basic statement.
Okay, thanks so much. The last person will be Casimir. After he's done, I'm going to say a couple words, and then we'll jump right in to open debate. So, Casimir, go ahead.
I sort of agree that the media was always an enemy of the people, but the style and the distinction between yellow media and some appeal to authority, some presentation of authority was much different in the past. And you can just observe that by trying to watch a newscast from 80, 70 years ago, and you will find that it's quite different in tone when it approaches politics. But politics in general, how can you define politics in the shortest way? For our friends, everything. For our enemies, the law. And that's the general theme of the media in the United States, is that it allows the friends, which are the state corporate institution, to get away with everything. But then for everybody else, there's only the legal recourse. And that's the main theme of the media today. So I think that's what we should focus on.
All right. Thank you so much for the opening statements. And I just want to remind everyone that you could go to the Crucible's YouTube channel right now, get super chats in. The last hour, we'll be reading those super chats as questions to the panelists. And if you follow the mods link to the Crucible Discord, you'll be able to call in as a live streamer once they vet you. Also, I want to remind everyone, you could gift subscriptions to the Crucible. There's new content coming up daily that is subscription only. And Tuesday on the Crucible will be Andrew's 10K sub special show that he has coming up. So make sure to tune in that Tuesday. Gentlemen, the floor is yours. Take it wherever you like.
Yeah. So kind of over to the left, would you agree or disagree that the media presents narratives and hides facts from the general public often? And do you think that that's something that your friends would do, or people who are looking out for your best interest?
I mean, I think the media, of course, is presenting a narrative. Everybody is presenting a narrative. Like, nobody's just reporting on some facts. Like, you need a way to weave all the facts together. We're not going to get a random accounting of random information at a given point in time. You're going to get like a story relating to an event. Now, whether or not, I think the better question is, do they present it in a politically partisan way? And that seems to be pretty true, although I think the problem is a little overstated. But I mean, I don't think narratives are bad. You're always necessarily going to need like a story when you're telling a story. It's not like today.
Yeah, but you know that there's a difference between people who are constructing narratives on purpose versus people who are trying to have an unbiased or objective viewpoint. You can still say that the unbiased or objective viewpoint is narrative building. Maybe it is to a degree, but I think that there's a distinction to be made, and that you can almost intuit people who are trying to be unbiased versus people who are totally biased when it comes to
and I think
the construction of these things.
I think that's the better question, is do we think that the media is trying to intentionally lie? I don't really think that's generally the case. I think people definitely have their biases, and they definitely go off in a certain direction. But are the media trying to intentionally tell lies? I don't think in general that's true. I don't think there's ever been much evidence.
I think Fox News does.
Well, I think we
so.
make a delineation there then, because I think that part of the narrative building of hiding key facts is their lies of omission. If by giving you that fact that you know, it would change the narrative necessarily, then I think that they're lying.
Sure, but I think that we take that process for granted, that like a fact would necessarily change a thing, right? I think that that's kind of like up to some extent that could be up to viewer interpretation. I don't want to argue over the merits of this now, but like for instance, like in that Andrew Tate case, a lot of people are saying that there is CCTV footage that's exculpatory evidence for the Tates and that it should be included. And so everybody's like, oh, well, if you exclude that, you're being biased. You're intentionally telling a different narrative. But some people have watched the footage and they're like, oh, well, actually, I don't really think that's important evidence at all. So somebody might look at that and instead of thinking you don't think it's important, they think, oh, no, you're trying to hide it. So like, I'm not going to sit here and say the media is perfect. And I know that they exclude and include certain types of facts. And, the question is like, are they doing this because they genuinely believe they're trying to tell a true story, or are they like intentionally omitting something or including something to sell a lie? Which I don't think that's the latter.
Well,
is a
I mean,
big
but
problem
Destiny, wouldn't you have to do that if the main driving force behind your clicks, views, things like this is sensationalism, which I don't think any of you guys on the left are going to argue that sensationalism or high octane media sells better than kind of the boring droll. If you're going to sell a narrative that's high octane, you almost have to kind of ease back on some of the facts, don't you?
Well, you have to lie at all. The reality is really entertaining right now. There's a lot of crazy shit going on. I don't think you have to tell a lie, right? Like,
I'm not saying they're lying. I'm saying they might omit key facts that, by just the omission of them, would change the narrative, even from something that might be like a more high octane, more engaging, style of story.
I don't want to monopolize the conversation. So.
No.
The concept you're talking about is
we can deal with an example. They omitted an entire political candidate that was on stage with a Republican and Democrat. There was a candidate from the Libertarian Party, and the omission of the Libertarian candidate didn't have any particular goal of increasing the ratings. It was just based on the fact that they don't want to present an alternative to the politicization that they want. There's no alternative to the two-party system.
I mean, like, but if we put a libertarian on the debate stage, the odds of them winning are extremely low. And if we were to have everybody on the debate stage who ran for president, I mean, it would be a gigantic debate stage, right? They're only going to put the people up there who have a chance of winning.
It makes perfect sense to, like in Stalin's photo, just crop him out, even though he's standing there right outside of the crop on stage and he's speaking and he has several punchy quotes. We can ignore all of those.
We didn't kill him. He's still alive. I mean, like, Stalin killed him. We didn't kill him. He's still alive. He never had a chance of winning, so they didn't invite him.
Yeah, we're a bit more refined now. Instead of killing people, we're just disappearing them live on air.
Do you think if I announced I was running for president tomorrow under the Labor Dylan ticket that they would have to put me on the debate stage with the president of the United States?
I think that if you went through all of the ridiculous caps they put on and the difficulties they put in even being on that stage, that yes, they should show you, because that candidate registered. He had hundreds of, probably tens of thousands at least of people sign, the required documents. He got on stage there, and even to get on stage, he had to get a certain amount of funding for his campaign. So all of these prohibitions on the emergence of alternative political movements in the United States, those are they're creating this scarcity that you're then appealing to remove them from the stage again.
Yeah, like, I mean, why even participate, right?
Well,
like, why even participate
I don't think
go through it all?
But that's not the problem of the media. That's the problem of the system and checks and balances, the system that we put in place that is built for a two-party system. The system is built upon it. The laws that we've introduced is built upon it. So if they're not going to include him because he doesn't have a shot.
He doesn't have a shot because you have
of the law.
Of these, because you have created all of these laws that make it very difficult.
Yeah,
and
that's
even
the
though
government,
we have a widescreen monitor with 9 faces, with 8 faces on screen, right? 7 people debating. We can do this. Somehow we have the technology. But the mainstream media can't give people a sound bite.
Do you think that people are really that interested in hearing somebody who's never going to be president in the first place on stage, taking up time from the 2 people who actually have a shot at becoming president and having control of a nuclear arsenal?
Well, that's what the media said about Donald Trump. that he didn't have a shot at being president.
They didn't take
And
away
Then
any
he won
media
the
time from him,
nomination,
though.
and then he earned time on the debate stage by becoming the nominee and then running and then winning.
Yeah, I feel like we actually saw this addressed really soundly with Bernie Sanders. People said that the media was avoiding Bernie Sanders because they didn't want to give him a shot, because if everybody heard what he was saying, they would like him. And Bernie didn't get very much media coverage, and they were like, oh, well, see, this is intentional. They're never going to cover him. But then there was a small period of time where after, I think it was after Iowa, New Hampshire, Bernie started to get popular in the polls, and all of a sudden, oh, was it after Nevada? Yeah. All of a sudden in the polls, he started to increase, and all of a sudden he started to get a lot of media time. And there was a lot of mainstream attention given to Bernie Sanders, but it just like coincided with his polls. And I think you can say the same thing with a lot of the Republican candidates as well.
You'll get like this kind of like double cope though, because like with people saying that with Sanders, it's also like people, if you're from a fringe group, or you'll probably say that they're not reporting on us enough. But then if they get some success, like Sanders or Corbyn, then the media talks about them all the time. But because they're a fringe candidate, then the media talks about them negatively. Well, then it becomes, now they're talking about us too much in a negative light, right? So that's always going to go that way.
There's this false idea that the libertarian candidate has to win to be of value on stage. What he has to do is to talk to the voters, to appeal to them, and to say, this is something rational that you should demand from your politician.
Well,
and then that demand gets reflected in the policy of the party, and the party has to be worried now whether those activated individuals who now see themselves in the trap, see themselves, their position properly presented, that they will potentially vote against the other candidate or don't show up to the vote. And that's what they have to prevent. They have to prevent the right questions being asked.
The thing
so the
is,
narrative stays where they want it, between the two puppets.
If this was a university debate, then I think this would have an argument. But it's a presidential debate for who can be president. And so if you can't become president, then I don't think you should be on the presidential debate stage. I think that's a pretty
It was just a
simple barrier.
Local state. It was a state debate between state candidates.
Oh, well, then I don't even... What? I don't give a fuck. I thought we were talking about the national level.
Of course you don't care. Of course. You only care if it's presidential. To get to the presidential level, you have to win.
I thought we were talking about the presidential debate. I don't know about whatever...
Cut you off. So it's a nice little circle.
Look, if he met the requirements that the local level set, and then they just said you're not included, obviously that's bad. I thought you were talking about the presidential level because I thought you were referencing something that we all knew about. I don't know about whatever state you're talking about. No clue.
You don't even know about that event. I understand.
Well, you haven't even given the event. We all assumed we were talking about the presidential election. That's what we were all assuming. That's what I assumed.
Like, why should I know about this random libertarian?
Because wasn't there like a popular?
I don't live in.
I thought there was a big presidential debate that was going to come up, and the libertarian candidate I thought didn't get on stage, and people were really upset about this. I thought this happened on one of the presidential stages. If you're just talking about a random state race, I don't think anybody.
I mean, that can happen as well.
What was it? 2016 Gary? What was his name? Gary Johnson or whatever?
Yeah, I
he
feel
like
that
3
happened.
or 4% or something in the polling. He had to hit like 5% to get on or something.
Well, I mean, but to bring this back to the actual media itself and whether or not it's an enemy of the people, I must like whether or not we're going to argue about state politics or the national election. I would like to look at the historic lens here and kind of state emphatically that historically the media has presented these narratives that are always biased for one reason or another. They're never telling the entirety of the truth. Sometimes it's because there's regulations from the government or demands from the government of their different nations that say don't, due to national security purposes or whatever purpose they have, but we're not getting the full story. And so now the trust in media is basically gone. And again, I'd like to ask, like, if these people are hiding things from you often, and I mean often, why is it that we would think that they're our friends? Why is it that we think that they're there to help us?
Let's deal with like examples.
Can I give an example?
Yeah, let's give some examples.
And this is where it comes into like Democrat Party or Uniparty, however you want to say it, and government sort of collusion. Like the media is out there saying, just basically repeating Democrat talking points as fact, where they're saying like Ron DeSantis is banning books in Florida, when that's not the truth. That's spin. Like there's no books being banned in Florida yet, and they know that, but they say it anyway. That would be one example.
Who wants to engage with it? I haven't heard. The thing that I heard about the school bill was that there was the possibility that books that include like gay authors could theoretically come under additional scrutiny because a parent could bring charges to like a school for trying to gay their kid up, basically.
Yeah, but do you ever think you're actually getting the fullness of the truth from any media source? or are they
I think
typically
you
going
guys.
to be spinning it in their favor?
Okay, we have a
toward
fundamental.
their bias?
Yeah, we have a fundamental misunderstanding of what it means to like do history or do media. You're not getting the full truth from anybody. You're always getting a selection of facts, right? The
I
question
agree.
is
Well,
do we?
let
think
me tell you why it's intentional.
Yeah, okay,
I'm
that's what I want to know. Do we feel like somebody's intentionally omitting somebody, right?
I think so, because if you look at this long list of mistakes the media has made over the course of like 20 years, every single time it's like they get it wrong, cutting against the Republicans, and that's because they're already in this footing all the time, looking for some way to get the Republicans, and so they don't check their facts and they fall for these stories really easily, and like that's why it happens. Like you cannot find a story where the media got it wrong and it like hurt the Democrats. That doesn't happen.
Well, I mean, the media like talked about like Obama's birth certificate. Like a lot of right-wing outlets, far-right outlets, talked about that endlessly, even though there was nothing to it.
Well,
there, of course, was Hillary Clinton when she was like the idea that she killed American soldiers in Libya or killed American personnel in Libya. That was ran with endlessly, even though after investigations and committees they found nothing for it. There was like endless stories. We could talk about like a million different conspiracies about Hunter Biden and Joe Biden that have been brought forward that ended up not really having much to it. The media accusations didn't have having much to it.
Yeah,
even though
but the
like,
question,
I guess my thing is like just don't pretend that this is like a one-way sword. Like when
we're
the
not
media
saying
gets
that it
only
is.
ever
We're
gets
not,
away
we're not
from
playing the
Democrats.
partisan. Drone Tech might be playing the partisan politics game. I'll tell you, the rest of us probably are not. And the question is, if
I know
you
Republicans
going,
are
if you're
involved in
gonna
this too.
concede-
So
if
it's
you're
not
going to
really part of
concede
it.
that, if you're going to concede that the media is almost never telling you the full truth, and they're always spinning the narrative to either sensationalize or to benefit their preconceived biases.
Well, I don't think anybody conceded that.
The
did
question
they?
is, would you consider that a friend of the people?
Wait, I don't think anybody conceded that. Did we?
Who conceded that?
Well, okay, so
Well,
you say
you just did, Destiny, that you're never getting the fullness of the truth. You're always
Right,
going to
a selection of facts.
Wait,
Hold on, wait. Let me just
Historians
can I just explain this? Hold
Nobody
on.
gives the fullness of the
Yeah,
truth.
we have to.
Okay, so you're
Destiny
conceding
go.
the point then. You're conceding the point.
Okay, one at a time. Let's leave Destiny go. Then we'll
Yeah,
get a
we're
You
not
guys
talking.
both just conceded the point. I don't know what to tell you.
No,
Well, how do you get
your
around
point
that,
is
though?
that no. Your point is that people are making a malicious omission of facts. My point
You
is
can't
just
tell
that
us
like
what
you
our
can't
point
tell
is.
every.
What do you mean? You can't tell us what our point is.
No, that's what you're. Wait, are you just saying that people aren't saying every single fact about a story? Because that would be a really stupid point.
We're
If that's what
saying
you're saying.
that there's that media outlets often use lies of omission in order to construct narratives, and that's
Yes,
not
I
something a
understand.
friend of yours
Just
has
outright
said.
lies.
No.
Look. Can I say one other thing? Outright lies. Like on MSNBC, they regularly call they call Republicans terrorists. They say the Republican Party is a terrorist organization.
Okay, the question is
But that's a lie.
Terrorist is a perspective. Okay, so I don't know if that's a lie. Okay, but the question is the media intentionally omitting stuff to try to tell a story that's not true? That's the question.
Or exaggerating the truth.
Sure, or exaggerating. That's the question that we're really concerned with.
That they generally are, right?
No, I didn't agree to that. That's what I said. It'd be good to have
So you think
examples
that
for
the
it.
media tells the full truth, unbiased, doesn't sensationalize?
Do you think that is that the dichotomy you're working with? Do you understand? Like,
I'm just asking. Is that what you think?
no, I don't know
Or-
if you're like following the point that I'm making. You
May
can't.
I, may I jump in? I think Destiny's arguing that might happen, but that's inevitable with humans.
No,
It's
not with
malicious.
humans. You just can't tell every single fact. Like if I tell you about World War II, I'm not going to tell you every single person that died, every single decision that was made, every single thing about. I have to pick and choose.
Yeah, but that's not a lie of omission.
Okay,
right?
this is
we're talking about
a particular political
my
science.
God! Hold on, holy shit! Is this the 45 IQ panel? What I'm saying is that you are necessarily.
Let's go to World War II. This is a great example.
No, what I'm saying.
Who here heard about the term?
Let Destiny fucking finish. Jesus
I don't
Christ!
even know what
No,
my
let him finish.
argument is.
I don't even. I haven't even get to hear what he said. Let him finish.
Okay.
He's gonna finish his point. Then we'll go to.
All
Cass.
I'm saying is that when you engage in any sort of process where you're telling a story, you are necessarily omitting and including certain facts. That's a process. It's part of telling a story. That's why anytime somebody goes to make a documentary, nobody ever says, we're going to make a documentary about this and include everything. That's not true. You look for a story to tell because you can't account.
But the media tells a story that benefits,
Wait,
like
hang
it's a
on.
partisan
Lies
story that
require
benefits their
intent.
party.
Yeah,
Lies
I
require
agree.
intent.
That's why I was asking you. Is there an
So I'm
example?
telling you,
no,
yes,
I'm asking,
Operation Mockingbird
let me
is an
finish
example.
A fucking point. I'm asking you. Can you give me an example of?
I
here is-
just did.
Okay. All right.
You want me to give it to you again?
I don't even know. What do you think my point is? I don't think you even know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Yeah, you're saying specifically that anytime any type of story comes
Hey,
out,
Andrew,
or
you can't tell him
anytime-
his point. You can't tell him his
Anytime
point.
the
You can't
media,
tell your
he
point.
just
You can't
asked
tell him
me.
his
He
point.
just asked me to tell him his point. Am I wrong?
He
Or
did.
did he just ask me
Yes.
to do that?
Go ahead, Andrew.
Right,
Quest
so
for a
just sit
steel
there.
man.
So where I was at was, Destiny, you're saying that anytime a media narrative comes out, necessarily certain facts are going to have to be omitted because you can't give every single detail or every single fact that has ever existed in regards to whatever the story may be. Fine, fair enough. What we're talking about is omissions that are intentional or lies of omission. And a lie of omission is the intent to leave something out that the narrative would be changed if that was included.
I agree.
January 6th is filled with that.
And that's why I wanted to move on to, can we get to those types of stories and just saying things where the media is omitting something? Where are they intentionally, where we feel like they've intentionally, I think the conversation we just had about libertarian candidates was a really good example of, why aren't you including that guy? This is malicious, where it might not be malicious. It might just be they decided that they didn't want to include that person. There is no malintent there. That's all I'm saying. Go.
Well, look, the January 6th protests, there were 120,000 people there. Out of that, like 300 are charged with violent crimes, and another around 900 are trespassing. And yet the total media focus was on those violent people, not the mostly peaceful 120K. That was intentional. The gallows that they constantly bring up. They brought gallows to hang Mike Pence.
Sure,
okay.
I agree with that.
But
Real
I'm
quick,
saying
would you say the same thing about BLM riots? That they were mostly peaceful?
I mean,
and therein lies the problem. There you go. Yep, there you
Here's
go.
the thing, but the media,
I really wonder
that's a standard that the media.
Your preconceived notions, like whether or not your spin on the story is actually justified to be the narrative that we all go with.
Okay, well, let me ask you. Wait. Let me ask you guys a question.
The standards aren't applied equally though, because there was an attack on the White House. Okay.
Sorry. What do you think was more noteworthy? The fact that there were people in the Capitol who went there, then went home and did nothing, or people who charged into the Capitol, broke into the building after going through multiple police lines, and then delayed the certification of the vote? What's more? What is more noteworthy? Do you think for the media?
Is there a chance that for TOS purposes we could steer clear of this particular topic? Is that
well, I'm just saying they didn't go out of the way to call that mostly peaceful.
There is something in common between the BLM protests that were mostly peaceful and the protests in the Capitol. What was in common was that in both cases, the state, the people who are supposed to maintain law and order, stayed on the margins, stayed in their helicopters, stayed in their drones.
Yeah,
and
we can't dive into that on YouTube.
Yeah, that's
no, wait, you don't believe this though, because when people spoke. No, wait, you don't. Sorry, Rob.
Well, real quick, like last word on this.
Let's go back to historical
thing, as vague as possible, loner bucks. But YouTube is not big fans of talking about things that could be construed as any sort of downplaying, any sort of aggression that occurred in the heinous attack in our capital. So if we could have the last word.
Okay, I have an example. From
that's not authoritarian at all.
There was an interview given by the Israeli Prime Minister, and the entire most of the media channels that even covered that interview said that that he talked about how his negotiations between Russia and Ukraine failed. That was their headline. And that headline buried the story where he said it didn't really fail. It was that the United States and the Axis, French and German powers, decided to withdraw from those negotiations, to end them. It was them ending the negotiations, not Ukraine or Russia at that
Isn't
point.
that the definition of negotiations failing then? If parties have withdrawn
from them? Yes, it is technically true. It omits the reason why it happened, and the reason is the news. So
okay. Well, yeah, but hold on. Wait. No, this is so essential. This is so important. Did it include in the story what happened, or are you evaluating the entire story based on the headline?
So it was the headline that the entire story is about things unrelated to the actual failure. And towards the bottom of the Associated Press story, they say that, and then, unfortunately, his negotiations failed. And nowhere in the story does it actually say his quote of why it failed. And I had to go to some news channel in India to hear the rest of the story. And then I had to watch the actual source in translation to understand what really happened there. And there were direct quotes that were sensational quotes, were important for the Americans to hear. Like, I don't know, maybe they were right to, at that moment, not negotiate for peace, but that was a story that was not spread to the American people. Why not?
I feel like you could make such an easy critique here, though. You could say that, like, deregulation of media, kind of like since the 70s and 80s, did make it the case that also just like media information around the world speeds up so quickly. There's so much more information that media outlets feel like they need to be on top of the story all the time. And that means that fact-checking rates go really low. I think there was a review of British press that showed like 7% of stories are fact-checked across quality press. So yeah, you can make that critique if you want, but I don't know why you think it's like a malicious agenda. I mean, the thing you were talking about BLM riots as well, I feel like you all don't believe what you were saying about that, because at the time of BLM protests, I remember
What did
seeing
we
like
all say
riot
about
footage
it?
and fires
Wait, hang on, no. What did we all say about it?
You were something about like mostly
Who's
peaceful.
we all? Hang
but-
on, who's we all? 'Cause
That's what the
I
media
made some
said.
comments on
Okay,
it.
look, if I misspoke there, you completely got me. Okay, I'll just say that when the BLM
You
riots
mean
were
if you
happening,
straw manned like half the
when
panel?
I
Yeah,
saw
and lied
when I saw
through
the
your
when I saw the BLM riots happening, I remember lots of conservative media saying whole cities were burning down. So
They're not
when we talk
conservative
about-
media. There's no conservative media.
Holy
in
shit,
the
let him
mainstream
There's
of
no
the United
conservative
States.
Let him
media.
finish.
Okay, media that's
It's
not
a
left
fair
wing. I guess
objection,
media
though.
that
There are
wasn't
no-
I'd
media
like
that,
to hear. Let's leave Loner finish his point. You all have a
media
chance to respond.
that wasn't, I don't know, like left wing. I don't know what makes you happy. Like people were talking about whole cities burning down because the media had more of an interest in focusing on videos of buildings burning down than they did of like a peaceful protest that starts at like 12 at noon and then ends at 3 p.m.
Go ahead, Zen. Respond.
I was just agreeing with Kaz that there is no conservative media and that it all generally, to varying degrees, has a bias that is going to end up being progressive.
Would you say that OAN is not conservative media? One American News Network.
I think it's just
Okay, then he's just delusional.
It's a slowed down progressive bias. Yeah.
Can I jump in and kind of steer this back?
It's not conservative to answer your question. No.
You were talking
What are
about
they conserving?
Yeah, what's the conservation?
Wait, OAN wants to
Are they conserving natural law?
OAN wants to conserve
Or do they just
OAN
want
wants to OAN wants to.
Or do they just want a different tyrant? Like, what's the difference between DeSantis and Biden? There's no difference from a perspective. Like, there's some cultural difference. One defends one cultural value, the other defends other cultural values. But in terms of their means of operation, their means of operation is centralized government control. That's why he tries to abolish taxes, and the conservative media says, "Oh, look at what he's doing. It's welfare for the corporations." No, it's not. It's literally the opposite.
OAN said that? I didn't know that OAN said that. You said OAN wasn't conservative media. OAN wants to conserve marriage as it was before when it comes to gay marriage. Many of the commentators, many of their talking heads on there want to roll back that. They wanted to roll back Roe versus Wade. They wanted to conserve many of the things, the Christian values of the United States that they love. That is conservatism as far as I'm aware.
Sure. You know what? Maybe I'll give you OAN, that tiny, almost alternative media faction.
What do you mean
that
tiny? The president of the United States goes on there frequently.
During Trump's rule, it had to like fight to even get into the pool, and the pool kept kicking them out. Yes, that maybe they're the lone exception, the steam valve. Go ahead.
And there are lots of efforts to try and get them.
I can't interview the president of the United States. Okay, so I feel like they're kind of influential. They have millions of viewers. I feel like they impact people. You said there was no conservative media. There is conservative media in the United States.
Right, it was a hyperbole. We should have said most media is not actually conservative. It doesn't represent conservative values. It's like conservatism light.
Yeah,
I just wonder what you're like contributing to the discussion when you say that, though, because if I said there's no left-wing media because they all support capitalism, it's just like, okay, well done, you know.
Well, right, that's also the problem.
Hang on. I wouldn't even grant the OAN thing because, much like all the other outlets, they're just playing these like partisan politics games where it's Republican versus Democrat in almost every story, or the left versus the right, where they're trying to fabricate new enemies for you to hate because, like most people on Earth, you guys don't have anything that you actually stand for, so you can't make positive positions. So you need to just blow at the wind to whatever the media.
So Zen Shapiro, if I can find you a story, if I can find you a story of like OAN talking about the great benefits of the Christian church or why like gay marriage is terrible and gay marriage wasn't a good idea, would you accept?
I'll grant that there are some things that some outlets or some people can get right, but that doesn't mean that the outlet as a whole is conservative or traditional or is actually
Is there anything like what's the progressive stuff that OAN's putting out? Because if they just put a conservative stuff,
I just told you that it's always like I just
well, by your definition of conservative, which is just anything that you want to conserve, period, I guess is conservative, which is insane to me. Then anything that they do that is progress oriented, I guess would be progressive. That's just insane. You're
Andrew, let me ask you a question. Do you think it's conservative?
They want to conserve this thing that we just found out about 10 years ago.
Okay,
whatever.
Andrew. So are you saying that it isn't conservative to say I don't think gay marriage is actual marriage? We should conserve God's institution of marriage. Is that a conservative value?
Depends on the motivation. Depends on the motivation. That's why dialectics are important.
So would you guys say that if you don't,
the motivations are progressive? What are their motivations?
I just told you, Billy. You can get some things right, but the reason I'm saying this is like I don't really follow OAN, but I just went on their website and just skimmed through it real quick, and like all of their stories are just about Biden and left.
It just
right,
feels like no true Scotsman.
That's what I'm
There's no
saying.
true conservative
That's why
media.
I'm saying
That's what it
their
sounds
general,
like.
their general
Yeah, I thought you
narrative
said I was
is
the
not
partisan
a
one.
conservative message. It's just peddling the same narratives that all the other outlets are, which is fundamentally liberal.
So if you don't see pretty much most of the media I would consider right wing as like sufficiently conservative, is that maybe because your ideas are like maybe quite far to the right of
No,
what, like,
the
average
issue is that there's
American
like literally
thinks?
no center-right Republicans anywhere on the internet. So these guys are all like extreme right, and they're saying they feel underrepresented by the media, which is true. But I think you brought it up earlier, or Dylan said earlier, that like if we had a bunch of socialists here on the panel, does that mean we'd say there's literally no left wing?
I'm asking
Hang on.
What
do you mean?
Impossible to let Destiny finish your point.
What do you mean?
Impossible
No,
for
I
Andrew to
gotta
let
get
Destiny
I
finish
gotta
your
get
point.
clarification.
Impossible.
Here. What do you mean far right?
Is
No,
anybody
I'm asking-
okay?
I'm
Wait, hold
asking
on. Wait,
you
here's my
guys.
question. Okay, if
Wait,
you
wait,
consider
wait,
yourself
wait.
if you consider yourself right on the panel right now, if you're a right-leaning person, can you raise your hand?
What do you mean by right leaning? Exactly.
Oh my God, are you actually
I'm
fucking
economically
serious?
right wing.
Okay. I'm
You're
pretty
all
sure. Okay, wait.
economically
Oh, wait. Hold on.
left-wing.
Okay, hands up if you're right wing. I'm just curious. Let's just check out. Hands up if you're like right wing.
For the
Okay.
ge- for the
Then you're fucking
general
right wing. Yeah.
economically,
Okay.
culturally,
Now here's
culturally, I'm
here's
right-wing.
okay. Keep your
Leave
hands
What
up.
does extreme right mean?
I can't finish.
Just wait. We'll get to that. Leave
Jesus
Destiny
fucking
finish this
Christ.
point real quick.
Put your
please.
hands up. You're right
The
wing.
dog whistle for Nazis.
It's not a. No, I'm not dog whistling anything. Holy shit! You're so triggered.
Some people would say, dude. Some people would say
Never
that.
mind.
Andrew-
Okay,
like
kill
a
me.
right
I'm
wing.
sorry. I forgot. I don't even know
You
what I
sound
was
like a
saying.
victim,
I was
Can
gonna
I
ask,
try-
is there
I
any
wanna-
right wing
Some people
person
would say
here?
that we're not right-wing.
Is there any right wing person here who's a fan of the Daily Wire?
No.
Okay, that's what I mean when I say you guys are all far right. Okay, you guys are very, very far right.
Yeah, but
that's
that
what I
doesn't
mean.
tell us anything.
No,
That's
it
what
means
it
when
is.
you say there's no conservative
Okay,
representation in the
Destiny,
United
let me-
States,
let me-
what
so
you're
let me
really
ask
saying
this.
there's no far right
I didn't
conservative
say that,
representation
just
in
so
the
you
United
know,
States,
just so
which
we're
is anything
clear.
saying there's no
I didn't say
left-leaning representation in the United
You know
States because there's no socialist or communist in mainstream media
we're-
either. That's the same
we're
thing.
the ones who
That's
sound-
what I wanted to
Hang on,
ask.
hang on.
Stop.
Time
We're
out.
the ones
Andrew,
who-
go
You called
ahead.
me partisan.
Everybody,
Yeah.
help you. Leave Andrew go.
So let me ask you this, because we're the ones who sound triggered. I just got to ask you: Can all the left wingers raise their hand? Okay, great. All the left wingers have now raised their hand. Can you tell me? Do all of you guys accept the narrative of MSNBC?
Nope.
Broadly,
capitalist.
I think I'll
No,
broadly.
so are
line
you
it.
far left?
I'll broadly
Are you
line
far
it. I
left,
said-
Loner Box?
Okay.
Yes,
Are you
I am
far
far
left?
left.
Loner Box is a
Yeah.
socialist, isn't he?
Well, what do you mean by
I don't
far
fucking
left,
know.
Andre? You could
Right,
maybe
what
a
do you
tanky?
mean?
I don't
Exactly.
know.
Wait,
What
is
do
it,
you
is it
mean?
Loner Box? Wait,
No, I'm joking. As in, I can own
Loner
my
Box
position
is-
without
is a
being
socialist.
fucking
He's
weasel.
fringe.
Loner Box is a
He's fringe in
socialist. He'll
America.
admit that. Do you think Loner Box would say he's a mainstream left-leaning person? Like you guys are saying you're mainstream right-leaning people?
We didn't say we were. You
Then
just
why
said
did you
that.
get mad when I said
Daily
you're
Wire
far
is
right?
also
If you're
socialist.
admitting you're not mainstream
If you
right-wing, then
put your
Bart.
hands in your head, it doesn't make you smarter.
Holy shit. Okay.
It's just
May I,
courage. You
may
have
I
to
try
go,
to
you know?
interject and bring some?
Conviction.
May I try to?
No, not yet, Rob.
Please,
We have
please, real quick. May I try to bring? I think that maybe part of the confusion here is people are accepting Destiny saying far right as a pejorative, but I think he's just saying right wing as in doesn't find what we see that's called the right wing, like Fox News, to actually be right wing. Is that a fair?
Yeah, I
statement
guess
of
far
what
right
you're
is
saying?
like a
it's not
slur to
fair,
these
and
guys.
we-
I'm
and we
sorry.
can respond on our own. What I understand is he's looking at the political spectrum.
far right is
where
used as
on the
slur. Well,
far
it is
right
slur.
there's fascism, on the far left there's communism, and he's somewhere in the center. You know, the neoliberal left, the one that wants a little bit more welfare.
Andrew
But
got
the way-
offended
for
by it, and
example,
his name is
from
literally
my
Big Papa
position-
Fash.
From my position, economically,
And it's a
everybody,
joke.
most
You know
people
why?
on the panel
Hang
are on the spectrum
Leave
on the
Andrew
left,
finish, Andrew, then you can-
including the Nazis who are also on the left. And so when Loner Box tells me that he hates capitalism, I know that what he's saying is using the Marxist definition of capitalism, which is state corporate merger, which is fascism, and what he presents is a left-wing alternative to that left-wing ideology. All of them are left-wing.
We can go into why you think
culturally we
Nazis
can
are
speak, that's a
socialist,
separate
but okay.
conversation. But economically, the Daily Wire, economically, in the proposals they propose, they're still pro-government. They will still say, well, no, they still have these exceptions. They're pro-war, they're pro-neocon, right? They just support different state corporate industries. They support Raytheon instead of supporting, Pfizer, for example. Although they supported Pfizer initially, so I don't know. I'm a bit confused about that one.
So
Just
first
to
of
be,
all,
just so we all know, like, the Nazis,
understand.
like,
Hang on.
Wait,
Let me
wait,
respond.
he said it towards Loner. You gotta let Loner respond.
just a really quick fact check, right? The Nazis
God.
murdered communist socialists, and they also murdered people in the Nazi Party who wanted to put the socialists into National Socialists. Okay.
And communists
I
murdered
just wanted
Nazis.
to-
What's your
so,
point?
And communists killed communists. So what?
Yeah, they killed everybody, man. What are you talking about?
But
when people rise to power on a
doesn't-
socialist platform, it collapses into tyranny as
Okay,
it always does,
okay,
and then
yeah,
they start killing each other. Yes, that's true.
That's great. Okay.
And then a historian of your type, a member of the media, will show up and say, this is called privatization, because he will mistranslate some German historian. He won't delve into the details, and he won't present the alternative position. And when you go to, it doesn't matter which media. If you look at, somebody mentioned, Destiny mentioned World War II. Does anyone here ever hear about the Soviet offensive plan controversy that was raging between historians in the past 20 years, 30 years? No? Nobody does, because it's not important to
Soviet
mention.
offensive? Yeah. Like American offensive against...
No, like when the Soviet Union invaded Poland at the same time in 39 and took half of the... that pact. All of that stuff.
I've never heard of
All
that.
of that
I
stuff.
never knew that the Soviets helped the Nazis break up a
Of course,
country.
you know
and
that,
then
but you
advocate
don't
prisoners
have
over
the
to
angle on it. You don't have. You have your own particular Whig history spin on it, and you don't
What's my
understand what it
spin on it?
entails.
What's our
my
spin
spin
on
on
it?
it?
What's our spin on it? What's our spin on it?
Dude, he's
the
giving
spin
an
is to
example of a lie by
minimize.
omission.
The spin is to
Who lied about
minimize
it?
the fact that one of the allies in World War II was a person that was a group that was supplying Nazi Germany with resources throughout 2 years of the war, and then became an ally of the war.
Are you trying
Are
to accuse the United States of
nothing about our
playing up
politics.
Soviet fucking Russia? What the fuck is even happening right now?
Who's doing this?
Yes. Or there are many other examples of facts that are omitted through history. The facts like the fact that the United States, after the war, took a bunch of Nazis, shipped them off into Egypt, and sent them again to fight against the Jews. That's also omitted from history because it's an inconvenient history. So you won't hear it in general. It'll be new to you, and that's the type of lies by omission that occur.
Wait,
and
you just named
there's a
two
very
things.
significant history that's presented in the media.
You just named two things
said
that are omnipresent in mainstream history.
These are not that unknown. I mean, what the Nazis with the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, they cut Poland in half and then deported. The Soviets deported hundreds of thousands of Poles, did horrific actions. They treated the Polish horribly, worked with the Nazis to do it. That's pretty well-known history. I'm not a World War II historian, but I know that pretty well. Maybe it's because I work in the Ukrainian media space now that I know that. But I think a lot of people don't know World War II history because a lot of people just don't care about history. And so if you'd ask the average person that, it's just because they don't study history that much, but that's pretty well known. America doesn't really play up the Soviet Union much, I don't think.
Yeah, this is that's all mainstream history that you just said, Kaz.
If I can jump in, this would be a good spot to do it. I want to give just a brief reminder to people to go ahead and subscribe to the Crucible. There's members-only content coming out. So on the Crucible YouTube channel, you can become a member and get access to that content. Also, don't forget, we got a special 10,000K sub special coming up Tuesday. Now, I had a caller call in, and I think this is someone that people might know. They wanted to give a special message here. So before we get to the calls in the latter hour, let's take this call right now and see how this goes.
It's clear. As a democratic socialist, I may share axiomatic similarities with people on this panel, but I've clearly intellectually outpaced them. You have a moderator here that fell for General Alden's plan, so it's a shame that someone of the intellectual and deontological capacity such as myself couldn't be on this panel, but I want to remind everyone to get in their super chats and become members of the Crucible. I'm going to go hang out with my cat now and talk about transgenocide.
All right. So thanks. I don't remember that guy's name, but nice of him to call in and remind us about all of our shortcomings. So if I may, remember, get those super chats in and follow the link if you want to participate to get into the voice chat in the final hour. If I can maybe steer this in a slightly different direction, would the people on the right that seem to be making this claim that there is this omission that's malicious in a certain way, are there certain cultural issues that you see the majority of the media pushing in one direction that you would say would be an enemy of people that don't believe those cultural values?
Yeah, well, okay, so hang on. Let me steer this back too, because I feel like it got evaded multiple times. But Destiny, do you believe, and Dylan Burns and Lonerbox, that the media just randomly omits facts? Like they just randomly do that? They're just like, it's just a random sequence of events, or do you think that there might be some intention behind that?
It is by definition not random. When we decide we want to tell
Right,
stories, yes, that is correct. You are
Okay, so if it's
choosing.
by
There's a
definition-
normative process. We choose what we want to do.
So then if it's not random and they're picking the facts that they want to omit, and if they omit some of these facts and it changes the narrative, you don't think for a second that that might be intentional? Or do you think
might
that
be
you could grant us
profitability, it
with
might
a
be
little bit of
charity
charity that there's some intentionality
I don't have to be
there?
charitable. It is intentional. To reiterate for like the 50 millionth time, my question was can you demonstrate where they are intentionally omitting facts to tell a lie?
I just did with your own logic. You just said to me verbatim, I said that it was intentional.
Okay, Andrew.
I never disagreed with that. Of course it's intentional.
Well,
You're trying to tell a story. The question is, are they...
A buddy of yours would do, or
So
yes,
Andrew,
that's
the
what
fact
anybody
Destiny,
would do, of course.
The fact that these lies of omission always benefit one party and always go against the other.
They
you
don't always
see that?
benefit one party. Fox News is probably going to tend to benefit the Republicans a bit more. MSNBC,
Right, for
CNN
sure,
probably going to
for
choose
sure.
to benefit their people a little
Right.
bit more. Yeah, of course.
I'm talking about when I say that, I'm talking about Democrat kind of leaning media, which is the majority of
I would
media.
imagine, I don't know if it's the majority of media, but I would imagine Democrat-leaning media is probably going to, the things that they feel are important are probably going to more closely align with Democrats. Yeah, of course.
Well,
Most
they're
of the people that
driving.
are-
Well, that's driving our cult. I mean, that's driving everything, is what they're saying. Fox is just right wing conspiracy theories, and so anything they say,
Yeah,
at
but
least half the
says
country's
that-
not gonna.
Fox says that CNN is left-wing conspiracy theories. I don't know what the point of that statement is.
Yeah, but Fox is just. Fox is one channel that
Fox is the largest.
Fox is one channel
Fox
that
the
is not
largest
treated
cable
seriously
media
by
channel.
any of the others.
Fox is the largest cable media channel in the United States, and I'm pretty sure conservatives dominate the airwaves. If you ever turn on an AM radio before you're driving anywhere,
Right, and they're constantly trying to get it shut down. Like they were on the View yesterday saying people at Fox should be arrested and charged.
Yeah, I remember
are
the
people on the
AM
View in charge of the DOJ arresting people on Fox News?
Do you remember in the AM days when they wanted the fairness doctrine? Do you remember that?
I think I was too
when
young
they were
for
like,
that one.
Yes.
There was,
Yes.
You were alive for that. You're around the same age I am. You're in your late 30s, right?
I thought I'm in early 30s. I thought fairness doctrine was kind of gone in the 2000s, early. I don't know when fairness doctrine was.
But back when
90?
AM, back when AM was king, they had that whole fairness doctrine thing. They were upset that the conservative media was too oversaturated with the narratives. Right?
Sorry, fairness
They were
doctrine was
doing too much
abolished in
omission.
'87, I think. Okay, so this was literally before my time, but go ahead.
Well, they were really trying to bring it back in the 90s.
Okay.
I thought it wasn't.
They were trying to bring it back. I think they were trying to bring it back all through the time that Rush Limbaugh was in front of
Right.
the EIB mic, right?
Exactly. I mean,
All right,
what
but
you see the
can you
media.
explain for our audience what that is? Because, just the term fairness doctrine, what does
the
that,
fairness
how's that
doctrine
tie in?
basically just said that for all the time that conservative hosts had on the air, you had to have an equal amount of time. Air America was like one of the big beneficiaries of this. It was a left wing, kind of like
with Randy
Clear
Rhodes?
Channel.
With
with
Randy
Randy Rhodes and all these people. It failed miserably because nobody wanted to listen to that. But yeah.
Well, I mean,
But-
go ahead, Andrew. If you...
Well, I was just going to say, the point here is that obviously the left-wingers thought that there was a lot of omission that was going on, a lot of narrative building, and a lot of things that were not being representative of their worldview, their history, things like this. They wanted the government to actually come in and create a fairness doctrine, creating equal time between both. And, the thing is that as we kind of go through this, Destiny, Lonerbox, Dylan Burns, I kind of know Destiny's position, but like Lonerbox, you would have to agree that the media does lie by omission, whether it's on AM waves, whether it's nationally, even locally, in order to narrative build, and that's not good for us, right?
I think whether you're doing history or media, you're always omitting. So and people will always accuse you of lying by omission. So
Yeah, but I'm talking about the
mainstream-
intentionality, though.
Well, then you'd have to maybe give examples. Like they probably
Can I-
do. There's probably an agenda with like almost every media outlet. I mean, some people will say it. Like Rupert Murdoch will say that he loses money on the Sun newspaper in the UK because he wants to push an agenda. He's probably going to lie by omission when he's doing that. If he wants to talk about like Muslims in the UK, he'll always say bad things. He'll never print good stories because that's like his agenda, right? But I would ask you then, what would your ideal like media outlet friend of the people do? Because like if you're saying that it's not going to lie by omission, then it's just going to be like a random fucking fact generator, right? Like it's just going to tell you like, oh, the temperature in Cairo is like 39. Like a kid got hit by a car
No, that's
in
not
fucking
true. First of all, a lie of omission would be
Mozambique,
intentional.
right?
It would be intentional. So
Holy
understand
shit.
that a lie requires intent. Nobody on this side is disputing that you can get facts incorrect unintentionally. What we're
So-
saying is that there's a media narrative which exists that they misinform on purpose and historically have always done so.
Can we
in
get
order to
examples? Can we
present-
work? Can we work
Sir,
some
we
examples?
just gave you several examples.
I can give you some
Let's
more.
work.
I
Let's
can give you
work.
some
Let's
more.
work. Let's just work around. Wait. But let's just work around one example. We can all talk through that instead of just like vomiting out a ton of random things. Let's just work through one example.
Go ahead, Drone Tech. You got one example?
Well, okay, if we're going to do another one here. So we constantly hear, we're constantly reminded about January 6th. We're constantly reminded about Charlottesville.
Wait, no,
every year.
one example. One example.
Hold on.
Do you want to do January 6th?
But I'm just saying those are two examples
Don't
of
do
right-wing
two. That's
violence.
more than one. That's twice as many as one. Let's just stick on one example.
We'll say
Please do not do J6 again,
we'll
please.
say
Anything but
the
J6.
attack in Chicago. There was an attack on a Christopher Columbus statue where 49 police were injured. Super violent, big mob carrying Black Lives Matter flags, attacking police with sharp rods and poking them and stabbing them and throwing grenades at them or fireworks. That injured 49 police. That was reported local news, never to be spoken of again. The media just kind of lets that be forgotten, and then they keep reminding you of these other ones so that you kind of get this.
Okay, what was the name of this event? Where did this happen?
It was in Chicago. It was BLM Antifa attacked a Christopher Columbus statue. 49 police injured. Just if you look up Chicago riot Christopher Columbus statue, you can probably find it, or I can link
We
it.
don't.
actually.
This is too. How about one that everybody knows? And I
Well,
think
that's my point, though. That's my point.
Hang on. No,
is that
this
like you
one-
don't
this
know
one
about
event
it?
that everybody knows.
Or how about White House 2020?
No. Let's just go with one that everybody knows.
Well, we can just
Kyle
look this up and find out. You said in Chicago.
No, but everybody knows the Kyle Rittenhouse story was.
That's another good one, yeah.
Heavily to
Yeah.
make Kyle look like a murderer or whatever, and even Destiny, I think you have a soft spot.
Those were the
for that.
words of
think
you,
were
Destiny,
justified.
right?
Words of me for what?
Okay, wait.
The
I
words
just looked
of-
this up.
The question
I just
is
looked
whether
this
they're
up.
lying. I think that people genuinely did believe that Rittenhouse is a murderer. But that's not a difference in accounting a fact or lying. That's somebody giving a perspective. This is exactly what I'm talking about.
The media and
After-
Democrats straight up called him a
after
murderer.
the case was legislated,
Before the
or
trial.
after the case was litigated, I don't know. When they carried out the court case and they found him to be not guilty on pretty much on all counts, I'm pretty sure. And then these left-wing media outlets still peddled the narrative that a murderer got away. He got away with murder. He
Yeah,
should've
but
been-
do you understand? That's an opinion. They're not
all
actually.
the facts were out, right?
Yeah, but these self-defense is an affirmative defense. It's a matter of an opinion by a jury that you've done something wrong, but there was a good reason for why you've done it, right? So there could be a difference of perspective on that. Do you think that they're intentionally lying, or do you think that there are people... Here's a question. This is a good faith engagement. Do you think that it's
Yes.
possible that you can give an account of all the facts to a person, they can know everything, and they could still come away thinking that he was a murderer? Or do you think that's impossible?
Do you think you could give somebody all the facts of that case and then they still come away thinking he's a murderer?
Yeah.
I think yes. If you have,
It's possible, but at least they have all the facts.
If you have emotional baggage tied to the narrative, that
Okay, you can't.
you're not
You're
willing to part
fundamentally
with,
incapable of engaging
if
as a
you
human
have, if
being.
you have
Okay.
if you have preconceived biases which you're not willing to part
He's
with,
engaging
you
right
can give him
now.
all
Hang
the
on.
facts,
What
and
is he
you can
not
still come
engaging?
away with
What
that
is he not
conclusion.
engaging with?
In his idea, there's only one interpretation of
talking
reality. You guys don't understand that there's perspectives you can have on issues. That's why you can't engage
But
with
the
this question.
interpretation that is
told you
pushed
there's-
out is always.
Let me answer because I just told you that if somebody from their perspective has preconceived notions about the narrative that went down, and then they're presented with all the facts, but they're not willing to part with their preconceived notion, yes, they could still conclude that Kyle Rittenhouse was a murderer.
Okay, would you say that if Rittenhouse,
that's still malicious.
if
I'm still
Rittenhouse,
giving you
if Rittenhouse was convicted by a jury, and Republicans said, "Well, no, I still think it was self-defense," would you say they have emotional baggage?
Well, I'm talking about in this particular
No,
case.
hold
where
on.
all the
Engage
facts
with
were
what I'm
laid
saying to turn the brain on. Let's say that he was convicted by the jury as being a murderer, which is totally possible. It's a jury trial, right? And then let's say that after that, let's say it considers like, no, I think it was still self-defense. I don't agree. I don't think he's a murderer.
Well, if you could point to some facts that would show that this is XYZ why he wasn't actually a murderer, then no, that wouldn't be emotional baggage. But from what I can gather in this case that actually went down after it was litigated, the people that still thought he was a murderer didn't have any facts. All they had was their emotional baggage.
No, you absolutely
And that's
have
what I'm
facts.
saying.
That he showed up at a protest with an assault rifle where there was violent activity happening, where he didn't
It
need to be
wasn't an
there.
assault rifle. You're already wrong on the facts.
He had an
just so you know.
AR-15. What the fuck are you talking
That's
about?
not an assault rifle.
What
That's
is an
not
assault rifle? Tell me what an assault rifle
An
is.
assault rifle for
They don't
one has to be
exist.
fully
They're made
automatic.
up.
That's like
They're
the
in your
main.
brain.
The main part of an assault rifle is that it's fully automatic.
I don't
Just
even
so
know
you
if
know.
that's true. You're telling me that
It is
U.S.
true.
military carrying M4 carbines with select fire aren't considered assault rifles? Like,
Those are assault rifles. That is an assault rifle.
just because it's fully automatic? It's I know.
Yes.
Sorry, it's
There
fucking
was an
retarded shit.
important omission in the Kyle Rittenhouse case. There was one, which is the practice of the entire media elite is to demonstrate that to have this fight between BLM, between the peaceful protesters, and this guy who's not supposed to be there, who's doing the job of the police. But there was one narrative that was entirely omitted from the entire coverage of Kenosha and what was happening there. It was that the police cars were on the perimeter. And FBI helicopters or drones or whatever, or planes were in the air filming all of this. This rat experiment as people were fighting each other. And the government was not there to provide law and order.
What this is? Wait, what is this? This has nothing to do with anything we're talking about.
Yes, it's exactly, and that's why it's omitted. It's because it would show a libertarian practice, which is people are responsible for their own self-defense, and when they count on the government to provide that self-defense, they're going to be treated like rats in a rat experiment. They're going to be filmed from above from a drone. Millions of dollars are going to surround them on all sides in a giant cage, and then they're going to be allowed to fight each other, and then a jury has to determine who's at fault. But nobody, the actual murderers of Kenosha are the politicians, are the political class in Washington, D.C.
Yeah. Why was there riots there in the first place?
The rest of the conversation.
Destiny, hold on. Real quick. Kenosha, it's important. Real quick. Why was there riots there in the first place? Because the media misrepresented
that wasn't the media. That was social media. That was the issue, right?
No.
That's media.
No, it was
the
a
media
guy posting
purposely.
a 15-second clip on TikTok. Purposely?
No.
You can show me evidence of that. Show me evidence that
I
they
will.
intentionally lied.
The media purposely omitted that he had a knife. They purposely omitted that he was a threat to kids in the backseat of that car. They made it sound like the police just shot him because he was trying to get away.
Wait, was this in the initial reports?
No, it wasn't. The initial reports was just a thing that blew up on fucking Twitter. That's why everybody was fucking protesting, because nobody had any idea what the fuck happened.
Let me do this.
Let
me ask both
Same
sides
thing
of
with
the
Michael Brown. The media.
I just want to summarize my last point. I'm just going to say that, like, the fact that you can't even conceive that a person in good faith could disagree that Rittenhouse didn't defend himself, that he was actually a murderer, is like you're partisanly gone. And I'm somebody that I supported Rittenhouse defense, but there are good arguments being made on both sides for why he did murder versus why it was self-defense. But you can't even engage with that idea, and then you're trying to accuse the media
we're
of
sitting
lying.
here engaging with it.
You're not. You're saying the only way somebody could believe that is they have emotional baggage.
Let me see if I could ask each side a question. Let me see if I could ask each side a question and rein this in, right? For the people on the right, if the media, like say CNN, say my boy Brian Stelter from my shirt here, if he accurately reported all of the facts of the Rittenhouse case and let the people hear all the facts and then said, I think he's a murderer, is that the media being corrupt, or is that just someone outlining the facts and having an opinion?
Are you asking me, or?
I'm asking the people on the right.
Oh, I think somebody could have that opinion without them lying, or I mean, they might just genuinely feel that way. Like there are some people that, given all the facts, they rarely ever defend self-defense.
What I'm isolating here is like, is the problem that they have an opinion, or is the problem that they're omitting facts?
That's what I think the problem is. They have an opinion, they have a slant, but it's not lying. It's just people representing their opinions.
It's also that opinion is a part of media.
That's actually a problem. If you look at journalism in maybe the 40s and 50s, now there are exceptions. There's always outliers, right? Not everything, but there is general idea that there is a distinction between the opinion, the person, the analyst, the analytics, and the presentation of news. And the core of that idea is that the newsman is your eyes on the ground. Your eyes are not supposed to be doing the thinking. Your eyes and your ears should not have opinions. And in fact, if you're a journalist on location, or you're a news anchor that is just reporting the dry news, you should be as dry as possible, and your opinion should be as hidden as possible. And the language of the time, 70 years ago, that was generally the language. It was generally how they presented the news. And then there would be a separate segment where they would have a panel like this one, where people would be able to express their opinions. And if somebody is a journalist, would not be able to even appear ethically on that panel. They would not be that type of person. And yet now we have all of this merged. And in fact, if you go to a school of journalism, they will say, well, being unbiased is impossible, therefore we shouldn't even try. That's the new angle. And it's completely different from the past. So yes, I would say if the media was always the enemy, now it's more overtly so.
So let me ask the left this question real quick, right?
Does that
Barring
mean
that
we get
there's-
to answer? Because
Oh
you're
yeah,
asking
if
the
more people had to answer, sure, go ahead.
I'm saying that because Destiny did it last
Okay.
time.
I'll ask the left this real quick, right? If we could separate the idea of their opinion versus the facts, I'll ask the left this two-part question. If they intentionally omitted facts of what went on with Rittenhouse, would that be considered unethical and a lie? And do you think there were certain outlets that intentionally didn't report things like that Rittenhouse was shot at first and that Rittenhouse ran to the police and things like that?
It depends on it. Like, it might be, here's what I'm saying, okay? You might be omitting a fact because you don't think it's important. You don't think it's relevant to the story. Now, some people might say that's bad faith, but like, I think there are legitimate disagreements. For instance, was it relevant that 2 weeks beforehand, I think it was 2 weeks beforehand, that Rittenhouse was like in a parking lot saying like, oh, I wish I could shoot the fucking people going into Target or robbing a store or whatever, right? The judge thought that that wasn't relevant, that that part of his character was not relevant. A lot of people think that is relevant, right? But you can have a legitimate disagreement on that. So if I watch Fox News, I'm guessing they're probably not going to talk about that. If I watch CNN, they're probably going to talk about that a lot. I don't think either side is lying. I just think they're using a different process to come to what they think is an important fact to report about that story.
It's funny you mention that because that's exactly what you'll hear on like far left media. It's like, oh, no one spoke about the time when he said he wanted to kill people 2 weeks earlier. Like that's actually something that people said on the left a lot. But I mean, I watched this from the UK, and I remember even just like absorbing a lot of this from like AP or like The Guardian and shit. And like, I mean, I thought, and I can't remember if it was a CNN or an MSNBC report during the trial when they said that it looks like he's going to get let off. Like it looks like the prosecution's not having a good time here. So I mean, I was able to come to the conclusion that he was innocent in that from like mostly just absorbing the same outlets I normally would. I didn't have to watch Fox News to get to that conclusion. And I think as far as people still calling him a murderer, isn't it, you can correct me if I'm wrong, I thought the people that Rittenhouse was like having a problem with now was people like Cenk Uygur and Whoopi Goldberg who were saying that. But that's also like there are sections of the media that are dedicated to opinion. Like those people are known for, they're not supposed to be reporting like factual. They're supposed to be like giving opinions, which is a legal right.
Well,
so
hang on.
you can have that side of the media as well.
Real quick, can I just interject this real quick? As I've been listening to this, is the back and forth. Destiny, I'd like to ask you a question. Going back to this, would you consider people who are online who are reporting to have some type of media influence? Would you think that people who are online who are discussing these various topics, this and that, they maybe reach large audiences, could have some significant influence on this type of thing?
Yeah, of course.
On narrative, of course, right. And so I just pulled this up. Now, this is from you. These are your words.
Mm-hmm.
It's incredibly frustrating that people have intentionally and maliciously misconstrued a 16-second cut from a larger conversation to make it sound as though I don't support BLM protests or somehow approve of racist white people indiscriminately killing protesters when this is an issue I have ruthlessly and consistently been on about throughout the years. This is your quote.
Mm-hmm.
Those are people who are purposely misconstruing what you said and lying. Is that true? And you just got done saying that these are people who have some degree of influence in the discourse. So you would have to concede that people are intentionally lying, at least about what you said, by your own words, right?
I don't know why you think I'm conceding or disagreeing with you at all. I'm just saying that most of the times when people are assuming that there's like some malicious thing happening, sometimes there can be a legitimate disagreement of facts.
Your
For
exact
instance,
words, it's incredibly frustrating.
Bro, you've
people
got
have
to be able to
intentionally
engage.
and maliciously.
Bro, yes, that's the point. So for instance, I think that you can have a legitimate disagreement given all the facts. You can have a disagreement over the Rittenhouse thing. However, what was the name of the, was it Covenant High School or Coven High School? Who were the kids that
Covington.
Covington, right? I think that was malicious. That was a malicious cut. I don't think, given all the facts, a reasonable person would ever think those kids were acting poorly towards those people. That only happened because of that malicious cut. But I think that everybody thinks that the media does that all the time. But I think in general what the media does all the time is they choose the facts that they think are important, and they omit what they don't think is important. And there might be some bias involved in that. Sure, everybody's got their political leanings. But I don't think the majority of it are these malicious cuts.
You don't think
It's
they
just
sensationalize?
Yeah, but
sensationalize and lying is not the same thing.
You did say that these people were malicious towards you. Those were your exact words were have intentionally and maliciously.
Yeah. Do you think I'm saying that? I literally just gave you an example of the mainstream media being malicious.
Yeah, you did. But what you said is that if all the facts were presented, you don't think a reasonable person would ever come to a different conclusion. That's what you just said.
Yeah, that's correct.
So if that's true, then Zen Shapiro was right. And when you told him just moments ago that it's insane to say that if a person had all the facts, they would always come to the correct conclusion. You're thwarted by your own words, Destin.
I'm not saying that in every single case they would. I just gave you an example where there are some cases where, given all the facts, people might still disagree. For instance, Rittenhouse. But in other cases, given all the facts, I think people probably wouldn't disagree, like the Covington high school kids.
Bro, there are still people to this day that think that he was like some, racist KKK member. Like that still
What
does
does that have
exist.
to do with what I just said?
That insane people, retarded people, can think that can come to a retarded conclusion even given all the facts, or some emotionally driven conclusion that is incorrect given all the facts.
Okay.
Okay.
You said that people can't do that with the Covington.
Yeah, well, he said that
Because
given
I
all
don't
the
think
facts,
I don't think
a
that given
reasonable
all
person
the
would never come up with that.
Because I don't think given all the
when
facts.
did he say that?
I don't think given all the facts for some cases. For the Covington
He
thing.
just said it, Dylan.
For some
He just said it.
things, for some things, I'm saying if there's been a bad reporting, like a malicious selecting of facts, then yeah, you might be able to come to totally different conclusions. I agree with that. But for the Covington kids thing, if you show me a person that thinks that those kids were evil and racist or whatever, I'm pretty sure if we watched all the footage together, they'd be like, okay, probably not. This is bad reporting. Whereas on the Rittenhouse stuff, even with all the facts, I think some people can still disagree that it was murder or self-defense.
So, I mean, well, which thing, this is so weird because you're speaking out of both sides of your mouth. Which thing is true? Is it true that that people have maliciously gone after you and they have misconstrued what you have said in order to advance a narrative by lying intentionally, which you consider to be pushing of a media narrative? And you say that if given all the facts, they would never come through with that type of result. That's what makes it malicious. Same thing that you just claimed was in Shapiro moments ago. Now you're saying, well, it just depends on the case. Maybe in some cases. Which fucking cases, man? Like, be straightforward.
Be straightforward.
Don't do the gish gallop.
Notice how
don't do the blah, 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 blah.
literally
Just tell
giving
us.
you examples. I just gave you 2 examples or 3 examples. I give you more
Yeah,
if you
you
want.
gave a some subjective example. I don't understand. What's the
A
differentiation
subjective
point?
example. I gave you an empirical
What's the
fact.
differentiation point?
I told you the differentiation. I can repeat it, but you're so
Well, what
busy
is
trying
it
to get
again?
the differentiation is that I believe that there are certain times when the media is cutting things out, not because they're trying to spin a lie or tell somebody something that's non-truthful, but they genuinely have a disagreement on which facts are important. And I think there are other times where we can be more critical of the media. We go, well, I don't know why you reported this in this way. This doesn't seem like you were just like trying to select what was most important. It seemed like you were actually telling a lie. Those are 2 different things you can do.
Right, so they were lying via omission, or they were just straightforward lying, which is what we're saying the media often does.
Well, what if there's
you
an
claim,
alternative, though? Oh my god. What if Destiny? Do you agree that it's at least somewhat common for the media to want to be the first one to report on a given phenomena, whatever it may be? Rittenhouse,
Yep,
Covington,
it's called breaking
who
news.
knows?
Yep.
So, yeah, and maybe in order to be the first ones to break the story, they might disclose whatever they know, not having acquired all of the facts yet, but still providing some narrative based on what they do know, but knowing that they don't have all the facts. Does that happen at least somewhat often?
It's possible. This is
I
why
made
I
that
usually
point
don't.
earlier.
Come on, don't tell me it's possible. Tell me it fucking happens.
Of course,
often.
yeah, it happens. Yeah, this
Yeah.
is why I don't like breaking news reporting. Yeah, everybody does this,
Yeah, but the
unfortunately.
me- but
I
every
don't think
media
it's
outlet does that,
malicious.
right?
It's not malicious. It's people just wanting to be first.
Yeah,
Zen,
but
it sounded like you were agreeing with us
you don't
because
think-
I made that
you don't think it's
point earlier.
malicious you don't think it's malicious to disclose some narrative on a given story, knowing that you don't have all the facts, just so you can be the first one, sensationalize it, and get all the clicks? You don't think there's
We
any
can
malicious
argue that it's
intent on
reckless. We can argue it's recklessness bordering on maliciousness, but it's different than
Is
telling an outright
recklessness
lie.
malicious?
No, wait, Zen. I would ask you then, because I mean, this is the point that I made earlier. Because yeah, that even sounds like you're almost making my point that it's not necessarily malice, but it's more of a systemic issue. Because like right now, if
I'm saying
like
that
one
the
media
system of the
outlet,
media is malicious.
yeah,
Yeah.
so if one media outlet doesn't report breaking news recklessly and without all the facts, then other ones will. So like, do you have a proposed solution for that? I mean, I feel like I suggested earlier, like the deregulation was a big problem. Mergers are a big problem.
Destiny
yeah,
doesn't
well,
think that
hang on. First of all, the topic is not about solutions to this problem, but
I
even
know.
if the problem exists. So you're moving the goalpost instantly. If you want to have that debate, that's a whole different debate. But right now, we just want a concession. This problem is real and it exists. and that probably makes the media itself an enemy of the people.
I feel like if you're gonna make that suggestion, then then in that case you sound like every single far left like Jeremy Corbyn supporter in the UK, because they made the exact same complaint. First half it was the media just doesn't talk about him enough. Not enough people are exposed to his ideas. 2017, 2019, lots of people are exposed to his ideas, and he gets less votes. And then they'll say, oh, it's all just malicious reporting. But even though most of the time the media were just like reporting on his fuck ups.
I literally don't care about any of that. I just want to know if, based on the facts that you've heard thus far, including Destiny's own quote about the maliciousness against him by people he considers to be media, do you think that media omit on purpose? And is that something you would consider an enemy to be doing if they're maliciously going after narratives that hurt you?
I've already said in general, I don't believe the media does it maliciously. No.
You don't think that's okay? Let me bring up, since you like MSNBC, you don't think when they bring Malcolm Nance on there and he says your Republican neighbors want to kill you, and that's part of a larger narrative that not just comes from the media but from Democrats, like Biden saying, MAGA Republicans are semi-fascist, and
don't you think these could be opinions? Do you think that they know they're lying, or do you think they might actually believe these things?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is like that's a message that I'm saying that's what makes the media an enemy of the people.
No, you're saying they lie, and that makes them. This is
a separate issue from lying. I mean, this is just straight up demonization that they're doing to build up a case for taking away rights, like the First Amendment, freedom of speech, like these hearings that you saw the other day with the Twitter file hearings. You had Stacey, I can't remember her last name, Perkins or whatever, the Democrat, attacking Matt Taibbi and Schellenberger and saying that, these guys are a threat to us by criticizing and scrutinizing us. They're a threat to us, so you can't do that. Basically setting up this idea or this system where they have free speech, but you don't have the free speech to come back at them and scrutinize them because it's a threat to their safety. It's the same thing with the unseen January 6th footage. They said, we can't let it out there because
wasn't the Twitter files meeting? Weren't they doing literally the exact same thing we're doing right now?
Dude, just stop bringing that up, man. You got to stop.
The January 6th stuff, we can't talk about it. We can talk about
my bad.
The Twitter files. Fair enough. That's a good point. Go ahead, Destiny.
Well, I was going to say, wasn't she making the same argument that we are making now? That she was saying that these types of media people are enemies of the people, and you're trying to say other people are enemies of the people? Like, wasn't that the argument they were making in Congress?
No, like how are they? They're just journalists.
They're not just
Democrats
journalists. What do you
have the power.
mean?
The Democrats are the power that the media is supposed to be keeping in check. But she's up there, and the media is echoing her, saying, "You can't say these things about us."
Maybe she felt like they acted improperly. Is that not possible?
But that's only a charge that ever comes out when Democrats are being exposed.
Why are you making?
There's never a threat of calling out Trump or calling out DeSantis. There's never any threat to his safety.
Listen, Drontech, when Destiny has a great shirt where he criticizes one of those journalists and he calls him out for not having journalistic integrity, he does so properly because that dumbass journalist should not tell a story about the FBI without asking the FBI to comment. Really. Now, even though it's ridiculous to ask the FBI to comment, even though it's like obvious what the answer is, he should still do it because that should be part of his journalistic integrity. And that's where the standard comes in, which is for your enemies, which are Schellenberger and Taibbi at this given moment, they're the enemies of the Destiny line of argument. For them, there is the law of journalistic integrity. But when the same thing happens with another journalist that supports his position, supports his practice, supports his ideology, he will not scrutinize them.
Can you give me an
much.
example of that? Can you give me an example of that I wouldn't scrutinize?
Can I give you an example of something that doesn't appear in your streams?
What? I'm asking you to give me an example of a journalist that I'm asking.
Where you're criticizing a journalist, it'll be Matt Taibbi.
You just accused me that if it was a journalist on my side, I'd let them get away with partisan hackery, and I wouldn't hold them to the same standard. Is there an example of me doing that?
You would hold them to the same standard, but you generally don't notice when this happens. When a major story shows up, then the story is sort of allowed to be forgotten, and then we don't go back and we.
What do you mean? What do you mean? I let you guys all joked earlier. I'm literally known for the fucking Rittenhouse shit in fucking Twitch politics. What do you mean? I would let this get away? I literally gave you the example.
Right.
Okay, now it's an exception. Now it's okay. So you just made that up, just to be clear, right? There was an example of dishonest information where you were spreading a lie for absolutely no reason. You're saying that on my end, I would let journalists get away with it. I wouldn't. I call them out when I see them do it on my end either. I don't think it's good to ever do that.
Well, no, it's not. It's not dishonest. It was just recklessness, right? But that's not malice either.
He just claimed to know a fact that he doesn't know anything about. That's probably
is that malice, or is it just recklessness due to ignorance or something?
It sounded like he made a bad assumption.
Of the people.
Okay, yeah, maybe.
But actually, can
well,
I
are you saying it was malicious?
Earlier, wait, no.
Yeah, that's what I want to know. Like,
I've been waiting for like 45 minutes.
Let's hear grant that is
when you have
or recklessness regarding the facts.
If somebody said somebody did something without even saying it, yeah, I would say that's like maliciousness bordering on like, or recklessness that borders on like maliciousness.
Like when
yeah.
when the media declares Kyle Rittenhouse a murderer.
No, that's that's an opinion. What the fuck is this panel?
Zen,
no, if somebody says black, yes, I would agree. If somebody says black,
that's recklessness, but not malice.
If somebody
Zen,
says,
out of interest, were there what examples are there of mainstream media like presenting Rittenhouse as a murderer, like factually, or were these opinion segments, or was it actually like the news reporting?
None of them presented it factually because it factually wasn't true.
No, you need to I just need an example though.
Make it sound like he was a
I'll
murderer.
get you some.
Whether or not he's a murderer, that's a perspective. That's a perspective.
Yes, you're right. It's a perspective, but there's a general narrative.
To have that perspective and to convey it to the masses.
No, Rittenhouse did successfully sue CNN, correct?
No.
Or was that? Am I thinking of the Covington kids?
The Covington definitely.
Covington kids got a small. They
Rittenhouse sued somebody. Did he not? Did he not win some of those
Rittenhouse
suits?
probably did too. But yeah,
I think
he
no,
did.
he's in progress. We don't know about that. But what's important is, in that story, there was a general idea in that story, which is to demonize a person who was defending the wrong community. You know, the audacity of the story was that he was crossing state lines, right? He drove over 15 miles to go to a different community, which he was actually a part of, to defend it. But what was omitted from the story was the fact that there is nothing that compels the U.S. government to actually enforce the law. There is nothing that compels the U.S. government to protect, that small business that he ended up protecting. There's nothing there, and they can show images of him. To
be clear, there was no business that he protected, right? He didn't protect a business.
Okay, fine. What I saw when the court reporter, when the court presented the images of the FBI filming this whole thing from the air, nobody presented the narrative of how obscene this is. That we are like observed by the government as clashes between people occur, and they don't show up there and they don't enforce the law.
But you're assuming that they did that maliciously, but it might have just been they didn't have the resource at the time. You have no evidence that they did that because they were just sitting there watching us like rats in a maze. It could have been that they didn't have the resources there to deal with it.
These news organizations are not professionals then. Like
they don't need to have those resources. The whole point is that the message they should be portrayed is that the individual himself, that business owner, the people in that neighborhood, they're the ones that are supposed to be doing community policing with AR-15s or bloody tanks. They have that right in the Constitution. They should be the one providing their own security. And yet the messaging is that a person didn't provide security privately in the correct manner.
That's your opinion. Right? You're giving an opinion.
Destiny.
That's not
I gave you a
fact.
link. Yeah, I gave you a link where CBS continued to say that he crossed state lines illegally, even after it had been established in the trial that didn't happen.
Okay, he did cross state lines. I don't know if it was illegal.
Right, it wasn't. But they kept saying that after that was already established that it wasn't.
Let me go to Dylan. You seem to be waiting patiently. Go ahead, Dylan. Maybe you want to take this in a different direction, but we can come back to this after if we need to.
Yeah, there was two things I've been holding in for a bit. So the first thing I wanted to ask, well, it's actually both directed towards Drotech. The first thing is about the Christopher Columbus statue thing. I looked it up, like immediately we talked about it. I haven't been able to comment on it yet. So I looked it up, and I'm looking right here, and I see USA Today, CBS News, Fox News. I'm seeing videos.
Sure, you found some internet stories.
Views. Well, no, it's in the internet stories. So 17 cops got injured here. What is the level of coverage?
49.
I'm looking at the initial reports. The 17 cops got injured here, but okay, let's say it's 49. What is the amount of coverage that would be? So it's not just that it needs articles on the mainstream news outlets, and it needs news segments, and it needs hundreds.
There is not a single.
What more does it need?
Dylan, you cannot find me a single example of left-wing political violence that the media constantly there's an anniversary of it.
That's not what I asked you.
That's the point.
Wait, we saw the BLM. Wait. No,
there's no memorialized.
I waited for 45 minutes. You said that you were going to give a specific example of something like this happening, where the media kind of just ignores it and the stuff like. like they omitted the facts. But there's CBS News, US Today, Fox News. It has over like hundreds of thousands, like 900,000 views. It's like the first YouTube video I found from, I think it was WAN covering it. So this got a lot of attention, and I'm sure if I dug longer, I could find more sources.
None of
and
you
so
knew
my
about
question
it.
to you, when you're saying 49 cops injured, what is the amount of coverage that it needs to hit for it now to be fair? Because it could just be that this Christopher Columbus statue just didn't meet the level of, for example, January 6th, which I would agree with.
Yeah, I would just say if a giant group of right wingers attacked police in that manner, attacking a monument or a BLM monument like that, you would know about it. It would be wall to wall coverage. They would say, look, this is example of the right wing rising up and attacking police and their anti-police sentiment. Instead, it's just kind of left to go down the memory hole, just like every example.
So what you're
that was never a major news story.
So what you're saying is the amount of coverage that would be necessary for this to be fair coverage is if the majority of Americans knew about this specific riot.
I'm saying that left-wing political violence does not get the same coverage or the same standards apply to it as right-wing political violence. It's so rare. Right-wing political violence is so rare, yet you know about every example, don't you?
You said no mainstream outlet covered the story. I can find 3 first.
Well, I don't know if I said that. I said it wasn't. You can find some internet things about it, but it was never a national narrative. There was never like.
Why does it have to be?
People
It's
didn't
one
care.
riot. Why does it have to be a national narrative? Why is this a specific statue
because
so
only
important?
ever a national narrative.
Why does it need more attention? For example, like January 6th. Why does it need to be on that level since it's a statue and not, for example, the process of democracy?
How about the White House in 2020 when the BLM mob attacked the White House, injured
I get told about that
I think
all
124
the time. Rob
Secret
makes sure I
Service
know
agents.
about it every single time I talk to him.
Right, but that's not like that's something that was the media. The media mocked that. They lied about it. They said that Trump sent out the National Guard for a photo op. That turned out not to be true. That's a lie they told. They also they mocked Trump for having to go to the bunker. There's all these stories when that happens, calling him bunker boy.
You're talking about omitting facts here, and we're talking about the amount of coverage. That story you're talking about, I know about that riot. I know about what happened there.
Well, it was never called a riot in the media. Can you show me a single example of a mainstream media calling it a riot?
If I Google,
no, you can't. I can tell you right now that it does not exist.
I just wanted an acknowledgement that this story was covered by mainstream news outlets, and it was given the coverage.
It's
Dylan,
not the same. It's not the same.
Can I
I'm
ask
sorry.
you a question?
Okay,
I was just curious. Should we trust?
So I had a
anything that the
follow-up question though.
Okay.
Oh well, I was just wondering. Can we trust anything that the Russian media says?
Probably not.
If they provide enough evidence.
Yeah, which things do you think that we should trust coming out of the Russian mainstream media right now?
I don't know. Give me an example, and if it has
no. I was asking you for an example of things we should trust.
I don't think you should trust. I don't think you should outright trust anything reported by Russian state media. Why? What's the point? Probably not. Why? Or not without you'd verify with other sources.
Should we trust the things that come out of the Ukrainian state media then?
My understanding is Ukrainian state media ran by the government like Russian state media is?
Ukrainian isn't it?
I'm asking
who cares?
You,
You're not even
equipped
to engage with the question if you don't know the answer to that. It's the most important reason
you haven't answered my question
like
yet.
RT because you don't even know what you're asking.
Just answer my question.
You don't know what you're asking.
I don't need your answer, then justify.
No, I don't. You don't even know what you're asking me.
Let me ask again. Should we trust the thing that come out of the Ukrainian state media, Destiny?
Destiny, I don't know the answer to the question, so tell me, is it ran by the state in Ukraine?
I don't know. If it was ran by the state, I probably wouldn't trust them on reporting on the war because it's the fucking state-ran media. But if it's an independent media, then I'd probably be more keen to trust it. Anything that is state media, why would I not trust a government talking about how they're doing in a war? I don't know, man. Go to a hat.
I'm asking you why you think that it would be less biased reporting one way or the other.
Because the government being in charge of their media in regards to reporting to war, all of the incentives are lined up for them to lie about it, and for them to get fact checker called out on it. There's no competition to state-ran, state-owned media, and directions coming from Zelensky himself, like literally might dictate what shows up in the headlines. I wouldn't trust that as much as independently ran.
What's the difference between that and monolithic media companies, for instance?
Because media companies don't take their marching orders from the fucking president of the United States.
Yeah, but they're still monolithic and have huge. Some of these fucking media companies are ginormous. What are you talking?
Yeah,
huge.
It's a global media empire.
Okay,
they're all peddling the same shit.
Of course,
if they're just out of interest, you guys are talking about Rittenhouse. You guys, wait. You guys are talking about Rittenhouse suing media outlets potentially, right? And I think some of them have already had to issue corrections. I know CBS issued a correction for the state lines thing. Who do you sue if the Russian state media lies? Who issues corrections?
I'm not sure.
No
what
one,
that
exactly.
has
You
to
guys
do
have
with
no
it.
fucking idea because the
I'm not
Russian
sure
state
what that
media
even has to
is
do with the
accountable to
topic
no
of
one
discussion.
but the Russian government. That's it.
Yeah, but when these monolithic media companies, which have private insurance that just covers for all of their libel and things like this, if they lose in court, they also basically have no accountability.
What do you mean? Heads roll when people fuck up stories. Of course, people get fired and shit. It's happened before. Over
Yeah, what happened when CNN
It's
fucked up with
fucking
the
rare.
ivermectin
And
Joe
by the
Rogan
way,
thing,
by
right?
the way, the people who are running the actual companies themselves, those aren't the people whose heads roll. They might have a patsy or somebody
because they're
who
probably not
reported the
making
story.
day-to-day editorial decisions.
Wait, didn't we see like with the Dominion lawsuit
They
on
have
Fox News
company
how Fox
policy.
immediately changed their coverage and how they were changing like Dominion voting in the voting machines because they were scared of the lawsuit because they were lying about it.
Please, can we not talk?
Yeah,
about
we can
this?
talk about this, but we can talk about this in
Going out of your way to make
general,
sure.
POS issues.
in the most general sense, right? The media, any media, is about messaging, right? And the fundamental way you can evaluate this is that they're messaging for their own practices, for their own preferred way of doing things, and against any competing faction. So all you have to determine, first of all, fundamentally, right, is there the media against certain groups of people? That's like always true. But if you want to be more specific, let's say towards the United States, are the biggest media companies accountable to people outside of exceptions that are where the offense is great enough where it falls under some U.S. law? You know, are they accountable to the people? Well, in general, no. They're accountable for either the states or the state corporations. And so that means that their messaging is fundamentally against you, the viewer. It is
Didn't we
against
just
the
say
viewer.
the
It is
Covington
against
kids were
his
able to sue
values.
successfully and get money from CNN for lying about them?
I'll explain why. Right. Why is this an exception? Because it was a situation so egregious where the facts were so grossly misrepresented, then he could sue. Also, what made it very significant is he was a minor at the time and was not a public figure. But if he was any public figure, if he was like a political commentator or a member of the opposing party, then he can be slandered all the time because he doesn't have
So
one
they have
of those,
ultimate monolithic.
one of those exceptions in
They
law.
have ultimate monolithic power to do whatever they want, except for when it's a kid. Okay, so like there's always going to be a reason why like everything you're saying is absolutely true, and any exception I give is like, well, that's different. What about Fox News getting sued for the Dominion machine shit right
we
now?
still have rules against
bring it up.
targeting kids. It doesn't matter whether it's Fox News. All of them serve certain groups.
What about Alex Jones getting sued?
I'm going to disagree that Fox News served the interest of the American people.
Oh,
You know,
okay.
I see even somebody like Tucker Carlson is just a steam valve. He's 2 years late on most topics. You know, I can't discuss the specific topics that are current, but he's very often late. When the story is deflated, he reinflates it under a new angle. And there is such a concept to the steam valve, even in the Russian government. There's always some clown like Zhirinovsky that shows up and criticizes Putin in public, but and you know, people coalesce around him. But he's a clown, and so it never gets to anything. It's the same thing with Tucker Carlson. You can always quote his the lawsuit against him, where his lawyers had to use the same defense that MSNBC uses, that he is actually not accountable for what he's saying. So yes, in that context, they are both the enemy of the people. They don't present an alternative that the American people can use. They don't present any alternative practice. It's always government for us or government for you. It's always government. It's always the state. It's always the big corporation. It's never anything grassroots.
I got another follow-up question for Drone Tech. So Drone Tech, earlier we were talking about this hearing where the Democrats were going really hard after your boy Matt Taibbi, or forget to pronounce his name or whatever, but they were going after him, and you were really concerned that they were going to go after his First Amendment rights, or that the way they were directing it, it makes you worried about the First Amendment. Do you think the framing of the statement, the media is the enemy of the people, would make it harder or easier for the government to go after the media, pass more regulations on how they can talk about the news and what they can present and what they can't present? Because that's how a lot of nations like Russia, or recently the protests have been going on in Georgia due to the foreign agents bill. That's a lot of the stuff that precedes a lot of the most authoritarian legislation around media and NGOs.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that. Yeah, I mean, if the media were acting as like a check on power and the government did that, that would be bad. But the media is not. They're like hiding accountability from the government. No, I mean, like there's just this long list of things. Many of them I can't talk about here, but there's more, like many examples. We'll just talk about. Can we talk about Hunter Biden? I don't know. Like the whole Hunter Biden laptop story, the intelligence former intelligence that came out and said, along with the FBI, kind of tipping off Facebook and the big tech agents that, oh, this could be Russian disinformation. They very likely swayed the election. They interfered in the election by doing that.
You mean kind of like when Comey, our own intelligence, came out and made that scathing remark about Hillary Clinton and their email thing? Also,
well,
to be clear on the Twitter
Hillary's
files,
undoing now.
to be clear on the Twitter file, that's funny. To be clear on the Twitter files, there was no direct communication from anybody in government or the FBI telling Twitter to censor the Hunter Biden story. That's not true.
There was.
That's
They
not
direct.
true.
Yes, they
No,
actually.
I literally talked to the guys that like did these fucking stories, and they admitted as much. No, there was not. There was never any direct communication.
Did you see the hearings yesterday when Jim Jordan
which guys
dropped
did you
the
talk
examples?
to who did the stories?
Fuck, I don't remember what the two. Somebody in the chat will have the two names, but two of the journalists I think that were involved in these Twitter files. There was never a direct communication with about Hunter Biden to Twitter. That never happened.
Well, they say there's stories that are Russian disinformation coming. The request that came from the FBI was this person needs to be banned. Please get rid of this person. The dashboard that they were using.
The
to
FBI
sort of,
never said you need to ban somebody. Never.
that
didn't happen.
They
either.
requested. Yeah, hold on, I can get it for you.
They said that these are accounts that might ban your TOS. They gave them like 200,000 accounts for this, and Twitter banned like none of them. So no, there was never.
Well, that and I want to. Yeah, that is something interesting because they were basing this on Hamilton 68, which is again Democrats and former intelligence operatives. There was what's his face from the Weekly Standard on there as well.
What kind of accounts were they asking them to ban?
They were just companies and just regular people, but they were saying that these were Russian bots and troll farms.
Why did they say they were Russian bots?
None of these people were.
You don't know that.
Huh?
You don't know that.
No, we know that from the Twitter files. Because
no, we don't.
Yoel Roth said himself that there was no evidence that any of these accounts had anything to do with Russia.
Why are you quoting Yoel Roth now when Yoel Roth also said there was no direct communication about Hunter Biden? Do you just selectively listen to him? Because he also said that on 3 different occasions on his hearing.
Well, I think he's covering his ass. And
oh my God!
Did you see the hearings?
Kill me, dude.
Listen,
did
you see the hearings where Jim Jordan was giving examples?
Yeah, I've seen. Yes, yeah. Have you heard the hearings where? Or hold on, not even the hearings. In regards to the Twitter files, when the FBI was asking things to be removed, those accounts they said were all newly created accounts that were following, I think, 2 or more like Chinese fucking ambassadors and politicians, and that's why the FBI asked for those to be removed. They weren't saying like, please silence these free American speaking people and blah 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 blah. That was not happening from the FBI. And the 2 people I talked to were Leighton Woodhouse and David Zweig. Those are the 2 people.
I didn't see their bylines on the Twitter files. Let me say this real quick. I just want to say,
wait,
real
David
quick,
Zweig literally was the one that did Series 6, I believe. And Leighton Woodhouse, I don't know if he was involved directly with them, but he's friends with all the journalists. Was he not?
I could be wrong. I'm open to eating. I just want to say this real quick. I just want to let people know there's still room for callers. So if you follow that link that the people are putting in the chat, the mods are putting, you could go to the Discord, and there you could get vetted to call in, and you could ask any of our panelists any questions here at the 10 p.m. hour. Also, we will be reading super chats, so still room for that to go ahead and put super chats in, and we'll read them. Sorry, not trying to
follow up the drone tech.
But yeah, hold on. I wasn't done with Dylan though.
Hang on, just real quick.
Yeah.
Okay. You can also find the Discord link in the video description of this video.
Yeah.
So if you want to get in that way, you can if you don't see it in the live chat.
Okay,
but
so
what I was going to say, Dylan,
drone
is that most of the media is running cover for the government. Like the Nord Stream 2 pipeline story is another good example.
Wait, how is that a good example when the mainstream media? Wait.
Pipeline.
The mainstream media is literally reporting that it seems like our intelligence is saying it was a pro-Ukrainian group that might have been the ones responsible for bombing it.
Right, exactly. Running cover for the Seymour Hersh story, saying that we did it, the U.S. did it, and on top of that, we have multiple videos. We have Biden saying, if Russia does this, there won't be a pipeline anymore. We have, I forget who it is, somebody else in the administration talking about, wouldn't it be great if we could get rid of Russia and sell, make a pipeline straight to Europe?
The Seymour Hersh story, as far as I'm aware, it was like a mine detector or a mine detecting type ship that laid the bombs that they did the operation off of. There was none at the NATO drills that he talked about in the Seymour Hersh story. There's multiple holes in the Seymour Hersh story that makes me not just take it at face value and makes me have a lot of questions. And so I don't think you should take it at face value.
Pro-Ukrainian group?
Definitely. Wait. And by the way, Seymour Hersh's source that the whole story is built upon is unconfirmed. We have no clue what it is. He says, "Oh well, it's a source. I can't tell you, but I can't tell you." And
but Biden's own words.
We can't make.
Okay, wait, not to call you.
Biden himself said that this is what we would do.
Biden did not say we would blow up the pipeline.
He said there would be no more pipeline. I believe.
Yeah, he said there would be no pipeline, but we can't make any conclusions off the evidence that is.
And pro-Ukrainian group so vague. Like I can't believe it.
Let me say pro. Wait, by the way, pro-Ukrainian group. Let me be clear. The conversations. I'm in Austria right now. I just came out of Germany. I was having conversations with Germans. A lot of Germans are fucking pissed at the idea that Ukraine could have done this. And I can understand why some of them might be pissed that Ukraine could have done this. I don't understand how diverting the attention to Ukraine, which could possibly, if they did do it, could possibly stop weapons shipments from Germany or other countries if it becomes a massive scandal, turn public sentiment against Ukraine. I don't know how that benefits the United States. That's actually
Dylan,
it's a terrible scenario.
Where's the story in the media?
Some of those
talking about it.
Did some of those people that you talked to, did they just not care, or did they think it was no big deal?
Some of them were like, "I'm happy it's gone." Other ones were like, "I think this is a massive issue."
Yeah. So why did you omit that? Do you think?
Why did I admit it? Because that wasn't important when I was talking about it.
Right, but it was important, right? So it's actually
there's
a confliction here, right? So you omitted it for a reason that you were trying to narrative build, right?
Narrative. You're just trying to be snarky, and I don't understand. So
it's not smart.
I don't understand.
This is the whole point,
Andrew, I don't understand why me mentioning that there were Germans who were also happy the pipeline is gone is important for me to describe how it could be possibly bad for the Germans to have the scandal break. Because no matter how many Germans are happy it's gone, it's
one
still,
side.
You're not letting me finish. You're not letting me finish, Andrew. You do it to
ask
everybody.
me a question.
You do it to everybody. You're not letting me finish.
Don't ask me a question and then not give me time to respond.
You're right. I should never talk to you. You're correct. So
Dylan, finish, please.
It's because you're afraid, Dylan.
If
it's because you're
it's
afraid.
not,
you know it.
I'm absolutely terrified.
All right, then debate him one-on-one. Not right now,
makes,
but another time. Will you? Dylan, will you?
It depends on the topic. If it's interesting.
Yeah, okay. We'll organize it. Cool.
All right, whatever. Anyway, let him finish.
Okay. I don't understand how me mentioning that there's going to be Germans who are pissed off at the Ukrainians if the Ukrainians did blowing up a pipeline that connects them to Russia. I don't know why it would be important for me to also mention that there's separate Germans who might be happy with it. No matter what, that is going to turn more of the sentiment against Ukraine than in favor of Ukraine. There is no way that story is covered. There
would need to be an effort to do that. There would need to be an effort to make that happen, which there is none.
Well, not to pin you guys against each
also,
other,
wait,
but I think
I never
earlier on...
I never got to finish with Drone Tech. Drone Tech. I'm not going to argue that there isn't examples of the media behaving poorly or not being a great check on power, but there are examples of people being a check on power. During the Trump administration, I don't think you're going to argue that the media did not criticize Trump enough. I think.
Well, of course, they do a Republican administration, yes.
When it comes
to
Biden, when it comes to Biden, the coverage of his border stuff has been immense from right-wing media, from even sometimes centrist media, just hammering him on it, and that has made him change and even reenact some of Trump's old policy, making him directly change his policies. That is the media, even though I might disagree with what he's doing now, that is the media in a way holding to him account, even if I disagree with how they're holding him to account.
What about Biden? Are they attacking Biden? Are they attacking Biden for that? I'm not seeing that anywhere.
Biden on Afghanistan?
What do you mean? Biden's constantly getting attacked on immigration. Absolutely. And he's got,
from Fox,
hammered on
Fox,
Afghanistan. He got hammered by everyone at Afghanistan. If you poll American people on how he handled the Afghanistan withdrawal, it was not pretty.
I don't really want to pin you guys against each other, but like I feel like Zen.
No, can I get an acknowledgement that there have been examples of the media holding Biden to account?
I watch a lot of media and I just don't see the same energy.
Did we see the Afghanistan thing that literally resulted in Biden's lowest popularity polling ever?
Absolutely.
Yeah, but the media kept the favorable coverage just kept going though. I mean, they kept when look, the media just repeats whatever the administration says. If they say there's no inflation,
that's not
we've redefined inflation, they go along with it.
Showed that they did not go along with Biden's story when he was getting interviewed about it. For example, when they brought to him, "Hey Biden," there was Afghans falling off of the planes, and he was like, well, you know, it kind of sucks. They hammered him on that. He's like, oh my God, he's so callous. He doesn't care. He's abandoning our Afghan allies. This is absolutely horrible.
Maybe on Fox.
They hammered him on that. Not on Fox. Also
every outlet. That video of people like clinging onto the plane for dear life and shit like that. There's no way that makes Biden.
They played that on loop. They played that on loop on every major outlet. It resulted in his lowest polling data. Like Destiny said.
Yep.
All right, so here's.
I feel like, sorry.
Let me just say that the networks have been skipping. The networks have not been, as far as Afghanistan goes, they have not been reporting on these hearings going on. It's been pretty much a big zilch on that reporting.
Because the whole Twitter files has been a big zilch.
Lonerbach wants to pit us against each other. Please go. You've been trying.
Okay,
no,
go for it.
I said I don't want to pin you guys against. I feel like Zen. I feel like earlier on you made a pretty good point about. I feel like you made a pretty good point earlier about how one of the problems with media is that they're incentivized financially to get in on a breaking story very quickly. quickly, but that might lead them to be conclusive in a way that they shouldn't because they don't have all the information. But then it seems like Drone Tech, like you're with the pipeline, you seem to be like a bit bothered that they've been kind of like broad with the Ukrainian pro-Ukrainian group, even though like we don't have the information yet. We don't know who did it.
No, I'm just saying, like, it's just funny that came out. That story popped out like a few days after the Seymour Hersh stuff, and it's just like, oh no, a pro-Ukrainian group did it, and it's just like, what? It just seems
bad. Both are bad. By the way,
right,
there is an alternative. Wait. There is an alternative narrative that I have heard, and this is like the most pro-Ukraine narrative you can have. That certain Russian oligarchs blew up the pipeline because it served their specific financial interests, and when they undermined their war effort because they're not able to import the goods that they used to under all the sanctions, and they want the war to end as soon as possible. That is one of the most pro-Ukraine narratives that can be pushed. The government didn't do that. They didn't even entertain that idea.
I think if all this happened under Trump, and you had a video of Trump saying, "Oh, if Russia does this, the pipelines won't be there," that clip would be repeated on news constantly, and you never see that clip. You never see the clip of I can't remember who it is.
I've seen it. So
I'm sure you have, but like CNN, MSNBC, ABC, CBS, NBC, PBS, NPR, they're not like constantly reminding people. It's just like the left-wing political violence versus right-wing.
What do you mean constantly
just like
reminding?
white
like
people being shot by cops versus black people.
What is your standard? Do you need to like hear it every single time they talk about the story?
Because no, I want the same standard applied. Like when an unarmed white guy gets shot by the police, I want to see media outrage about it instead of like nothing. And then when a black guy gets shot, total outrage that leads to riots, and then it turns out the shooting was totally justified.
Look,
it's like
I don't want speculation. Wait, well, let me finish with this quick. I don't want speculation on the Nord Stream story. There's been so much speculation on. I fucking hate it. And that clip right there is only going to contribute to more speculation because we're not working with hard facts. And everybody's throwing out different theories with basically no evidence. And Seymour Hersh's own story that you're talking about has multiple holes in it, and his source is private. We don't even know what his source is. It's not a big surprise that they aren't covering it like crazy.
Also, when white people get killed, the Ben Shaver shit got a lot of coverage in the media.
I gotta end it here in this sense, right? We're gonna do an hour of call-ins. If you want to call in, that Discord link's in the description of the video. Also, it's been in the chat, so go ahead. We still have room for more callers. Get into that Discord. They'll vet you there, and they'll give you the link to be able to call in. What I want to do is give everyone around a minute to give their final thoughts on the topic proper. Then we'll get into the super chats and the calls, and I'm sure there'll be more arguing about it there. But I want to wrap this portion of it up. So we'll go in reverse order that we did the opening. So, Casimir, if you would like to start, go ahead. You have about a minute. You can give any thoughts you want to closing statements on this.
I think that we need to establish like a universal principle instead of discussing these particular details. And the principle is that there's always some media that presents some praxis, and if you're operating against their practice, you are their enemy. And that's always true. There's always going to be some media that is the enemy of some people. Once we understand that, and once we agree to that, I think the proposition is a bit silly then, but then we can ask which people, which media, and whether they are actually the enemy. And I think in the case of the United States, in general, the media, most state corporate media, is against the people because they support this tiny oligarchy in Washington, D.C. That has to control a country of 300 million plus. That has to get them to accept that this is a proper principle for people in Washington decide what people in Alaska do with their gold mining, for example. And in order to establish that, they have to push a certain worldview. And because of that, I do believe that they're the enemy of the American people. But any media, even if you take alternative media, there's going to be some people that they're the enemy of. For example, if there is a libertarian media like Mises Institute, they're going to be the enemy of the U.S. government because they seek to abolish it. So I think the proposition is a little bit silly. But it was fun engaging on. Thank you.
All right. Dylan, go ahead. You have about a minute.
So modern reporting has a lot of problems. Sensationalization, 24 hours news cycle, like encouraging hardcore breaking news that makes it so people just have to get the story out as fast as possible, not really caring if they get everything accurate, has a lot of problems. But I have never, I can't think of a single historical figure who has said something along the lines of the press is the enemy of the people. It did not end up being a huge monster. Did not end up being a horrible person. When we talk about using that phrase, it could be used in so many just horrible authoritarian ways that it honestly kind of scares me when Trump says it. Definitely when he's the same person who's talking about opening up the libel laws, the same person who said that we should permanently suspend the U.S. Constitution. That's somebody I would not trust with the First Amendment rights, and I don't think we should trust people who generally throw that phrase out there so willy-nilly, because I don't see that phrase being used towards good means. Besides that, I think we've displayed a few instances where the press has held power and institution to account, and tried to hold them to some responsibility. I don't think it happens every time, but it's the work of good journalists and good media outlets and people working for more press integrity to push our media to do better, not to call them the enemy and demonize them, make it easier for the government to crack down on the media, and probably ending with them having a stronger control over it.
Okay. All right. Thanks so much. Let's go over to Zen. Go ahead, Zen. You got about a minute.
All right. Yeah, I think as far as the debate topic, I think the left side did actually concede on multiple occasions, albeit implicitly, that the media is doing things that are not in the best interest of the people, and you could say that's the enemy of the people. I wish we could have got into more what I said in my opening, that the media as a whole, when we include academia, when we include social media, when we include music, sports, movies, all these kind of things, they create this like nihilist worldview, and that creates like this absurd cognitive dissonance where no matter how blatantly obvious it is in front of you, you still reject the truth of the matter, the absolute truth of the matter. But I will say that the left side, Dylan and Destiny in particular, are very good apologists for the globalist regime and the mainstream narrative. They're very good at peddling what CNN and MSNBC and all these guys tell you, even though I think there's a lot of gaping holes in all of that. But you know, it's also because people like Drone Tech here, who I want to have on our side. You're playing too much of the partisan political game, which is what the media is also peddling, and allows Destiny and Dylan to continue peddling their narratives that they want. The only one on the left side that has an ounce of sense, I think, is Loner Box. I don't think we agree on pretty much anything, but you do seem to have an ounce of sense in you on certain topics. So I'll give you that charity. But I did enjoy the panel. I did enjoy the conversation. So thank you all for being here.
Okay, let's go to the only lefty with sense on the top. No, let's go to Lonerbuck. Go ahead. Do you have a minute?
I think given that a lot of these arguments are so almost identical to things that you hear from like the really radical left, it kind of tells you that the media probably does just like represent a lot of the views that come from the political center, because that's where most people are. Most people are not libertarians. Most people are not revolutionary socialists, which is probably why you would feel like if you were on the more extreme conservative or whatever else than the average American or whatever else, you wouldn't feel like the media represents you properly. But I mean, you can either cry about that, or you can work to get your messaging and grow your movement so that you are more represented in media. You can start your own media. I don't know. I could just make the argument that media is run by capitalist owners or states who are in bed with capitalist owners, and most people are not capital owners. Therefore, the media is an enemy of the people. But at the end of the day, more people are probably pro this system than they are like socialism. So I think it's like, unfortunately, like kind of reflected. I think a lot of the problems are a lot to do with like monopoly or just like systemic interests, or like the drive to get stories out for profit and things like that, which you can probably work around with like some policies. I'm still looking for this story about the media constantly reporting Kyle to be a murderer as fact. It looks like he's just suing a few people who did like opinion stuff, and the other mainstream outlets that did report false facts have made retractions. So I don't know.
I just got to say, before we move on, one of the ironies is if there was something the media was reporting, you would see it, and if there isn't, you wouldn't. So I was going to say, like, yeah, what about that big left-wing riot in my town? And then watch Dylan furiously look it up for, like, ever and be like, yeah, you didn't find it, did you? It proves those.
I waited for 45 minutes.
But I see what you're saying, though. Andrew, go ahead. You have a minute?
I put my hands on my head. It means I'm super right. My rhetoric is fucking great. And I said wait 60 times. So you know, when I say wait 60 times, that means I'm about to say something important. So wait. You guys conceded our entire argument. You completely and totally agreed with us that the media is fucking corrupt. They run with their own narratives. I brought up Destiny's own words. I've actually maybe the only one on the panel. I read Destiny's manifesto. He brings up these types of things over and over again as his own narrative, in fact. And I think in his manifesto, he was even trying to be somewhat unbiased, right? Surprisingly, I think he was. But inside of this, you see that these keys exist, and these keys are, one, the thing that turns the major lock is that Destiny himself has been crucified by false media narratives. He knows that it's true. He's only arguing with us because we're on the right, but I don't even think he believes the shit that he's saying. To be perfectly honest with you, he knows that there's maliciousness that's out there in media presence. He agreed what media presence was. It's unbelievable to me that he would even argue against this, but here he is. Now, I have the most important question of the night that I just want to ask Destiny directly. I was not able to the entire debate. Destiny, did you pork Brittany from Politically Provoked? Like, did you drive up in your Coomer mobile and did you give her the old in out? Did you do it, Destiny?
All right.
I want to know. I want acquiring minds. Hang on. Let me finish. And before I end it, I just want, before Destiny says none of your business, he did ask BX Bullet if BX Bullet humped Zerka. So I think it's fair that I ask him the same question. I think it's fair.
All right.
Anyway, go ahead.
It's over, right? He doesn't have to respond to that. Drone Tech, go ahead. You got a minute.
Yeah, I think the other side, you guys did make some decent points, and I see where you're coming from, but just what I've observed over the 20 years or 25 years I've been following this stuff is that since at least the year 2000, it seems the media got staunchly partisan, and it's only gotten worse as we've gone. And what's happening is you hear the media talk about it all the time, like there's two realities in America. And that's what I worry about, is that the media, there's more of the what I call Democrat state media than there is the other side. And although I think there's plenty of faults with the other side too, very similar ones, they do the same thing. But and Fox is the #1 watch station, but when you have all the other news networks out there constantly demonizing and calling everything, anytime they're criticized or the Democrats are criticized, they call it right-wing conspiracy theories or that kind of thing, white supremacists. What you essentially have is half the country just dismisses anything they hear, and they believe anything the Democrat state media says, and that's a problem when Democrats are in control, because essentially what they're doing is setting up a two-standard system where the other side essentially gets criminalized and censored out of existence, and you have what's left. And I really see that happening. You see it with what can't be spoken of, and they said you can't release that stuff because it's going to be a security threat. You can't scrutinize us because it's a security threat, because the other side's so violent, and right-wing political violence is the most prominent thing. And I think that's what I think makes them the enemy of the people, because essentially they're turning half the country into an enemy of the other side, which gets portrayed as almost holy. Like their policies are never wrong. You never see any real scrutiny of Democrat policies because they're doing it for. I disagree. Not the way, like when I turn on NBC every day, just broadcast news, CBS, they're talking about Republicans. Like I very rarely see them going scrutinizing a Democrat policy, and so that's where I think the danger is. I think that we're kind of moving towards there's a Chinese activist named Weiwei, and he's talked about it before, how the media is trying to enforce a certain political correctness is very similar to what you see in China, where the state and the media, they enforce a kind of unity political ideology. And I feel like that's exactly what we're seeing forming in the U.S. And the other side, our side, is getting smaller, dwindling more and more, until eventually essentially being standing against their agenda, the Democrats, the left, whatever you want to call it, will be considered dangerous, terroristic, white supremacist, racist, simply opposing them or criticizing them at all. And so that's what I think makes them enemy of the people, because that's what we are to them. We stand in the way of their agenda, and that makes us the enemy.
Okay. All right. Thanks. Destiny, go ahead. You have the last word.
Wait.
Come on.
Okay, go ahead.
Zen, he didn't interrupt you. Please.
I think the panel shows are the enemy of the people. That's all I got.
All right. Thanks so much. So,
hey, Destiny, my question.
Brittany is a lovely young lady, and we chat, and we're cool. That's it.
Did you hump her, Destiny?
Have you humped Rob Noer? Answer me that one.
No.
Andrew. Oh, well,
then I was just telling him not
have
to.
Have you humped Brittany, Destiny, or haven't you? Like, answer me.
Go and talk to
Andrew,
her.
I'm pretty sure there are Christians on the panel.
Yeah.
Watch yourself.
That would be improper, okay?
All right.
It's always
Thank
coming from the
you for
conservatives.
that.
Can I say one quick thing? Just in
Real quick,
just super
please.
quick. Yeah, super quick to Lonerbox. You talked about how the media you thought tried to cater more to the center. Is that what you were saying?
I think they would generally align roughly around like center, left, right. Yeah, maybe.
Well,
yeah.
I mean, I would just say that trust in media as of 2022, as far as Gallup poll done, and I've seen this replicated over and over. What you see is high support and trust in the media by Democrats, 73%, while independent and Republican support or trust is almost non-existent.
I feel like that would make. Sorry, go on.
No, I'm just saying like the independent support, like where you would think they would have kind of high support, higher than 36%.
I think that's like slightly hard to make sense of because, like, well, I'd imagine some of the reason for that is because since 2016, the Republicans, I don't think you guys would disagree with this, took a pretty huge ideological shift, whereas the Democrats had the squad, and then that's like 4 people, right? Where compared to Trump taking like his fringe of the Republican party. So I would imagine if the Republicans changed a lot in a period of time, then the media would probably still reflect the ones who were more aligned to what was originally the center. Maybe that'll change. Maybe there'll be more demand for Republican media, and that can start to level out. But yeah, I don't know.
All right. So
wait,
real
wait.
quick,
Can I please say
Rob,
something?
shout out
I promise-
Danabelle, please.
I promise I'll be quick. I did want to address Lonerbox when you said like you couldn't find any stories where media declared Rittenhouse a murderer as fact. None of us said that they declared it as fact. We were saying that they construed the narrative, not having known all the facts or leaving out impertinent facts to make it seem like he was a murderer, but none of them actually declared it as a fact.
I'm going to take your word for that, but I feel like you were saying they kept on calling him a murderer.
All right.
I guess
Listen,
we can.
there's no good place to end these things. We do have callers on the line. We want to be fair to them. Also, I remind you, you can find that Discord link in the description of the video or people posting it. Get in and get vetted. We still have a room for a couple of callers. So first caller, we're going to ask the callers, please try to keep it to 1 or 2 questions, because if we have one caller go 30 minutes, we won't be able to get to the rest. And we do have super chats to get to as well. So the first caller is someone who has been on the Crucible before and has been on the arena before. Synth, thanks so much, Synth. Go ahead with your comment or question.
Tomato soup, chat. Bring it on.
I guess my first question is for Drone Tech. You said you think it's exclusively the right wing who you think the media slant is biased against. Do you think that covering right-wing views is bad for media companies' profits? And if not, what kind of views do you think are the worst for their ability to make money?
You're saying, I don't think I understood the question. You're saying that I said that the media exclusively covers the right wing?
No, you think it's exclusively the right wing who you think the media slant is biased against. Maybe you probably just meant generally, I'm guessing.
Well, as far as what I would consider the Democrat state media, yeah.
Yeah,
so then
the
what's
question was, do you think covering right-wing views is bad for media companies' profits? And if not, what kind of views do you think are the worst for their ability to make money?
I mean, obviously not. I mean, I think at this point they are playing to their audience, because if you look at the trusted media and the Democrat, it's pretty much high Democrat support only. And so it's Democrats watching these networks. So, I mean, I always said that these people did this regardless of the profits, because it seemed like they were losing viewers. I think they've lost about all the viewers they're going to lose, and now they're just trying to retain what they have.
Do you think the numbers indicate that they're losing viewers because of differences in the kind of coverage they're giving?
I'm not sure. I mean,
sorry,
just going by the trust, I think people are just going into their camps.
Don't worry about the second question. I'm just trying to figure out what are the worst. What views do you think are the worst for their ability to make money?
The worst views that they could cover to make money?
Yeah, if you imagine they're all equal in terms of everything else, they're all equally sensational, all equally entertaining. What's the worst view in terms of making money?
And caps.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
That's the
I agree.
I'm too tired for that. I don't know.
Okay. I don't know. I just think it would be like socialism or something. I guess my other question is
socialist critique, yes. Socialist solutions, probably no. They support socialist solutions.
I mean, I was going to say.
They don't want to hear the socialist critiques.
You don't think the media supports socialism?
No, I think that I think they
they're
don't.
private firms, of course not.
I mean, I think of Stephanie Rules mocking people who are against socialism.
Have any of them become cooperative?
What do you mean? They are private
like
firms.
Your message of expanding the state, but they don't like your message that denounces corporations as or calls.
So they don't like
the
the
economic
socialism
system
part.
as fascistic. When Antifa march in the street or go to a G7 summit and call them all fascists, actually that's historically accurate. but not in the way they think. It's not because they're capitalists. It's because they're socialists. So when the Antifa members march against other socialists and denounce them, then yes, but what they want, their solution is just more government. It's like a backwards solution.
Not more socialist government, though, right? None of these companies are becoming cooperative. They all want to stay private.
They're private in your Marxian definition of that word, but not.
Yeah, I'm just using my words, right?
Wait. What is your definition where these are not private? What does that mean? What do you mean?
Because a privatus is a family owner, small family, or an individual that owns the means of production. As soon as you have a shareholder organization, it is indistinguishable in its structure from the state. And the U.S. corporation in particular, the U.S. corporate law, the way that the corporations integrate with the government is inherently anti-private. It's anti-capitalist. So that perspective is something that you don't hear. It's the ANCAP perspective. And we agree with the socialists in the criticism. There is a criticism of corporations merging with the state and that it's bad. But their solution is to let's increase the government, which is the biggest corporation. And our solution is to let's eliminate the protections that protect corporations, period.
Kashmir, if you,
sorry. Do you want
yeah,
to
so,
Leave Dylan go. We'll give you more time. So go ahead, Dylan, if you want to.
Yeah, go ahead, Dylan.
Kashmir, is there any government on the planet right now that isn't fascist by this definition?
Well, maybe Liechtenstein. There's degrees to this, right? But
doesn't this make that term kind of worthless?
But you and the socialists would get along. If everyone's a fascist.
No, I don't think it's worthless. I think it's historically accurate. And when
so
you go
every
back
government is fascist. So how do I distinct like a Nazi government from like I don't know Joe Biden?
Well, Nazis aren't fascists; they're socialists.
I'll give you the distinction. Specifically, the National Socialists, or well, they're not really national. They were like the ethno-socialists. They determined that the means of production should be owned by a particular race of people. And Biden's administration doesn't distinguish by race, as far as I know, but it distinguishes. It puts the control over the means of production towards the ruling class in Washington D.C.
Hey, we got to move on with these callers because
I know there are people.
I want my second.
I just see there are people trying to get in, but our room's full. So, Sim, you got one last point?
I do.
Go ahead, please.
Destiny, you probably had it recommended to you before. Have you ever gotten around to reading Chomsky's Manufacturing Consent?
Absolutely, 3 times. It's my favorite book.
3 times. No, yeah, you should check it out though. You'd like it.
Okay.
All right, that's it. Thank you, Synth. We really appreciate the call. If you could leave the room, Synth, I could boot you out if you don't want. It'd make me feel better.
No, boot his ass.
Get out of here.
We're trying to get.
I'll do it. Yeah, you're kicked.
There you go.
Fuck out
All
of
right,
here,
next, let's go to our next call. Let's bring in Lister.
To those of you that are trying to call in, the queue only has a limited capacity, so there's only one spot right now, and as people move in and out, then it'll empty out. So hurry up and get in there if you want to get in.
Go ahead, Lister.
Hello. You spent a lot of time on talking about lies by omission by the media. I just want to first say that, of course, the mainstream media are the enemies of the people. They are there to protect capital and the capitalist class. If you look at polling throughout the whole of the West, generally people are more inclined to support socialist policies such as free NHS, schooling being free, policing, and just things like that. So I was quite disappointed to hear Lonerbox be quite disparaging of Corbyn when he came under a massive attack by the mainstream media, by lies of omission. He was accused of being anti-Semitic when there was literally zero evidence to suggest the case. The lies of omission that were included in that were Boris Johnson, who wrote a book called 72 Virgins, which depicted Jews as being these snide business leaders trying to rule the world and that kind of thing. That never got mentioned a single time by the mainstream media while they were calling Jeremy Corbyn as anti-Semitic. So yeah, my question is, what purpose does Lonerbox serve on the left if he cannot make a concise argument from a left-wing perspective to persuade people on the right that it is that the mainstream media does kind of protect the capitalist class at the expense of what the people really want to hear and what they really think about when they're trying to decide on who to vote for.
Right, I think we got it. Go ahead, Loner Box.
Okay, so I've actually still got videos up on my channel about how the mainstream media weaponized a lot of stuff against Corbyn in bad faith. I've never disagreed with that. I just don't think that the sole purpose of him like losing was because of that bad faith. Like Corbyn literally stood up and like referred to Hezbollah and Hamas as his friends in a crowd. So it's like you're like at the end of the day, the media is going to use that if they want to. But as for Boris, like Boris was like ravaged by the media at that time as well. Like he had to. There's like that viral clip of him hiding in a fridge because he wanted to avoid an interview. Andrew Neil trashed him because he was like dodging interviews. Tory
Did they
MPs
mention his
were-
anti-Semitism?
Yes, this came up on BBC Question Time, I think. Yeah, the book did come up. Yeah.
What a single time? How
Yeah.
many times did the Guardian report on Corbyn's anti-Semitism compared to Boris Johnson's?
As far as I know, the reports from anti-Semitism came from mostly anti-Semitism in the party that wasn't being handled. The problem is that was actually true. It's just that whether or not Corbyn was to blame for it.
Okay, it wasn't true. Have you seen the Labour files where Panorama made a flagship show in the UK? Panorama were trying to make the claim that there was all these cases of anti-Semitism in the Labour Party, and they used a conversation where this guy was supposedly asked by two Jewish members, no less, where he was from, as in what branch of the Labour Party he was from, and he went onto this flagship show and said that they asked him, "Oh, are you from Israel?" The whole conversation was recorded. It was easily verifiable. Panorama still haven't corrected the record over it, and it was this complete scam to pretend that, and not to mention that.
Okay,
Corbyn,
I hate
Corbyn
to do this,
did,
listener,
Corbyn did
but
much
I think we get the point.
To,
I think we get the
get
point.
rid
Let's
of
give
anti-Semitism
Lonerbox.
in the Labour Party.
Let's give
than
Lonerbox
Keir
the final
Starmer
word
has
on
done.
it.
Okay, so I
Keir
haven't-
Starmer has removed more Jews.
Lonerbox, go ahead.
No,
Give
I
me
haven't.
10.
Like, I don't. Like, I haven't really denied a lot of this. I've said that like Corbyn was a fringe candidate. He wasn't treated as well in the media as a more centrist candidate would have been. I don't deny that. I just don't like you. What at the end of the day, what do you do with that? Like, you can cry about how like a more fringe candidate won't get the support of the press in the same way that a centrist one does. But like, you ultimately you have to make your views more popular somehow. So like, I don't really deny that.
So you should be on this panel.
All right, listener, thank you so much for your call. We do appreciate it. If we had fewer callers, I would give you more chance to respond, but I'm sure you understand. But we do appreciate the call. So next up, let's go with Gyro.
Oh, hello, hi. Sorry about the darkness. I'm kind of at work right now. So this question is more specifically for Zen and Andrew. I feel like intentionally or unintentionally, they are misunderstanding a fairly simple point. So my question is, can you describe the process by which a journalist decides what facts to include in an article and what facts to omit?
Yeah, so can I ask first, as you go through the tonal thing, did you get all of this because you're part of DGG and you do the tonal bullshit that all the DGGers do? That's my question to you first. And can you answer me that honestly?
Absolutely. So my big issue is that I think it's a fairly simple point to understand, that a journalist.
I asked you a question about the tonality. Can you just say that the tonality came from you being a DGGer?
What? I'm sorry?
I asked you specifically.
You didn't even listen to it all.
He's
saying the way you talk and move your hands looks like you're a Destiny fan. He just
yeah,
wanted
I'm
to
a
know if that was-
Destiny fan. I'm also Italian. That's the hand thing. But yeah, I'm a Destiny fan.
No, it's the tonal thing. You got to understand. There's a
the
pitch.
tonal thing is definitely Destiny. He's my
Yeah.
parasocial father. Thank you. Anyway, can you answer?
Yeah, I thought so. Yeah.
Go ahead,
Anyway, what were-
Andrew. Do you
what
want
were
to
you-
answer?
Well, I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question?
Quit buying time.
Yeah, what is the process by which a journalist decides what facts to include in an article and what facts to omit from that?
Well, it depends. It depends on. It would depend on the institution in which the journalist was a part of. and what their standards were. Would you agree or disagree that that's true?
What a worthless sentence.
What kind of that's incredibly.
Why is well? What's wrong? Hang on, Destiny. What's wrong with the statement I just made?
Because you haven't said anything.
It's incredibly
There's
vague.
nothing to say. He asked me. Hang on.
Destiny.
Destiny. Hang on. Shut up, Gyro. Destiny, would you agree or disagree with anything I just said? That it would depend on the institution the journalist was a part of.
I can't disagree because you haven't
just
said
say
anything.
I agree. Just say I agree.
That's
Destiny.
like saying, what would a
Go
journalist do? Well, the journalist would think about what they want to do, and then they would probably do the thing they think is best.
He's saying that. No, that's not what I said. No, Destiny.
That,
that's not. Hang on. That's not what I said. What did I say? And which part of it do you disagree with?
it would depend on the institution and the journalistic practices.
And which part of that do you disagree with?
It's not an answer to the question.
How is it not an answer to the question?
Let me take a stab at it. Your question was, how would a journalist go about selecting facts? My understanding is that generally what will happen, depending on the type of reporting on, a journalist might think there is a story that's worth telling somewhere. So the journalist will go to that area. It might be through phone interviews. It might be through going on-site and collecting information. He'll collect data that supports the hypothesis or narrative that he has around the story. Or if he finds something different, then he'll, tell a different story. Or he'll abandon it altogether because there is no story. But generally, I think it starts. Generally, I think it starts. If you get an idea that there's a story somewhere, and then you go to that area and you begin collecting facts to tell that story. That's generally how journalism works.
But isn't that going to vary based on the institution that they're reporting from, like the guidelines that institution sets forth?
No, in general, that's about what a story is.
The institution wants to push. Are they going to throw a dart at a wall and decide what narrative that they want?
No, Zen. There's a more important step that everybody's omitting. The last step, after they go through the process and after they speak with the editor, they also have this very important thought. Is the message I'm going to present make me an outlaw within my community, which is most likely Washington, D.C., or the New York City crowd? Am I going to be hated for what I do on Twitter? That's
let me take a stab because the caller was at me, right? Let me take a stab at this just like Destiny did. Everything I just said is true, and neither of you disagreed with it. Is that true or false, Gyro?
That's false. So
okay, which part do you disagree with?
I even think Destiny actually he attempted, but I think he.
Which part do you disagree with?
So,
you're not even wrong. That's the issue. You're not saying anything that's wrong, but you're not saying anything. It's like him asking, how do the journalists do it? And you're like, and you say things like, well, journalists breathe oxygen.
I said something very specific.
All right. Let's leave the caller, please. Caller, go ahead.
Okay. So I think Destiny's answer is better, but I still think he didn't adequately answer it. After the discovery phase, when you have gathered all of your data and you're sitting down at your computer to write your story, how do you look at the facts and go, this fact about Kyle Rittenhouse?
Compare it to the narrative that your institution wants to push.
2 weeks ago, he was talking about how he'd love to murder someone. That's probably not exactly what happened. But how do you go about to decide that fact is important?
I just said you place it up against the standard that your institution and the narrative that they want to push. You see if it conforms to that.
Wow.
I would imagine as a journalist.
What do you mean by standard? What is
standard? Do you know what a standard operating procedure is, Gyro?
Yes.
Do you think that media follows standard operating procedures depending on the institutions that they're involved with?
Yeah, but I don't think you're saying.
Okay, so then Zen is saying that they would conform to those standard operating procedures.
You're saying.
And again, which part do you disagree with, Gyro?
To mine something. Well,
I just care what you disagree with,
and then
bro.
he goes to the mine, and then he mines it.
All right,
how do you go about the process of deciding? You can talk about the standard operating procedure. I'm asking you, what is that, and why is the standard operating?
It's going to vary from institution to institution, dude. That's why Andrew gave the answer that he did to start, because it's going to vary.
I gave you a more important answer, which is if the story is written about an enemy, they're going to do whatever they want to that enemy, and if the story is about and they're going to, if the enemy broke the law, then they're going to present it fairly. But if the friend broke the law, they're going to try to mitigate that as much as possible, or not talk about it as much. That's going to be their operating procedure. And the guideline is not some pre-written guideline from the top central authority telling them what to do, but it's their existence within the cathedral, their ability to be invited to parties. It's the fact that their husband or wife is working in the government and they have to show up with other government members and they'll hear criticism about themselves.
That would be part of the
institution. We got to move on. We got a bunch of callers.
Yes, it's not like it's a big institution.
Thank you so much, Gyro. We appreciate the call. Hopefully you'll call back in again. Thanks. We really appreciate it.
Next, let's bring in Noob Slayer.
Oh, hello.
What's up, Noob? What do you got for us?
Okay, so my question is pretty much aimed at the conservatives, which is that do you guys think that like leftists get like really good representation in media?
Well, it would depend. If you're talking about Ownerbox, who Destiny would claim is a far leftist, perhaps not. But if you're claiming a leftist like Destiny, perhaps they do. I think that you need to tell us what you mean by leftist. That is actually important. I'm not playing word games. Just want to know what you mean by leftist.
True. Sure. So by leftist, I'm more meaning people who are kind of outside of the center. And so people that are like more left of like Bernie Sanders, or people that are like Bernie Sanders, usually they don't get representation much either.
No, I don't think that people who are left of Bernie Sanders get a lot of representation. I don't think that fits the narrative of the major media complexes at this time.
Wow.
I think there's some nuance here. If the position that this far leftist hypothetical person is a cultural position, meaning if it pushes culture towards making society weaker and more susceptible to control by the state, then that particular far leftist position is actually going to be mainstreamed. I think that would be perfectly fine. But if that position threatens the regime as a whole, if it would be like a socialist idea about economics, that would be like too radical, like eliminating the state-corporate merger or controlling it too overtly, then yes, it would be suppressed.
I would say that. I mean, I would consider the what people call the woke movement, or if you want to call it, Marxism or whatever, the inclusion, diversity, and equity movement, all that stuff. That's being pushed by every institution, by the media. Democrats have made it a big part of their platform, and the Biden administration, Harris is always talking about equity. So, I mean, they get pretty good representation in that. And they're definitely not pushing conservative values in our media, in our institutions, in Hollywood.
Just to be clear, inclusion has nothing to do with Marxism, but like if you're talking about, like, I think the simple answer is just that
you're talking about like critical race theory and all that, and that stuff is derived from Marxism.
Let's give the caller a follow-up.
Final thought there, Noob. Go ahead.
Yeah, my thought would be then, so do you guys like think that BLM, that the positions they hold generally get represented as well? Because a lot of the positions they hold are like defunding the police and putting a bunch of more regulations on the police and like trying to get like, I'm blanking on the word, but like civil servants. Civil servants, more civil servants instead of like police. So do you think that's like well represented? Because it seems like you guys like think BLM.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
like
whole
really
narrative surrounding BLM and race as like some meaningful subject. That gets a lot of representation in the media, and they also use it as like an undercover operation to peddle LGBT and other degenerative agendas.
Awesome.
So yeah,
I mean, if you want to give like a layup for the right wing guys, like you can just say that like defund the police was spammed by the right wing because it was such a dog shit slogan. But yeah, okay.
All right, Noob, thank you so much for the call. We really appreciate
that's actually pretty funny.
I gotta
That's a good point.
I gotta move.
That's actually good. This is what I'm saying. Letterboxd has an ounce of sense in it. That was funny. That was good.
All right. Let's go to the names. Keep getting better. Now we got Pimping Goat. Please, Pimping Goat, if you have a go ahead and make your comment.
Yo, what's up, boys?
Go for it.
How you doing?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good. Go ahead.
Oh, nice to talk to you guys. I just tuned into the stream like 10 minutes ago. My boy wanted me to hop on here.
Who's your boy?
Oh, just some guy from the internet.
I hate that boy. Go ahead.
I mean, my personal opinion is the media obviously lies. That's just obviously true. I don't know why that's even in question, frankly. But I mean, if you have a centralized body trying to distribute information to tell people about something, I mean, anybody would agree there's incentives there to lie and try to profit during that process, right? I mean, you can look at like something like transgenderism for children, right? Obviously very harmful, obviously very destructive to people's lives, but it's portrayed in a positive light, in a we need to do this to help these kids kind of thing. Even though I'd say 90% of the American public would probably agree you shouldn't give an 8-year-old drugs to stop puberty. I know guys like Destiny have supported these things.
Okay, so let's go ahead and ask Destiny. He's making the claim that this is pushed in the media.
It's just the problem is that it's not It's the same problem as before. It's fine. It's like most of your guys' brains are just rotted by partisan hackery. You can't conceive that there are people that actually believe these things. Like, I think that when conservatives say they want to get rid of trans kids, I think that conservatives genuinely believe that transing kids is harmful, that it's a social contagion, and they're trying to help kids. But you can't genuinely conceive that somebody on the left is trying to help kids either, because you're too mired down in your partisan hackery.
No, I do. I can concede that.
No, you don't. You literally just said that you said that it's obviously harmful for kids. That's what you said.
No,
if you want to change it now and say, oh, you don't think it's obviously harmful to kids, but there could be some genuine discrimination.
What would that have to do with whether or not we question
what I wanted to
motivation?
say was that I
hang
think
on. Why is it that if we say this is something we think is generally harmful to kids, that we're questioning the motivations of why the other side says that?
You didn't say that you think it's genuinely harmful. You said it's obviously harmful, implying that it should be self-evident that it's harmful, implying that they're knowingly lying. Can you follow the conversation?
No, that's not an implication status.
I think
what
there's
you
a lot of
said not even a logic train that makes sense.
Let's leave Andrew go, and then we'll leave Destiny.
What you just said is not even a logic train that makes sense.
It absolutely makes sense.
We can make both statements at the same time. We think this is obviously true. And we can also, at the same exact time, say we understand that the other side is trying to make these claims based on their own morality and their moral prisms, and they think that they're good. Why are those two things contradictory to each other or incoherent in any way in Destiny's brain?
If that's the position you want to take, that's fine. That's not what it sounded like. The caller said that they're obviously incorrect, which implies bad faith on the part of the person pushing them. If you can't understand
it doesn't imply that.
Okay.
I mean, I would agree with what Destiny's saying. Like, I do think a lot of people know it's harmful and they do say it
Thank
anyways.
you, caller. Thank you.
But also, I do believe there is a lot of people who push these ideas. Maybe like Destiny, I don't know, to be honest, but I do think they are trying to help people. I just think you're wrong, and I think you push harmful ideas that actively ruin people's lives. And when you're targeting, children in particular, there's a certain level of scruples you're supposed to have. Like, oh, maybe I shouldn't give my kid these, I don't know, I'm just going to say a random thing, potassium vitamins, because even though I might think it's good, maybe it's not. I'm going to err on the side
and that's
of caution
fine, and that's
and
great. And that's why we live in a
act.
democracy. We've got different opinions on what we should do with children. I think conservatives do a lot of harmful things to children. But here we are. We all have our differences and opinions, and we try to fight for what we think is right. That's how our country works.
The difference
All right,
is...
this is why Destiny's for national divorce. God bless.
10 seconds, Pippy Goat, and then we got to let you go get to the next caller. Go ahead, final thought.
2016, the man with the golden mane descended the golden escalator on Fifth Avenue with a supermodel wife to tell our political elites and the establishment that they're stupid and all of their ideas that they push are destructive to the country they claim to want to help.
And 2 years later, he's still crying about the election he lost.
I mean, he's going to win in 24, but it's okay. We'll make the country great again for you, too.
Pippy Goat, can I ask you a question?
We'll see if
I'm a big fan, brother. I watch every stream, bro.
Real quick,
So
Dylan.
Pippy Goat, I gotta know. So he's calling everybody else stupid. What did you think of Sharpie Gate when he extended the map to make it include states in the hurricane? Like, did you think when he added states to the hurricane, like that was smart?
I apologize.
Yeah. He
I don't know.
when the hurricane was coming. So
I remember
Trump,
that.
You don't know
I
about
remember
Sharpie
it.
Gate? He extended the hurricane map with the Sharpie to make it look like he was right when he lied about the states the hurricane was going to hit.
Wasn't he wearing
No,
a tan
I'm not
suit while he
familiar
did
with
it?
that.
Is that the?
No, I'm familiar with that.
All
Oh,
right.
yeah, okay, gotcha.
All right. Thank you, Pimpy Goat. We really
Love you
appreciate
guys. I love
All right,
everybody.
take-
Everybody check out my stream on Twitch. Pimping Go, easy. I'm streaming runes.
Shut the
Boom. All right. Next up, we got veteran of the show, Lunchbox Nationalist, aka Richie. Please go ahead. Can't hear you,
You're
bud.
muted.
Something about that hat
Muted.
just makes me angry.
Muted.
We'll give him a chance here to get it going, and if not, we can put him back and bring someone else in. I'll put you back, and we'll bring someone else in. So let's do that. Let's go with Fig Wumberton, Mr. Fig.
Oh, shoot.
I have a
Okay.
guinea pig named Fig, so great to meet you. Go ahead. What's your comment?
Hell yeah, thank you. So, I just want to ask, this is sort of for everybody, not like pushing the media lying aside, do you think that whether it's intentionally misrepresenting the truth or whatever, that would lead to them being an enemy of the people, be it influencers, mainstream media, that like it's pushing out a narrative that, harms people one way or another?
Yes.
Would you say
You
as
think
a
that
broad
is
statement?
intentional or implicit?
Yes.
Do
I
you
would
agree
say
on
that
the Destiny Loner Box? Dylan, what do you think? If it's not an intentional lie, could it still make you an enemy of the people?
Well, no.
think-
Or sorry.
I think like when I just don't like the word enemy of the people. If somebody messes up and like reports something wrong, when we say the enemy of the people, that makes me think that they have pitted themselves against the American people to trick them, to fool them, to make them do things against their own interests. And if something was done non-intentionally,
Yeah, that's
if something
what
was
we're
done
saying.
well, let me finish. If something was done non-intentionally, then I don't think that makes them the enemy of the people. Like if I went out and I thought that
So you
something
don't you think
happened,
that,
like Trump,
that they are supposed to be held to some higher standard of accountability?
I do think they should be
that
held
have
to a higher standard,
all
but
of
that
these-
doesn't mean I don't think
Then they would be like
fumbling
the
makes them the
failures of
enemy
the
of the
people,
people.
right?
Even if they
The failures of it. They failed the people. That doesn't make them the enemy of the people. They failed the people. For example, let me give you an example. Let's say we have an ally. No, Zen, I'm not finished.
Even if they ignorantly manipulate the masses, then that's still makes
Zen,
them
I know,
enemies.
Zen, I know, like to hear yourself talk, but I gotta talk too. Okay, I like if we had an American an ally and they failed to like save us during a battle, that doesn't make it them our enemy. That means our ally failed. And so the press is supposed to be the people's ally in informing them. And if they fail to do it, that doesn't make us our enemy. That means they fumbled and they need to be held accountable for that.
Dylan, but or not doing their due diligence. Wouldn't
So
that
I didn't
make
hear you.
them
What?
the enemy of the people?
I think that they can fumble. I think that fumbling doesn't make you an enemy. I think
Or
that just
do
makes
just
you like
like
a bad journalist.
malintent, like wanting to.
I think malintent. No, malintent.
Or be the first one to break it, knowing you don't have all the facts.
I think individual.
All of these things sound like they would
I think
make
a
you the enemy of
journalist.
the
I think. Okay, did you ask me a question? Then one. Okay. I think an individual
Yeah,
journalist.
but I just
lying
pulled
on
your
purpose
guys'
to trick-
strategy of asking a question.
Leave it finish, Zen. Please, just
no. Shut the fuck up,
Zen.
Dylan. I haven't said this enough. Shut the fuck up, Dylan.
Come on. Leave Dylan finish his point, and then Drone Tech had something, and we're gonna have to move on to the next caller. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Dylan.
If an individual journalist lies on purpose in order to trick people, then I think you could make an argument that person is working against the interests of the people, and you could use the word enemies of the people. I don't like the phrase, but you could use it. I don't think somebody fumbling makes them the enemy of the people. Just like if our ally, like Greece, failed in a NATO exercise, doesn't make them the enemy of America.
I would agree with you, Dylan, if it's a fumble and a genuine mistake, but like there's this pattern that's like undeniable. And then you got people like Malcolm Nance, who I know you're a fan of, right? I'm pretty sure. You know, he's saying
Which
your
one's Malcolm
Republican
Nance?
neighbors want to kill you, and that's a common theme, like on MSNBC and
Wait, no,
CNN.
you said I'm a fan of Malcolm Nance. Which one's Malcolm Nance?
He's the guy that heard the air raids, and he knew how.
Yeah, he's the one who went to
missiles were in
Ukraine. I don't pay any attention to Malcolm.
Okay,
Nance.
my bad then. I thought you were a fan of his.
Big, can I give you the
follow him
last
on
word?
Twitter.
here?
But doesn't that make us? Doesn't that make them an enemy of the people?
Malcolm Nance? That makes
Not just Malcolm Nance, but like the whole cabal, especially on MSNBC. I mean, it's like
I think the thing is, the problem I have with this whole discussion is it feels like the entire media is this, and I don't like that definition because there are individual reporters in the media space who do great work that don't purposely deceive people, and I feel like we're just treating all reporters like shit when we talk about them.
Quick last word. We got one more caller to get to. I still got to get to super chat. So.
Shit, okay, well I had another question, sort of, but never mind, take too long. I don't know, I just hope you all have a great night. And...
Thank you so much, Vic.
Can I ask everybody on the panel a question? I'm just curious. If a husband tells his wife, I'm going to be home at 7 o'clock tonight, and it turns out that there's like construction that he didn't know about, and he ends up getting home at like 8 o'clock, would you say the husband lied?
No.
Does anybody here would say that the husband lied?
That would be intent.
But like I just said, I think we need to hold the media to a higher standard.
So if he keeps doing that and it keeps happening,
yeah, that would also matter too. But like even in the context of the media, like they're conveying a message to the masses that a lot of them are just taking on faith that it's true, like on first sight. So
okay, I gotta jump in here real quick. This is gonna be our last caller, Lunch Fudge Nationalists. This is what we're gonna do though. After this, we'll get to super chats. I'll make sure I get them all read. The panelists have all been incredibly generous with their time. We're gonna try to end around 11, maybe a few minutes afterwards. Then I'm going to do an after show on my channel, which people can go over there. And if callers still want to call in there that are there and any of our panelists want to stick around, fine. But it would be unfair to ask them to stay beyond the 3 hours. So having said that, go ahead, Lunchbox Nationalist. That's hard to say. Go
ahead. So I had something for everybody, but I'll try and speed it up. So Andrew, Zen Shapiro, and Casimir, everything you said was pristine. There were... to the point of maybe even being infallible. It's honestly amazing how structurally sound all of your.
So you're over like 6'4", right?
Yeah, I'm 6'5".
To take a bow, because I've never been bowed to by a man over 6 foot. There.
Change your shirt. Change your shirt too, by the way.
Yes.
Go and change your shirt if you can.
Just so the lefties know that I'm not picking on them too hard. Drone Tech, you were consistently saying that it's the left versus right media bias, but the way I perceive things is there's something called a uniparty, right? And so
right. I said uniparty a couple times too.
Okay,
I said
fair
however
enough.
you want to.
But it seems that the way that the lies typically end up going is to supporting the military-industrial complex or to war, right? So every time there's a war to be had, the left and the right typically agree, right? Would you disagree with me on that point?
It seems to I don't know. It seems to switch with whoever's in power. It's like if it's a Republican war, the left's against it. If it's a Democrat
Can you point
war,
me
the
to a
right's
modern
against it.
example? I mean, you could talk about Arab Spring, Iraq, Afghanistan, Bosnia.
I mean, wait.
Herzegovina,
How about Ukraine?
Kuwait.
How about Ukraine? It seems like we
I
lost.
was gonna say-
we lost. We
a lot of Fox
lost.
News pundits
We
are
lost the
pro-Ukraine.
mandate to do foreign policy because I think Iraq was so unpopular that when Crimea was invaded in 2014, the U.S. government did fuck all because we didn't have any popular
We
support for
lost
fucking
the
anything.
mandate? What, like sending $100 billion to Ukraine? What
It's
do
a
you mean
lot
we
different
lost
than
the
sending
mandate?
100,000 troops. Yes.
No, because they're not part of NATO, dude. But whatever. Like, I'll get
Well,
you
I'm
in a
just
second.
saying. Yeah. I mean,
No,
Iraq was a
Iraq
part of
was part of NATO, though. That's why we send the troops there. I understand.
Right. All right. Sorry, wrong page. I'll try and speed this up. For Loner Box, are you dyslexic?
No.
Because I am, and I thought your name was Boner Locks.
That's new.
You know, you can smile, Loner Box. That was a funny joke. It was.
I know I know I can't smile.
I actually had more for you, dude. I'm sorry. I'm trying to be fast. Dylan, you said a lot of people don't pay attention to history, and I think you're correct. And I think that this is sort of the meaning of this entire debate, which is because the media would sort of fill in that gap, right? Like if people aren't paying attention to history, then media is presenting an idea of what it is that they came from, right?
Yeah. Well, I think I feel like the same discussion we just had could equally be applied to historians and how they create narratives out of history. And like, I mean, I feel like this whole discussion like is press the enemy of the people, it's the news media enemy of the people. You can say the same thing about historians or anyone who's just like record keepers of history. So I feel like, again, I really just hate the statement enemy of the people. It just paints such a broad brush.
No, I get it. And I'm going to invoke Godwin's law and ask you, are you familiar with who was the Time Magazine's Man of the Year in 1938?
Was it Adolf Hitler?
It was indeed. So eat shit. All right. So to Destiny.
Wait, eat shit on what?
I thought you were going with something else. I thought you were going with the Time magazine.
But I got it right. Why do I have
in
to
the
eat shit?
30s.
Eat shit anyway.
Who won a Pulitzer
Eat
Prize.
shit, Dylan.
Well, I mean, he
Eat
tipped
shit.
you off with
Right.
Godwin's law, right? He tipped you off with
Casimir, go
Godwin.
ahead. I'm sorry. Please.
There was a more important New York Times guy that I was going to mention. I forgot his name, unfortunately. He won the Pulitzer Prize
Walter
for covering
Durante. It was never brought up in this entire debate.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I messed up. It's written on my notes, but I'll get too involved. So that guy, say his name again.
It's okay.
Say his name again.
Walter Durante. He lied
Walter
about
Durante.
he lied
The
about
Pulitzer
Holocaust.
organization recently had to review whether to revoke his Pulitzer Prize. Now, his Pulitzer Prize was for lying while millions of my people, of Russians and Ukrainians, were dying in the Soviet Union, and he was painting a beautiful picture of Potemkin villages and like the glory of the USSR at the time. And he knew that he was misleading people. He knew that he didn't have enough information. He probably heard the rumors of what was going on. Instead, he got glorified cinema treatments, and at the end, people realized that he was lying, and yet the Pulitzer organization decided not to remove that prize from him. That's,
All right, Rich. Richie,
that's our level.
one last point for Destiny. I'm sorry.
Please, and thank you, Destiny.
Anyone's welcome to stay afterwards if they want to keep the discussion going for real, but I'm trying to be polite to get everyone out at 11 if they want to. Go ahead, Rich.
Right on. So you and Zen were talking earlier about terms of service, but you both agreed that social media is also media, right?
I mean, it can be, but I mean, like, we usually would refer to this separately, right? If somebody's like, "Do you see what the media said?" and then they point you to a Twitter account, they're probably going to say, "Well, that's kind of a different thing."
Well, I mean, that's fair, but there certainly is a pipeline of things that happen on Twitter, and then the media starts reporting on them. So you could say that there's a pipeline.
Yeah, of course, absolutely. I think we saw that with the East Palestine shit.
And so I guess my question is, if there are terms of service where you can't discuss things that are observably true on these media platforms, doesn't that make the media the enemy of the people?
Media, the enemy of the people, then including social media. I just would include these things are totally different buckets. I wouldn't.
But you just conceded that it's part of
Well, I didn't concede it. You asked me for purpose of discussion. I said, yeah, but now you're trying to like get me on like a weird thing that I would never agree to.
Get you? Well, you can't say things that are true. You can't even say them in the media, but you certainly can't say them in social media.
You don't have you don't have a right, a fundamental right to protection on social media. It's a different thing.
Do we have a right to like say what is true?
You have a right to freedom of speech, whatever the First Amendment affords you, sure. You don't necessarily have a right to say what's true. Probably not, no. I don't believe that's true. Right? If you say like classified information and you don't have the authority to release that, you can get arrested for that.
You know what I mean? You're being pedantic. You know what I mean?
I'm not being pedantic. You just tried to press me on if social media can be included in media. Now you're trying to use that definition against me.
No,
so of course I am going to be pedantic now. I'm going to be very precise in my definition.
You said earlier that social media was media.
Yeah, I said you can consider it type media, but we generally include it as a different thing. But if you want to be ultra pedantic about definition, then we can be. You know, you don't have a right to say what's true. Even you agree with that, right? You don't have a right to say what's true.
Say that a little faster. I didn't hear you. Just a little bit faster.
Last, briefly,
real quick.
Are you familiar with what temporomandibular joint syndrome is and its effects with amphetamine salts?
Nope.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Okay. I did want to say one last thing. I would give one example of the Uniparty now working together on war would probably be in 2013 when Obama saw congressional authorization for intervention in Syria after a sarin gas attack, and Congress was just straight up against it. He didn't even hold the vote. He delayed it because he wasn't going to get it. They were going to vote against him.
Okay. Thanks so much, Richie. We do appreciate the call.
Cheers,
like
thanks.
I said, the rest of the people and anyone who's already called in can feel free to call in the after show. So I want to get to some super chats. Andrew, real quick, I don't know if people were donating to the wrong dono.chat. I do not have access to the Crucible one. So if you could check after I finish with the YouTube super chats, if there's anything quick that you want to read from there, because I don't want to cheat people if they donated and I just don't have access. We'll start with this. We'll get through these quick. Gordzilla for 5 Canadian shekels or whatever the hell they have has become, always was, I think referring to the media being the enemy of the people. I don't even know what this denomination of money is. I think this is pesos or something.
Just say it's 26 cents. That's
26 cents from Will Manuel says, I'm too weak and arrogant to listen to this, but I can at least support the Crucible for taking the hit. Thank you so much, Will Manuel, for the pennies. We appreciate it. Colin P. for 10 real dollars says, not in SVB Bank, we're assuming, says, Bill Gates funds journalism schools all over America with a program called advocacy journalism. The purpose of AJ is to manipulate the audience into believing what the journalist believes, aka lying. Anyone on the left?
Bill Gates is an honorable man.
Isn't the goal of any journalist to get the reader to believe what they believe? Isn't that the whole point of writing? They're like I hope you believe what I'm saying.
I think the word manipulate.
No, I mean the journalist could also have a narrative where they're saying, "Hey, I only want this, whatever this leader is saying, to be true." Right?
Yeah, well, it's called advocacy journalism.
The word manipulate, I think, carries a lot of weight in that sentence. Manipulate as in construe a narrative that may or may not be all the way true.
Okay, maybe.
Well, Destiny, you do know it is a thing now in journalism to argue that objectivity is actually not something that journalism should strive for.
I think that's probably true. I think a really important thing that you learn as you get older is the idea of like being non-biased is impossible. You should just be aware of your biases. You're never going to be completely unbiased.
But that's fine, but they should be open and disclose that, which doesn't happen.
You know, that's a good point, Destiny.
Well, I feel like the pundits on Fox and the pundits on CNN I feel like they're pretty open with who they support politically.
I don't think they are. Not always.
Oh, okay.
I mean, on CNN they're always like, "Oh, we're doing."
Well, there's like
here, not like
there's like an
Fox,
illusion.
so.
There's like an illusion that's presented almost of not being biased when the bias is implicit.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like that's a hard thing for me to verbalize, but I don't even think you guys would disagree with that, would you? But when these people kind of present themselves as being unbiased, when you see that they're presenting,
everybody
biased,
does that. Unfortunately, it's like when all you conservative guys are too scared to say you're conservative. You're like, oh, I'm a centrist. Not you guys here, thankfully.
Yeah, but some less than others. It's like when you see people trying to present giving the illusion they're presenting unbiased media. When
Yeah, but I mean,
they
isn't that's
clearly are.
everybody, right?
Yeah, but I think that the degree of it's separate. Like, I think people
I don't know. I
do
feel like
generally
literally
try to be unbiased. I do think that those people
Well, yeah,
exist.
everybody. I agree with you. You're making my point from earlier. Everybody tries to be unbiased. I just don't think they are. Fucking Project Veritas
Well, I don't
called
think
Project Truth.
everybody tries to be unbiased.
Yeah, I know,
That's
but
not
you weren't
making
able to
your point from
substantiate that
earlier.
with anything. You're trying to.
I
Claim that
was
people...
able to substantiate it, and you agreed with me earlier, and now you're changing your
No,
fucking
I didn't
tune.
agree. You just don't ever know what you're
You
even talking
did it.
about.
I'll clip it. Destiny
Thank
sent
you.
it to
Clip
you.
it.
If
Clip
you
the part
promise
where
that
I
you'll put it
said
on your
that people
channel.
select which facts to report, and they go, "This is when Destiny agreed that they were manipulating and telling a lie," even though that's
not what I
that
said,
means.
Destiny. I said specifically just now. Here's what I said specifically: that there are some people who try to present information in a lot more unbiased fashion than others, and you agree with that? Yes or no?
Kind of, but like again,
what does that mean? Kinda? Yes or no?
Because can you give me an example of somebody who's slightly unbiased, who's open about their bias?
No, I'm giving you an example of people who are trying to select for media in a more unbiased
I'm asking
way.
you. Yeah,
or
you're saying some
with
people are
intent
more
to be
unbiased. Yeah, can you give me an example of somebody who's trying to be slightly biased? Because I feel like everybody says that they're like, isn't Fox News even saying like fair and balanced? Like, doesn't everybody pretend to be fair and balanced? Isn't that the kind of the goal?
I don't think that they do.
Give me an example then. Who doesn't? Who says like I'm a political partisan?
With their biases, and some people
He's not
who
gonna give me any
try
examples.
to maintain. So there's documentaries that I can give you examples of, for instance, where a person who is purposely biased, like for instance, there was that documentary about McDonald's where that guy went to McDonald's every single day and he gained a bunch of weight and this type of shit. And then it turns out that he didn't actually release the calorie data on the menu. And then another person who was trying to be
You're
very
comparing
unbiased,
a documentary to
that's part of media, Destiny.
No,
and
it's
then another
oh my
person.
God. Okay.
You don't think that
you don't think that's part of media?
No, that's not
You
what we
don't
would
think it's part of
typically
media?
talk about. No, of course, some documentary like.
See, this is why
Well,
I
then
was
what are you
saying it was-
talking about?
I'm talking about mainstream media, like people that report like news stories and shit. You turn on the like what everybody else
You
is
asked
saying.
me for a quick example off the top of my head.
Oh
I
my
gave you
God.
one, and it's accurate.
This is why we can't reduce media to just news outlets.
No, media is
Like,
whatever you
all
want it
these
to be
things
for
are
whatever
media.
argument you're
Movies
having
are
at that
media,
point.
dude.
Oh, movies are media now.
We can keep it
Movies
up
are
after the
media.
episode.
Yes, movies and TV and video games.
It's
That's
all media, and it all advances
Sports.
a narrative.
Okay.
Like,
All right,
it's
all right, all right.
media.
All right, listen, we can continue it after the show if you want, but I would like to get through the super chats. Jordan Lofgren says, was mainstream media biased in reporting on Rittenhouse before this trial? If so, why? I think we already covered that. Does anyone want to add anything quick? I think
Yes, because they need to present the person who is defending their home, who is defending their community, as incompetent and as dangerous, and ignore the presentation of the FBI spy plane hovering overhead and recording the rats fighting each other.
Spy plane? Wasn't it just a drone?
Whatever it was, doesn't matter.
Okay.
Eye in the sky as the people fight each other. That's the
Okay,
image that I
yeah.
saw.
Gotcha.
Wow.
little Alan Parsons project reference there. All right, Chrisma Mysterion for $2 says, everybody knows the elites hate you. Debate over. All right.
I don't actually agree with that. I think that, to Destiny's point, because I'm going to be maximum charitable, is that one of the points Destiny made was that people often will try to enforce policy from a worldview. And they don't always think that this is malevolent. They oftentimes think it's benevolent. That's that whole, the path to destruction is often paved in good intentions. I don't think that the elites themselves, whoever they may be and whatever your prism is, always have your worst the worst account for intentions towards you in mind. I don't think that that's necessarily true. I don't think it follows that that's true.
I'd imagine a lot of them also just think about ratings, right? Which means they probably think that they're giving the viewers what they want, right? Like in their heads, maybe they think they like their audience.
Well, in this case, when he's saying elites, I'm not sure he's pointing directly at media. I think he's pointing to kind of this thing that's often alluded to of shadow figures who are controlling the narrative and controlling things behind the scene. A
minute ago,
puppet
everything
master.
was media. So if there's any narrative, it's probably coming from some kind of media, right?
That doesn't.
I'm
You're
being
not even
pedantic,
addressing
don't
what
worry.
I'm saying, Loner Box, but okay. So I'm just telling you that I don't think that's what he meant.
Yeah, Loner Box.
All right,
Dumbass. Boner Box.
Veramas says for $10, what about the Covington Catholic high school kid who was demonized by the news media for smiling at a Native American man? Unless I missed something, wouldn't that be an example of malice? I believe we covered that.
Yeah,
Destiny
what an
admitted
insane
that
example.
was
Jeez,
malice.
wow, crazy.
Now, listen. In fairness, I think this chat came in before that point was brought up. But yeah, good point. For
weird Canadian symbols. Why is Dylan talking into a can of tomato soup? Foreshadowing?
Lock and load, chat. Bring it on.
Ever
Bring
since
on
Hippy Dippy
tomato
shut down, okay, the budget's gone down a bit. We've had to
Shut
make
the
some
fuck up,
cutbacks.
Dylan. Cannon, chat. Cannon.
So, all right. Rachel Wilson, thanks so much for $2. Says, please address Operation Mockingbird. Chat demands it. Does anyone
I don't know what the
about
fuck that
Operation
is. What
Mockingbird?
is this?
Anyone on the right?
Operation Mockingbird was a CIA operation which expounded on mass media propaganda in order to control national narratives.
Was this something from like the 50s and 60s, or is this recent?
It was 1973, I believe. I don't remember the exact dates. I'm just reading this now, so I mean, this isn't something that just came to mind from knowledge base. I'm just reading it, but
Early 60s, wasn't it?
I don't know the dates, unfortunately, but yes, this was CIA had a support front of groups. It was exposed in 1967, and this was reported by the National Student Association. They received funding from the CIA. Many church committees did, et cetera, that this was the government controlling national narratives inside the U.S. called Operation Mockingbird.
Who
So I
was
guess
it? Was it? I'm sorry. Who was it? It's some big figure pushing.
Listen,
for...
it doesn't matter really. It's ancient history. What they're doing now is a lot more elegant. They don't actually stay in the government while doing such operations. They formally leave the government, and then they have a nice meeting party in Twitter headquarters where they do orientation for ex-FBI agents, and they settle in, and they do the right job of spreading the right kind of information, of deboosting the wrong kind of signals to protect us, poor plebs, against misinformation.
Based.
All right. Oh, by the way, before I get to the super chat, also want to say thank you to Rachel Wilson, new Crucible member. Finally, her husband leaves her on the site. That's nice. And Matt Moran,
Rob.
I believe, donated 5 gift subs. Thank you so much for that.
Rob, when are you going to thank Danabo for putting all this together last second?
Oh, I was getting to it at the end. Also, I do believe Danabo is in the description as a special thanks at the bottom. But yes, absolutely at the end of the show, I do thank the people that helped put the show together. Thanks so much, Dylan, for spoiling it. Shouldn't you be waterboarding fucking Russians or something in the back there? All right, moving on.
Why do you think it's so black back there?
CGH5239 says, Andrew checking Destiny, the best. Destiny, do you feel checked?
Yeah, I checked something.
Okay. Vile Van Gogh for $20 says, today, the 1804 Haitian Massacre wiki page taught me genocide is morally permissible if done in a progressive direction. Considering Wikipedia's stated neutrality and influence, do you think this placing is appropriate?
Gonna take a guess that he's probably being a little uncharitable to the wiki entry there, but I haven't read it, so I'm not sure.
Well, let's just ask this, maybe in general. Do you think Wikipedia would you consider that part of the media? And if so, do you think they're neutral or?
That's a good question.
The answer is no. Come on. Of course they're not charitable. I mean, come on.
Well, the question was if they're part of the media. I'm not sure.
Yeah, but they're so rapidly sourced by almost all alternative forms of media and even by the mainstream often, don't you think?
Would you say a normal encyclopedia is part of the media?
No, I wouldn't, but I don't think the encyclopedia is trying to advance a narrative.
Really?
Well, specifically in the Wikipedia's
No, I don't
case,
think the encyclopedia is trying to advance a narrative.
I remember it from when they injected the term MOBA into the collective use, which was a Riot Games, a corporation, was releasing a video game, League of Legends, and what they did is they pushed a whole bunch of articles into gaming journalism, which was at the time and still is incredibly corrupt. And because those articles were written, then Wikipedia editors came in and said, well, listen, it's written in the articles, and the other terms that were historically used are no longer written, so we're going to replace the entire title of the article. And in such a sense, the Wikipedia is an extension of the media. It can be, if you purchase enough articles that create a certain situation in secondary sources, then you can push that narrative into Wikipedia quite directly as a corporation.
And again,
I'm
perhaps,
not sure it happens
perhaps
here,
as a
but it can
matter
happen.
of max charitability, I mean, maybe some encyclopedias do push a narrative. I don't know, but I don't think it's nearly as influential as Wikipedia is.
Well, nowadays that's true because more people use Wikipedia than encyclopedias, right?
All right.
Yeah. So, I mean, that kind of goes to the point, though, right?
I should have asked for a trigger warning first. I hope Dylan and Destiny can handle this burn. Wally Jenkins for $2 says Dylan plus Destiny equals doo-doo brain.
Thanks.
Which I feel awesome for having to say that. Thank you, Wally, for the donation.
Also,
CJH,
shut the fuck up, Dylan.
5239 for $10 again says, imagine with all this great discourse, the left and the right meet in the middle and enact policies to become another century of great American exceptionalism, issuing another golden age. Great panel. Thank you so much. Someone got something.
Fuck commies.
All the great minds on the panel. I think, you know who stole the show, as always? Vosh, with his call-in, as always. We're all humbled with his greatness. Kenneth G for $1.99 says, fork fun for Destiny, and I love a good bowl of pho. I noticed you're eating noodles, but you didn't have a fork? Is that what they're saying?
Me? It's like rice and chicken.
Is
okay.
is Dylan chewing on a sock?
Gum.
Oh.
All right, couple more, almost finished. Marshall Ford for $4.99 says, can Dylan Burns admits the media lies with the latest Russian missile strike? I guess Russia wasn't officially out of missiles, huh?
I don't know which Russian terror attack they're talking about, but I mean, there's so many constantly, so it's kind of hard to know. So I don't know.
There was one more that came in, so let me
and there's a couple on Dono, Rob, that I can read.
Okay. Real quick, let's get to Mooters for 10 some European bullshit or something. I don't know what that is. Considering bad things get more attention, do you think that media headlines and overall negativity skews people's worldview, causing depression and anxiety for profit?
Yes.
Question.
Yeah, almost for sure. But people, I mean, like, people seek it out. It's really unhealthy.
Like TikTok.
I don't think it's capitalistic profit. I think it's profit in the sense of weakening society and allowing those people who are in charge to remain in charge.
Okay. Another one.
They can operate at a loss at a local level. Like Washington Post can remain at a loss for the next 100 years if it pushes the right Jeff Bezos agenda.
Okay, real quick, get through the end of these. Drew the Dogman for $2 says, is Destiny a third grade teacher now? My guess is that's a reference to blue hair. Just saying, sure? I don't know. That's my guess. But
could be taken a lot of ways. Oh, who knows?
Dona, Andrew, do you real quick have a couple from Dono, and then we'll get people out.
Yeah. So the big ones on Dono chat. $30 came in from Joseph Newton. He says these leftists have been completely destroyed. Okay, thank you for that. $20 also came in from Joseph Newton for a total of $50. Says Destiny's so mad because Destiny don't like being wrong, but a small shout out to Destiny because I'm also from Omaha. So I feel like he's bridging that gap between the left and the right, Destiny, and he's saying, while I hate your guts, you're still from Omaha, and so that's kind of based.
Wow.
Any more, or is that good?
That's it. That's it.
All
on
right.
the Dono side.
So what I want to do is I'm going to give everyone a quick chance to shout themselves out. I do have some thank yous to give out. Thanks to the people at the Crucible team that helped me set up with graphics and things like that. Thanks to my lovely wife for the funny shirt she always makes me for this. I got a Brian Stelter quote about conspiracy theories here today. Also, special thanks to Aftershock and Danabo, who contributed in reaching out and getting the guests. People like that really make these shows work because it sucks ass to have to reach out. So I really appreciate the people that do that stuff, and they've always been incredibly generous. Remember, you can become a member on the Crucible. They're putting new content out that's members only almost every day. There's a big show coming up Tuesday for the 10K subs, so consider checking that out. All of our panelists, I'm going to give a chance to shout out, but you can see all of those descriptions in the chat. Almost all of them are doing some sort of content every week, so please support them. Go to their channels. We'll go and give everyone a chance to real quick. I think we got one more. Love Destiny, Loner Bucks, and Dylan for the conversation with the right. Much appreciated. The Crucible is based. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it, CJH. So, Destiny, can you tell people real quick where they can find you?
YouTube.com/Destiny, Instagram.com/Destiny.
All right. Thanks so much. Drone Tech?
Yeah, you can find me on all the platforms. You just go to my YouTube channel at Drone Tech, and there's links to everything there.
All right. Thank you. Andrew? Oh, you're muted.
Nice.
Bessie sounded
so
all
sorry.
the
First time, right? You can find me on the one and only Crucible. I'd like to thank everybody for coming out tonight. At all the leftists I argue with, Destiny's probably my favorite one. The rest of them are pretty much dog shit these days. There's pretty slim pickings out there, so appreciate it.
All right, Loner Bucks, go ahead.
Yeah, you can find me as Loner Bucks on YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, wherever the fuck. Thanks for having me, guys.
Thank you. Zen?
Yeah, Zen Shapiro, also the host of The Crucible. You can find me on Twitter and on YouTube that I don't really post to. Just search up Zen Shapiro. That's where you find me. I had fun tonight. Thank you for having me on. Also, shut the fuck up, Dylan.
Dylan, don't shut up. Please go.
Shut the fuck up, Dylan. Preemptive. Shut the fuck up. All right, we'll move
Go
on.
ahead.
Casual, go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, so if you want to find my stuff, I just released a new piece on my main channel looking at the Army Assistance Center in Ukraine and the great aid work they're doing and signing shells and doing this crazy operation where people can donate crazy messages, have it fired at the Russians. The money goes to the Russian military. Really interesting story. Go check that out. I also stream on Twitch, Dylan Burns TV, and I have a second channel for my live content, Dylan Burns Live.
All right, thanks so much.
Now shut the fuck up.
Last but not least, Casimir, go ahead.
You can find me on Free Casimir on Twitter. In about 2 weeks, I should have a debate about the Arab-Israeli conflict against a historian, an academic historian. Should be interesting. And also, I will post all the references to the things that I've used in these arguments, like the great Ryan Chapman video, The Rise and Decline of American News Media, that everybody should watch in the context of this debate. Thank you very much.
I have one just real quick thing. I'm sorry, guys, but we give Dylan Burns a lot of shit. But like I've talked to him outside of being, in the public eye or whatever. He's actually a pretty nice guy, so you don't have to give him that much shit. You know what I mean? Like, it's fun to give him shit. Don't get me wrong.
We do encourage giving Dylan Burns all the shit you possibly.
Right, but he's actually a pretty nice guy. So
yeah,
just
and I enjoy listening to Dylan debate on the Crucible and on other various shows he's been on. So I do respect him for that. So it's all fun. I mean, I'm not
Andrew. By you saying that, more people are going to be angry at me than like me after you saying that, right?
That's the point.
We love Dylan Burns.
It's because
Andrew
of that
and
high
Dylan
IQ,
love
Dylan. I'm always 10 steps ahead, right?
Also, somebody that gets on a plane and actually flies to some
I agree.
location to discover information for himself, that's a step way above entering the easy arena of panels.
Yeah, that
That's
I
quite
agree
a
with.
different arena.
Actually, pray for his safety. Like, the guy's in a fucking war zone, so.
Yeah, totally agree. So now that we're done with all the ass kicking, you fuckers. No, I'm going to be doing an after show. I'll put the link. I don't know, Drone or Andrew, if you could raid my channel. I don't know how to do. I don't think I have access to that. But after show will be at my place. Panelists
I don't know if we
willing
set that
to,
up.
I can try. Hang on.
Okay, I'll put the link in the chat. But panelists, if you need to go, totally understand. Honestly, thank you so much for making the show. I had a lot of fun. If you want to stick around, you can. We'll take a few more calls. But other than that, thank you all so much. Tune in next week, next Saturday. I think maybe we'll be talking about banks collapsing. So it should be a lot of fun. But thank you so much. As always, have a good one.
Leave it up on.
Theodore Roosevelt once said, "The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood."
Oh my god. What a... ordeal. See the Silicon Valley blank? A little bit. Thoughts of Casimir? I feel bad. I don't ever want to blacklist people, but I super hate being on panels with libertarians or like the hardcore like ANCAPs like that. Scott Fabian has another one. It's like every single time there's anything interesting in a conversation, they always just want to divert to like the most like libertarian brain thing, and it's like
They hate, it's referring to some abstract.
Samantha, you wake up, Samantha.
Them being.
Yo, Thought Warriors.
Fuck me.
Tucker Carlson, release it.
I need to watch this at some point tomorrow. Pick up smoking so you can look cool? Yeah, fuck that. Okay, I'm tired. Okay, Melina's dad is gone. Tomorrow, I will be here on time. We'll see. Representative Cappuccino, my dude, I will catch you guys. Do you see Max's combo with Anna? Oh, you mean his Twitter? Yeah.
How old are you?
23. How old are you?
I'm 30.
30.
Mhm.
Okay. I've been with older.
Do you typically date older?
I don't know. I just like smart women. Yeah.
Okay.
Good conversation.
Like, what can you talk about?
I don't know. Philosophical conversations too.
Are there any type of philosophers that you would say you find yourself really akin to, or that like really have influenced you?
Uh-oh. Hit the button.
Kanye West, Steve Jobs, and my father.
Did you just say Kanye West?
He creates culture. He creates conversation. He changes people's minds.
But he's anti-Semite, like, and he's against.
Well,
like,
but the thing that.
how is?
Yeah, I know, I know, but as far as
Kanye West, I'm sorry.
as far as his comments on like the anti-Semitic stuff, like the I like Hitler, I don't really.
How old are you?
23. How old are you?
I'm 30.
30.
Jesus.
DGGL. There you go. Much love.
What?
Guys, I just got back from a Hinge date. Why am I doing this to myself? So we scheduled to go to dinner. We are sitting at the restaurant. Seems very nice. Not a catfish. Things are going well. And the waitress comes over. She wants to take her order. And I said, okay, I'm gonna take the branzino. And he said, I'm gonna take the burger. And the waitress asked him, okay, how do you like your burger? He said how he likes his burger. And do you want some cheese on your burger? And he asked, is this gonna be extra? And she says, yes, it's $3 extra. And he said, okay, then never mind. Over there, and I'm like, what the actual fuck? I'm like, okay, I'm hungry. I'm gonna eat my branzino and see what happens. And he's like, oh my God, you have to pay extra for everything these days. And I'm like, yeah, it's New York City. So I got my branzino, he got his burger, we were eating. And once I was satisfied, I got up and I was like, I'm going to the restroom for a second. And I took my purse and I went to the waitress and I was like, hey, I just want to pay the bill. And I just paid the bill and walked out of the restaurant, and I texted him. So I texted him, the check is taken care of, you should have gotten the cheese. And I blocked him.
What? Based. That's fucking awesome. Wait, hold on. This chick is sick. I'll go on a date with her. Streamer of the Year award is now. Where is it? How do I see the streamer award? Oh, Hassan already won? Oh, well then who cares? How do you guys know? Was it leaked or something?
It's a little toxic.
We saw this. Okay, well, rip on.
Thank you to everyone that has voted for me.
I'll rush this. Have fun. Peace out. Good night.